Let's go. to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in.
Who told you it was down here? Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table, what do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your
nature, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the
best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies!
For a bit, another.
Crowd's already been a dread flying. Their rapid, crazy minds running the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue. Welcome everybody to LEC Versus. It is the second week. Well, technically it's the same week still, but we're still in the playoffs. And it is kind of a super week. We have a show on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And I also know that there are some people here for the very first time, which is amazing. Do any of you raise your hand if you remember the OG EU LCS Super Weeks? 1, 2, 3,
Not a
4,
lot.
5, like 10 people.
You don't?
To you?
I mean, Otto didn't raise his
I'm
hand, by the way.
I'm just saying, it's been such a long time ago for me. It's like the timelines are blurred, you know?
It's no shame in being senile.
What?
What? Okay. Anyways, Finn and Oduwamne, thank you very much for joining me. Let's talk a little bit about the Super Week that we have, and specifically today, if we pull up the bracket, because we have the top 4 teams vying for a spot in Barcelona, vying for a spot to get to that winner matchup.
Last week, we didn't really have any contention for these teams because they all went 2-0. So today, you know, we have banger matchups. We have KCG2 later on, but we're starting with Navi and McCoy. And I'm really excited because I really want 3 games because these 4 teams that we have right now are the ones that have the biggest promise in our league.
So, who's the best right now, you think? What's your gut telling you?
What's my gut telling me? I mean, I'm leaning towards MCoy and Casey right now. I think they look quite good. But I feel like last week was like when a writer sets up the culmination later on. And today, this day, we're getting all the good storylines finally.
So like the first half of episode 5 of A Night of Seven
She
Kingdoms?
gets it.
Okay,
She
I got
gets
it. Amazing. You said KC and MCoy. Let's maybe talk about KC then a little bit. They're up versus G2 later. A lot of people are saying this team looks like the strongest. What do you think?
Exactly. I thought they would need just a bit more time to
Yeah?
acclimate, you know, Busio and Yahoo. I hope I got his name correctly because
You
it's
did,
always a
it's
debate.
fine.
It's totally fine. But they have been coming out of the gates swinging because I felt like their synergy throughout the whole split has been very good. You know, obviously top of the table, best of 1 doesn't really matter. But they clicked incredibly well, and it is shaping up to be super exciting later when they face off against G2.
I mean, there's just so many good storylines, and it's so hard not to talk about Yike versus
Yeah.
G2. It always comes back to this. It's always Yike, not because we're standing on a Swedish yellow and blue ground, but also because Yike now gets the chance to fight back against G2 and show that he is the person they should have worried about.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. That is our second best of 3. I know that the G2 crew is already here waiting, but of course everyone else also wants to see MCoy versus Navi. It's going to be the biggest test for both of these teams so far. And for Navi, their story, it's just so incredible. These are the kind of stories, Odo, that we want to see. I mean, some rookies who are playing out of their mind, a redemption arc in the mid lane. How far can they go?
Exactly, because it brings me back to the times when I started in 2015, where, you know, the meta used to be you have rookies coming into the league and they're, you know, showing off and being incredible. And we haven't had that in a while, especially when you couple it with a brand new org coming in, because it takes a little bit more time, but they clicked incredibly well. They showed probably the most solid gameplay in the league, and I'm really excited because I really do feel that they can go very far.
People are saying that we're not getting these hype rookie teams anymore because of franchising. They're right there.
They're literally right there.
literally right
I know
there.
they're not backed
This
by a super
is
big streamer, but they're right there.
Too good of a storyline not to be excited about. So many of these players were in Tier 2 last year, and they've come in, and they just look so solid across the board. This is the time to be excited. You can buy your stocks early right now because the Navi train is going to the moon.
Oh yeah, it's going to the moon. Let's talk about the junglers a little bit, because I think I see so many resemblances between the two. We had Elyoya, who in his rookie year did incredible things as one of our stalwart junglers of the league and of Europe. And Relech Odo, with his insane picks, with his insane gameplay, he's looking to go down that path.
Listen, I wasn't on the Rilich hype, you know, when he came in, because I was like, yeah, I mean, you know, he's just a rookie, you know, Navi's just flipping a jungler, but man, is he delivering, because the comparison is right there, you know. It feels like they're a mirror in that sense, because when Elioya came in, he was also doing what Rilich was doing. Because right now, he's bringing picks. He's bringing unique picks. He's shaping the meta to himself. He's shaping his team's playstyle to himself. And also, he's just having incredible performance. I don't remember a single bad game that he had so far.
I mean, I shared your sentiment, Odd, and it was really hard to follow that pickup. But then we got to remember, this is not Rogue. This is Na'Vi now. And they've shown that they care about developing these talents. And I just want to highlight what you're saying. The fact that he comes on with such confidence to push his own playstyle so heavily. He wants the Aatrox, he wants the Naafiri, and he wants to be the playmaker for the team, and everyone kind of shifts around him. It's so rare to see from a rookie to have such a display of such confidence.
Absolutely, and of course when we contrast it to Elioya, what a wonderful career he's had already, but in the clip that we're going to see next, he definitely talks about how this year is incredibly important.
I think we need to look deeply into ourselves now, because I agree with everything he said. I think all of us can do things much better. Me being the first one. I'm not okay with, for example, what I did into Los Ratones, because not because what I did I think is terrible, or I didn't have a good game and I was a bit out of it. No, it's because that already happened in Shifters. So what really I hate is the fact that I didn't learn from that mistake. I think this is the most important year of my career. I think, as of right now, I think if I don't win Worlds this year, I might not win it again, because I think I have the chance. I mean, it's the first time that I believe I have the chance to win Worlds in, I think, 6 years I have been playing. It's the first time I really think I can win Worlds with the 5 players that I have.
It's pressure to put on you and on the team, but I get it, right? He has so many accolades in Europe, but now he really wants to make a mark internationally.
I mean, it's pressure, but at the same time, it's relief. You're his teammates, and you have so much trust from your captain, Elioya. He says that I believe in us 5. We just need to make the most out of this team because we can make it. But we need to stop slacking around and take it more serious, because they know they're good, we know they're good, but sometimes it doesn't really show yet.
It's true, but they're up versus Na'Vi, and they're a bit of an inquantifiable, or are they, Odo?
They are quite quantifiable, because, to be honest, we have been saying for pretty much the whole split that when we think about Na'Vi, we think about Dragon control, Dragon setup, but we haven't really ever said why or how they do any of these things. So I brought up a couple of clips with Fnatic, because when it comes to it, Na'Vi is the best team in the league when it comes to understanding the principles around Dragon setups, control and space. So right now, they're finding themselves in a position where they will get tempo. We can play out the clip. They arrive here. They're getting the position. We have Poby on the side and Minter mid. These are the 2 characters that we need to keep an eye out, because what happens now is Poby, he's isolating Fnatic. He's forcing them to walk through this choke point, while Minter will park the sign right in front of it. So we can roll the clip now. Rilich is already on the Drake. It's not really so important about what skills are hitting or not, but they're just blocking them. They can't really walk through. And even if Minter gets chunked, this Drake is the objective. Nothing really else matters. They still didn't walk through that choke. So it seems quite easy, right, when you're first at objective. But what's going to happen here is that they find themselves in a position where they are not. So now it's a little bit different. They really need to find ways to get control in space, where Minter will be looking to soak up as much damage as possible, will flash out, and it is especially important because what happens is that he needs to conserve that HP. That HP is what allows you to walk in here and make space for your carries. We still have Poby on the side. It's especially important to keep an eye out on him, because all the guys on the left will be looking to make as much space as possible. Look at Rilich, look at Minter. They will juggle those HP bars to the absolute limit. While Poby misses the charm, it sucks. That's just how it is. But let's pause it right now. This is the consequence of what just happened. Rilich is half HP, Sion is half HP, pretty much even lower. But everyone on Fnatic is chunked. The carries are full HP. But now it's especially important that Poby finds something, because the tanks are running out of HP and out of resources. And very soon, he will dash, he will find this miracle charm that pretty much seals Fnatic's fate. The Bard ult hits, Dragon is gone. And to be honest, the knowledge about these scenarios is extremely impressive. And if MKOI wants to have a chance today, they need to make action happen in different sides of the map. And to find out more, Shox is standing by with Alvaro.
Well, nice breakdown, Odo Amne, and I have Alvaro here from MKOI, so I can ask him immediately. Alvaro, Odo just did a big breakdown about Navi's Dragon specifically. He actually says they're probably the best Dragon team in the league. Is that also something you've seen?
And we actually had a discussion today that we were talking about what is the win cons that the enemy have. And I think they are a team that plays really basic League of Legends, but in a good way. I think they tend a lot on playing around dragons and around drakes. So I think, of course, we are making sure that we don't want to give them the drakes for free, but also we are conscious if they want to get the position, we need to play for something else. So yeah, I think they are one of the best teams playing around the objective. So
yeah, very well. Yeah, formidable. It's going to be a great matchup. I did want to take a little bit of a step back because this wonderful, wonderful vlog was dropped about your race to the playoffs. And there was so much in there about pressure, I feel like, because Melzat was making it very clear, hey, if you're not in, you're out. Elyoya was saying, this is the year that I really want to do it. How do you deal with kind of that exerted pressure, that extra pressure that seems to be on you this year?
I think we always put the pressure on ourselves, but also I will say this year there is some pressure above us. I think, of course, we are players that we want to hold the bar high for ourselves and for our teammates, but as well we have a lot of, I think our objectives this year, I think, is not like the last year. Also, we have been working for 1 year together, and we know how capable we are of doing some things. So I think right now the pressure is also higher, and of course the things were not going the best on regular season. But now I think on playoffs there are still some moments that we are a bit rough.
Yeah.
But I think right now we are going to be on the ramp up, and today is going to be also a good series.
Yeah, that's also something I heard a lot. Like the best of ones, they're just best of ones.
I think pressure on best of ones also, the feeling that you just finish the series and you just go back to your home and you don't have like another chance to prove yourself. I think it's also like some pressure, but I think overall when it gets to best of threes and best of fives, the best team, both that they prepare well and also how they manage to play on the series will take the win.
So how did you feel then about your first best of three? I know there's a lot of commotion about it.
I mean, it was, I feel like it was just two different games. Like the first game is split in the two halves, like the one that we were just playing not well, and then later I think we got a bit of confidence. But I don't think it mattered that much. I think we were also taking better decisions than the enemy, so it was just a matter of time if we keep the calm, and it's also something that we have been working on. I think it's really important for best of threes because you can also see that you can take an approach on mental advantage, and you can also take the series to your favor if you keep the calm and you still try to get the best play possible.
Yeah, and get that momentum. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Introspective Alvaro, who I think rightfully so, is questioning kind of is our level as consistent as it needs to be. And honestly, when I look at this matchup, I think it could go either way.
Okay, like I hate this. The consistency thing about Koi is so weird because we talk about Koi and we know they're really good, but like people always bring back the consistency. That's why we can't put Koi in the top 2. Odamna, who's your top 2 team?
G2 KC.
That's everyone says that.
Of course.
But G2 barely made playoffs. They were 1 best of 1 away from with Fnatic to miss playoffs. So how can we put G2 on this pedestal, but MKoi doesn't even get the benefit of the doubt? The detriment of trust. It doesn't make sense at all.
Of course it makes sense. G2 always makes it. Even if they go lower bracket, they make it all the way up. MKoi doesn't really do that at all.
MKoi, every single time they make playoffs, they always have a miracle step up. You know this.
Yeah, it's a miracle.
You watch it every single split happen, but still without them, it makes no sense.
It's a miracle. Exactly what you said.
What a miracle! What are you talking about, Odo? MKoi, they had such a good documentary that they just released with Melzat, where he talked about very candidly what they need to do. And I feel like it's so refreshing to see a coach like Melzat because I've seen so many fraudulent coaches. And Melzat, to me, he understands really well what a coach needs to do. It's not about teaching players, it's about facilitating them.
Last year, when they went to Worlds, or 2 years ago, because it's the same thing, they said at Worlds that they're learning how to play the game.
Oh yeah, so we put KC on this pedestal. They didn't even make Worlds! Well, how can you compare KC, call them super consistent, but they didn't even make it there? It's unfair to compare MKoi to KC standards when they're playing in a tournament KC are not even on.
You're delusional when you compare them to G2.
We're not comparing them. We're comparing to everyone. Every time people talk about MKoi, they're like, KC is consistent, G2 is consistent. The reality is no team in our league is consistent. It's all about who steps up.
We all suck, yeah? But MKoi doesn't.
Sorry, he just took me completely down the road and just beat me up. No, nothing you say, Finn, makes sense.
Okay, explain why.
Because we're going to see today that Navi is going to clap MKoi.
You're so delusional.
Navi's going to clap MKoi. MKoi has an unbridled fan here.
Bro, I don't even care. I'll double down. Even if MKoi loses today, they're going to make a losers bracket run and they're going to come back.
It's time for MKoi versus Navi.
Let me go.
We'll get a fin check backstage as we take you into MKOI vs Na'Vi. Thank you very much for that passionate intro. Myself, Dagda, and Vedius will give you something akin to it, maybe with less abuse on the stage.
Yeah, I was curious what the straitjacket was doing backstage, but like, it all kind of makes sense now.
And it all lines up now, doesn't it?
I mean, coming into today's matchup, I do think that KOI should be considered favorites coming into this matchup. I mean, based on their pedigree and performance of last year, I think that they have earned that degree of respect. Obviously, though, people look at the performance from last week, the very controversial situation against Vitality, question marks will naturally arise against the level that KOI is bringing in today. But Na'Vi, their degree of consistency that they have showcased in terms of their objective control in particular is something that we'll be keeping our eyes on in this matchup.
And I do think like Na'Vi kind of have that similar idea, Vitality, of wanting to try and take these skirmishes in the early stages. And it's something that when we watched in the regular season, Na'Vi versus MKOI, it was Na'Vi trying to take fights in the enemy jungle, then end up coming back to bite them. So I think for this game, my eyes are going to be on the early stages to see, do we have a bit of a smoother early game from Na'Vi, or can we see this kind of three-man power of Elyoya, Jojo, Pyun, and Alvaro take over in the early stages against Na'Vi?
The difficulty in conversation always comes back to the fact that both these teams have leveled up, and as you'd expect, over the course of best of ones, they get towards the end of the season, they get towards playoffs, and they should be their final version of themselves. At least G2 showed that. But hell, for MKOI, the biggest question is, against Vitality, in that first game, they were like almost 5,000 gold down. There was a big moment there. They found their way back in, but regardless, MKOI have to show a lot more to get that respect you're talking about, Betty, because it's the same argument they had on stage, which is like, well, the pedigree from last year does count and the respect has to come through, but recency does matter. And for recency, Na'Vi are on a tear right now as we get you to pick a ban.
Now, let's see how things pan out. MKOI, they're going to be on the blue sides. Na'Vi choosing that second pick. Mr. MKOI, what are they prioritizing here? The Azir is open. We've seen this a bunch from Jojo. But is that something that they really want to value? The Talia has usually been Jojo's preference. He likes that matchup a lot more. It gives him a lot more agency. And it also nicely sets him up with Elyoya to fight for those early skirmishes.
It does mean, though, you got to decide, are you going for the Rumble, or are you going for the Azir, or are you going for the Talia, right? Because you kind of have that opportunity to swap around. I like the Azir ban coming in last from Na'Vi, because it means that...
Hang on, excuse me.
Zehen first pick.
We've decided after a week that Zehen is first pick priority. Yeah. That is quite an adaptation. Now, we've seen from Mir win this in the top lane. We've also seen this come through in the jungle for LEC.
Yeah.
So you could argue it's a takeaway from the Na'Vi jungle player, but it's that flexibility. We don't quite know yet where this Zehen is going.
It does mean, though, you can take things like, Rumble Pantheon, you can go for the Rumble Azir if you want to try and go for it. And just try and set yourself up for a very strong top side that can match into it. But, okay, they're going to take the Corki and try and solidify a strong bot lane for Sam D.
I feel like poking down the Zehen, okay, that's already one step, but matching that with a bit of mobility yourself, the Super getting his Ezreal.
Wow, KOI not wasting any time at all. Long range already. This is starting to work towards a front-to-back type comp. You've already built yourself a lot of poke and a lot of range to play around these neutrals.
It does mean, though, what do you do now? Pick mid or pick jungle? Because we haven't really seen LEC's pick drop into the second half of rotations for Na'Vi before. And you don't really want to give up things like a Talia or an Akali or one of these responses. So what is the plan? It is going to be Yone. Okay.
That's Obi's Yone. Exciting times.
First Yone of the year for him as well.
I mean, we've seen this matchup many times before. Eventually, Yone gets to a point where he hard outscales the Azir, especially in a side lane. But it's those team fights that you have to be very cautious of. While Yone can be a huge difference maker in the 5v5, that range discrepancy is always going to be the most important thing. Can Yone close the gap against an Ezreal and an Azir? You need some setup. And right now, Na'Vi, it's that CC that they're lacking to facilitate this Rumble Yone comp.
And that's why from MKOI, I'm looking at picks like Wukong that I can try and ban away. Some of these more engage-oriented junglers that can just make things a little bit more uncomfortable for Zehen or for Azir if they're on the back line. And there we go, going to continue with the Pantheon.
I think Na'Vi should really consider something like a Poppy ban, because think about Alistar, Rakan, Nautilus to a degree, but these champions that would just fit perfectly into Na'Vi's composition to provide them with those engages, removing the Poppy, unless they're worried about another range support that could come through from the side of KOI. Nami is that other one we have to take into consideration. Yeah. Often we see it paired alongside things like the Corki and Ezreal, but we haven't seen it from Paris this split.
Cassante goes instead, so it does leave that option open up and available to bring the Enchanter down. Lulu with Ezreal, not something you really normally talk about. It is Alvaro's second most played, though. We also have to remember that Bard still exists here for a bit of long-range engage, has been more popular in the LEC as Mundo disappears.
You do also have things like the Gwen that you can try and put towards Mirren in that top side if you want to. Good matchup into the Rumble. And already you're expecting that there's going to be another melee champion coming through from the jungle. So Gwen can get a lot of value against the Yone, the Rumble, and what looks like the Wukong that we were talking about.
But that's not Relech's style. I mean, yes, he has played it.
Yeah.
But like when you think of Relech and how he started the season, you think of these assassins, these big hitter junglers that are stolen away from the top lane. Gonna shut me up for now, though. He goes for the Xin Zhao. I guess that's part of the engage and the follow-up.
I mean, it's a very solid jungler, provides you with an easy way to start a fight in that he can just go in, and there's a decent amount of follow-up with both the Yone ult and the Rumble ultimate. The problem is that lack of utility that I think you really need against a very long-range composition. If Koi do choose to go for the Ornn, they will confirm that the Zehen is in the jungle, and they'll pick something relatively safe on the top side, but also give you more long-range engage. And right now, Koi is very much playing the range game.
Do you care enough about your engage to just slam a Brom on 5 here for Na'Vi? I mean, Brom against
you need engage.
Like you really do, but I got to throw it out there again because.
But how does Braum help you against this much poke? Would be the question. When you've got a Zia and Ezreal, Braum's just gonna he can mitigate some of it, but at a certain point, you're just in the war of attrition. You're eventually gonna fall short.
So that is a problem. It's a good point. So the angle there, good for MKoi. Thank you for the deduction as we get a bit more engaged from MKoi as well. All rounded, front to back now built up for Movistar. Yeah,
it would probably be the Alistar in response here for Paris. Like, decent into the Rel, can provide some tools for engagement as well. Unless you want to try and take the Nautilus, which can be a little bit more difficult in the matchup, especially going up against the Ezreal, but at least that point-and-click CC can almost be a guarantee.
Do you like Rakan here? Should I start throwing out more supports? Like Rakan follow-up, you think it needs more fundamental,
Yeah, you don't have... Rakan kind of wants to be the secondary engage, like follow up on stuff, but you just don't have it there. So,
good call.
Yeah, they're going to go with the Nautilus. Decent into the bot lane matchup, but definitely Ezreal can outplay on the hooks. It's just going to be a case of when we get to the later portion of the game, point and click onto Azir or Ezreal and hope that the Rumble ultimate and the Yone ults can follow up and you can immediately burst someone out in the fight.
So we've talked a lot about how Koi have a lot of range, but it's not that Na'Vi has no tools to deal with it, right? You've got both Xin and Yone that are quite good at being able to close that gap.
Yep.
The question then becomes, how effective is that follow-up behind them, especially when MKoi is playing this front-to-back style? Ultimately, what this is largely going to come down to is execution around these dragons, which I think Koi have come in very well prepared. They've gotten themselves a very good dragon team fighting composition, one that once you plant yourself in that dragon area, as long as you can deny the flanks, you just play that front to back, you leverage your range, and this is going to be a real test for Na'Vi. You guys are the dragon team in the LEC. You will be put to the test. Koi have come prepared, and we've seen teams beat Na'Vi by taking them apart at where they're strong. So let's see how Na'Vi navigate this this dragon situation and how they can get through this conflict.
It has been the only way to shut down the second seed that came out of the gates rolling. Again, with Los Ratonas out of the league, a lot of people are like, oh man, why do I come back and watch the LEC? Have you just been living under a rock? Have you not seen the story of Na'Vi, the story that in previous years MKoi were fighting to fill a slot for as well? We have a team that is the 6th seed running into this best of 3, that is a Spanish representative that has never failed to surprise us, that again, hit hard against Vitality, put themselves in this position, and are one step away themselves from moving to Barcelona. Remember, the winner of this best of 3 one single day, will lock yourself in the top 3 minimum. And it means you get to play on the big stage only next week away.
Which, as you say, Hysterics, would be incredible for a team like Na'Vi, who came in with a lot of question marks, but they have really delivered. And to take down MKoi with this would be astounding. But MKoi are no pushover. Sure, they had some ups and downs over the course of the split, but at this stage, I think they do. I kind of agree with Finn. I think they do deserve the onus to be recognized as a top team and that they can just turn it on when it gets to playoffs. And we're going to have to see if Na'Vi can try and keep those lights turned off.
Because, man, I tell you what, keeping vision around bot, Dagger, it's important. I know, Vetty, you're also mentioning he's coming in. Guys, we talk about this every time we talk about Na'Vi because this team is just so hell-bent on making bot lane their inhibitors. Or inhibitants, I should say. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say, Dagger?
Yeah.
fancy words to say Na'Vi love bot.
The most impressive thing is no team in LEC Versus has been able to get a soul against Na'Vi.
Yeah,
that's wild.
Of course, there is that minor caveat of when Na'Vi lose games, soul isn't there, right? But that's because Na'Vi is so hell-bent on contesting dragons, they're not just going to give you 4 for free. So they're a team that is very objective-orientated, and as we talked about in the draft, Koi have come prepared with this draft, ready to fight them in the 5v5. Early on, though, we've got to talk about the laning phase. You can see that pressure is in favor of Koi, both in mid and in bot. That bounce back in the top lane means that Rumble is getting pushed in just for the time being, but as this laning phase goes on, you will expect Rumble to have a little bit more agency and power once it gets a few more levels under his belt.
Yeah, usually you kind of think of Corki being a little bit stronger than the Ezreal in the early stages, but because of the matchup in the support role, it makes it a bit more difficult to get control. Rel has the crash down level 1, so she's able to outrange the Nautilus when it comes towards auto attacks and fighting for bush control. But also when she hits level 2, the Shattering Strikes get rid of the Titan's Wrath, that shield on the Nautilus. So even then, trying to trade effectively becomes really, really difficult. So you have to play on the back bus as the Nautilus in this matchup and look to go for hooks out of crash downs and hope you can set up a turnaround play.
I really love that point because the enhanced autos build a really successful trading pattern for the Nautilus in lane. Now, speaking of bot lane, MKoi get priority and they use that to get the early scuttle here for Elyoya. Now, Elyoya also, as he takes his scuttle, will be a bit behind the back, but you can see already Relech, while he's made his back, he has to get topside scuttle now.
I mean, this man in the jungle for Na'Vi is someone that I just love talking about just because of how much of an impact he's had on the scene. And this matchup is a great demonstration of that simply because it was Relech that introduced this Zehen into the LEC.
Sure.
Now, of course, we have been seeing it like over in the LCS. It was already played. But the fact is, this man brings these picks onto the Rift. He showcases his unique style of wanting to play these carry junglers. And Elyoya adopting that approach, recognizing the advantages and strengths of champions like this, and wanting to adopt it into his own play.
Oh, Sandy having to back away. Very close to actually getting hit with the crash down, but Super Navarro having a good time in this bottom side, just getting that poke and now forcing Navi back. As long as they can keep this control over the bottom side like now, it becomes significantly easier for them to lean that pressure then over into the Dragon in a couple of minutes, or in a minute's time. So I think MKoi going to try and keep at least one more wave pushed in, reset, push out a wave, and look for the Dragon.
And I love as well, they're using that pressure because they saw that Elyoya got bottom scuttle, they know one's going to be traded for Relech, then he has to do the respawns on the top side of the map, so they just have absolute freedom, and freedom for Super can always be a problem. If you weren't watching the Vitality series, the biggest takeaway has to be that, I mean, Super's still here, Super's still Super, and Super Duper Mr. Party Pooper put on a clinic in that best of 3.
I mean, the start of that Vitality series was rough for him. He started with a 0-4 scoreline, and then he went on this incredible kill streak. Like, the man is just running rampant after they were able to have that mental reset, and they bounced back in that first game. And yeah, our eyes are always on this man in the bot lane position. Obviously, there was that conversation that happened following the World Championship where he did not have the strongest performance. He recognized himself they didn't have the strongest performance. He wanted to make it up to the fans and to Koi, and eyes are often on him, and last week he definitely delivered for the squad.
I feel like when he's reliable, when he's that carry as well, MKoi play some of these more dangerous lanes. They have a mid laner that likes to play 50-50s in mid all the time, so Super needs to be reliable.
Interesting move from Elyoya though. So resets, picks up the longsword instead of the tunneler, giving him more damage in this fight immediately, which was the game plan. But also hasn't gone towards that bottom side just yet. Still waiting on the extra tick up on his jungle to come through, but has been sitting in mid for a little bit now.
Ulti, buffered, Poby, nice. He's out, Elyoya was there.
So instead of going immediately for his camp into, you know, a 1v1 on the Scuttle Crab, he's just stuck around mid, burnt that ultimate now on the mid laner, and is able to use Jojo Pyun's pressure to maybe go for it. But Relech, he already is in the river, so no Scuttle Crab. So level 6 would be ticked over first by Relech.
Thanks to Betty's lovely finger, he's just showed me we've ticked up on the smite as well from Relech. A good note, especially when mid is a bit of focus, but Relech can't get in. Jojo still has himself a flash and shifting sands available. So as Relech crosses, it's all about the Scuttle Crab spawn up in the top side of the map, giving Poby a bit more of extension in the 1v1. But yeah, Jojo's winning that as well. With the double Shattering Strike, we go to bot. Paris, stretch line in, but Super Arcane shifts. Really nice trading here again from the MKoi Eddie carry.
It's Paris taking the brunt of the damage, whereas Super's getting a little bit low himself. That Dragon, I'm eyeing it up, and it looks like, look at Relech's pathing here. Koi read what's happening on the map. Relech seeing that involvement in the bot side of the map, secured the Scuttle Crab, got level 6, now contesting the blue buff, knowing that he has Prio on the top side. Has the smite, and he steals it away from Elyoya. And Elyoya, sure, he can start clearing from his top camps down, but Relech recognizing that the amount of time that Elyoya spent there, I wonder how much knowledge he had of Elyoya's bot side Krugs, because he has to have read that with Relech being on his Gromp while Elyoya was contesting the mid play, that meant that he skipped his Krugs, and I wonder if he then read that and saw it as an opportunity to steal away the blue buff.
Yeah, especially because you could look at the jungle camp tick up, right? 4 camps per lot, and hadn't actually picked up his full clear. So I think that's basically what you're playing off there, going, all right, he's going to have to go back in to get his Krugs if he wants to get his full clear, which means that then you got an opportunity to try and play for it, or he's going to use that play on bot lane to go for Dragon, so I have time to sneak away. So nice job by Relech to put himself in a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's subtle things like that that really highlight how talented of a player Relech is. He's very close now to level 7. The Dragon has been started off by Elyoya. When he made his debut onto the stage, he kind of took the LEC by storm himself. And he's a player that we'll be keeping our eyes on in this matchup, as with the pride that they have in bot lane, with the Azir now returning to lane, Elyoya should feel relatively safe to secure this. Keeping my eyes still on Relech, and it looks like he is saying, we do not want to fight this first dragon, so respect is going to come through. And first dragon will be handed over to Koi.
Beautiful interrupt there as well with the True Shot Barrage. Puts behind a wave, and you can see that Super's going to get the push in here too. Even though thanks to the movement speed you get out of base now, not much will be denied, especially on a cannon wave, but regardless, MKoi with tempo in the bot lane is a good thing to see.
It also stopped the potential freeze coming in for Sam D here, because you knew that jungler was going to be pathing bottom side, and if Sam D had reset, he'd be able to catch the wave just out from tower.
Yeah.
Our enemy jungler Relech would be here to help secure that, and you know that the Zahen has to go and clear his own jungle. So from that perspective, I think pretty good for MKoi to just stop the reset and prevent any sort of setup in the wave management there.
There's small plays like that. Again, we talked about how important bot was for Na'Vi, and MKoi getting on the board first is a very, very big thing for the start of this series. Now Grubs are in question. Relech moving up top side. Vision secured. He starts them off, but we've got to pause. Elyoya's at the bottom side of that. Don't worry, guys. Hey, no drama. Relax, relax. Okay, have a sip of your beer, whatever's going on in the audience there. Just relax. Everything's all good, right? We're on opposite sides of the map. No one's fighting. They're not even talking.
It looks like players already conducting.
I was going to say, yeah.
Someone had to maybe go to the toilet. I don't know. No one really stood up. So
I was going to say, that's a very quick move to the bathroom.
Yeah, someone sprinted. Did the, what was it, DRX, DK? Who was it? Who all went to the bathroom recently?
I don't know.
Oh, man, League of Legends passed me by. I can't believe it's already March.
Yeah.
Apparently we had a quick black screen. Yeah, so we just had to quickly
DPI
pause.
cable, you just got to make sure that's plugged in. Happens to me all the time. Middle of a ranked game, just kick your computer a couple of times, you'll be right. All right, now that's back in. Welcome. Grubs were the only thing being taken, so it is going to be an objective swap in the end as Poby crashed down. Yeah, small interrupt, but you can't keep him in place there as he just snaps back, and all 3 Grubs go to Relech in the meantime.
Okay, so early objective trades. I do think that in the current meta, Grubs do feel much weaker than what we've seen, but remember that Manta has had decent push in this top side of the Rift. It is going to be valuable to him as he continues to put pressure on this Ornn. A decent amount of magic resist has now been built up for Mirwin, of course, but that's not going to stop the Rumble from keeping that push on the top side. Meanwhile, in this middle lane, we can see Alvaro hovering around, ulti.
Okay, snap back, flash clean, Alvaro! Oh my god, this guy!
Beautiful from Alvaro with the Shattering Strike, denying any sort of play from Poby. Had the flash, had the ult, had no chance to react.
Excellent play there from the mid support combo of this, Azir and Renata. And setting up the Q into the flash connect. Excellent display of mechanics from Alvaro. Secures first blood for Koi. Almost built themselves up now about a 1k gold lead, and that whole gold lead sitting on Jojo.
All right, let's look at the replay again, because as you said, claim from Alvaro, but Jojo's been snapping the lane for a while.
Yeah, I mean, Jojo kind of just setting it up there, getting the pushback, keeps himself safe, but Shattering Strike into the flash, sets it up beautifully. And Poby, just didn't have a chance. So you're seeing a fairly sizable lead now opening up for Jojo in that mid lane.
Yeah.
Poby just kind of has to take the brunt of the damage with the matchup, but now with that kill, Jojo's in a good spot.
An interrupt again, Poby stops it back here, but remember, Poby's the one that initiated the matchup as well. He saw this Azir, instead of picking up something like the Talia, it's like, no, pick me the Yone instead for the composition. So it's going to have to pay off in the long run as MKoi now lead by 1,000 gold.
Also, from what I've seen, when you end up in this matchup in the top lane, Mainter hasn't actually been getting as much value as you could in this topside matchup. Traditionally, you're able to get a significantly larger gold lead at this stage, thanks to the first strike, thanks to your ability to like push in very effectively against the Ornn and work on these turret plates. But pushing over kind of the 12-13 minute mark is kind of where I'd expect to see a little bit more of a gold lead. But I suppose he is about to take another turret plate, so at least that gold lead should open up a little bit more now.
Overall, a relatively calm early game. I was expecting a little bit more violence over things like early Scuttle and early Dragons between the two junglers. That matchup was really what I kept my eyes on, but it's been pretty timid. Roulette just found some nice counter jungle opportunities, and you can see he does have a small camp advantage over Elyoya. But that first Dragon of the game did go Elyoya's way, and with the next one spawning in about a minute 15, that is likely where we need to keep our eyes. Is
ask and you shall receive, Betty, I think, because we're going to get a fight in the river at the very least. MKOI starting it off. Alvaro gets stretch line in to kick us off, and Paris is stunned up. Call the forward god going to be layered down onto 2. Major keeping in place, or rather kept in place. A searing charge up. Well, Jojo just got the free hit. His ulti shoved the Bioshock dude into the wall, and MKOI walk away above it all.
I mean, MKOI had a much better position there, able to walk in towards River first, set up for their plays, and it felt like a bit of a scramble from Na'Vi to get the Scuttle and hope for the best afterwards.
I mean, Na'Vi got the Scuttle Crab, and they have two angles of attack. You've got the Rumble and the Zin on the top, and then you've got the Nautilus and the Yone on the bottom. But KOI are just playing this front to back. They're keeping Jojo protected, and they turn their attention onto Paris. Good CC comes down onto the Azir, but the Rumble is not used on the Azir. So it feels like that the coordination that we're seeing come through just isn't quite there from Na'Vi in the fight, and KOI is quick to punish
And you see Alvaro there again. The Magnet Storm disengages Poby from the ulti, and then Jojo just boops him away. So once again, this support doing, Cinema agreed to Mr. Non-Stop with a 5. As Jojo continues pushing up in this lane. Another plate here for the taking on the next wave. As Dragons up in 3 seconds. Gents, we talked about this. Feels like a must to get Na'Vi back in the driver's seat as MKOI are starting to run this game a little bit more.
Absolutely. I mean, Jojo is in such a fantastic position, and this Azir is only going to continue to get stronger.
Yeah.
The idea behind the Yone is that you get to a certain point in the game where you can out-trade that Azir, but Poby is still a ways away from that. Blade of the Ruin King is such an important item spike for him, which means that Na'Vi shouldn't really feel strong enough to contest.
Paris caught out, Dredgeline gets the wall. Alvaro still looking for the chase. Super with the ulti, close to getting a kill. Paris survives, but the Dragon does not.
And when we talk about ways in which Na'Vi lost during the regular season, it was when teams were prepared for their Dragon-focused approach. We talked about how KOI came in with a very Dragon-orientated draft, and look at this, they're now 2 Dragons up, they've leveraged their prior well, they punish Na'Vi from even entering anywhere into the river, and like, I had to add this extra bit. Normally, we would expect coming into this matchup, the jungle champions to be swapped. This is the type of playstyle that you would expect to be seeing from Relech, that carry solo style. Taking that away from him, I wonder how much of an impact that has had as well.
Ulti buffers, turret shot going to be taken. Relech hovering in the wings, 1 turret shot to go with as Poby just walks it back, but Jojo's ulti now down.
But I do love the way MKOI have been playing this. They're moving Alvaro with Elyoya towards mid and denying Na'Vi the access that they want to actually help out Poby in this matchup. And at that stage, Jojo just gets to use his strong lane mechanics that we already knew he had and a good matchup to just start accelerating this gold lead. And as long as they're able to keep that pressure, it's transitioning from that mid lane, moving towards the Dragons, moving towards these early skirmishes, and it's the exact same thing we saw from MKOI in the regular season when they beat Na'Vi.
I think it's the dichotomy of Jojo, isn't it? Sometimes this guy, you know, like, he can go 0-3 in the early game in the lane because he oversteps, but this game he's playing it just right as Poby snaps back, but again, he's not getting anything done versus Jojo, and Elyoya just always seems to be holding his hand.
I think that Jojo is the type of player that plays for dominating his lane. And I think that we've seen this pretty consistently throughout his career. One of my favorite stories from back in the day was when he met Caps for the first time on the international stage, and then he played it into that Anivia, and he was like, I've never even seen this champ, right? And he got a bit of a humbling, and then since then it felt like that he just continued to evolve both in NA, and then he moved over to EU, and he's only continued to grow here as well. But lane dominance has kind of always been something that he has had a huge investment of, And even at the end of last year, we were saying that as far as laning mid goes, it was Jojo that sat at the top.
Yeah.
He was pretty consistently getting the better of Caps in that shredded 1v1, but the map was where Caps could often get the better of him. And it feels like that this year, while it's been very inconsistent during the regular season, Jojo's someone that's never faltered from his I aim to try and win my lane playstyle.
Which is why it said a lot when Caps was like, actually, I think the other two mid laners I'm most worried about are Poby and Yahoo. And it looks like Jojo took that personal.
Yeah.
To be like, well, what are you doing, Caps? Look at this, because Poby, he's about to go down again.
He's about to show, well, maybe Caps was wrong. The fate is out, but the dredge line is not in. Now when the wind becomes lightning, Elyoya, he's going to have to pop the ulti to escape for now. At least for Na'Vi, they saved their turret, if only just, as Emkoi run away.
If how long have they saved it for? Jojo, he wants that further injection of gold. He has his sights set on that first Tower Blood. And all of the stats that Na'Vi had dominated coming into this series, Koi is looking to ruin those stat lines and build themselves up a very compelling and convincing early game.
It's just such a clinic right now. Still that 1k gold lead, but regardless for Emkoi, they've gotten through these lanes. You gents have also talked about, you know, some of these first items I know coming across the board. That 2 dragon stack when you have an Ornn, Azir, Ezreal to pivot around the fights. Going to be hard for Na'Vi to approach as Poby looks to be all in, but Jojo does sidestep or at least just walk straight.
That's why I'm curious to see how Emkoi plays this next couple of dragons, because I think at this stage, you kind of outscale. Like, at least when it comes towards how strong Na'Vi are, just off of a single item spike, like Leone, the Triforce for the Corki, same when you look at that Leandries for the Rumble in the top side.
Yeah.
So if I was in Emkoi's spot, there is an argument for, okay, we're not going to fight Dragon. Instead, we're going to transition Azir to the top side, try and get some of these plates and that tower in the top end of the map, first tower gold onto this Azir, and make sure that we can actually parry from there into a good spot.
Good knock up in the meantime, though. Mainta is getting burnt down himself. Call the Ford God is great as well. And Alvaro pops the ulti, but in the 3v3, I think Emkoi have it in spades. Elyoya pivots out, and meanwhile, again, Mirwin gets a bellow breath, but Na'Vi have support. Okay, Poby helped out the players. Na'Vi bring in all 5, but right now, mid and bot is burning.
That's exactly it. Oh! Oh! That was close. Mainta just barely able to live thanks to the shield from his W. But yeah, Koi, they committed to the 3 versus 3. Na'Vi made the decision, right, we'll bring the boys up. We'll make it a 5 versus 3. But then Koi said, okay, we'll take that trade. Look at the gold lead that Jojo now has. That is a 2.4k gold advantage on the Azir after securing the first tower in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I like the idea from Na'Vi, which is we're not going to be able to hold on to that bot lane tower, so let's try and make a play elsewhere. But they were kind of late on the transition. And also, you know, Poby had to invest his TP to get here for the fight. So by the time they arrive, yes, they end up getting 1. But the fact that you get that bot lane tower and you lose a wave in the bottom side as well, doesn't really end up adding up in the match stage.
Ultimately, like, what did Na'Vi even get off the back of that? Hopefully this dragon is what they're saying right now. The resets have come through. They're contesting the objective. The Herald has dropped.
Yep. I'm going to leave that with the people at home while this dragon continues to go teleport in. Mirwin needs to make a play, but it's already taken down. Na'Vi get the Drake equalizer down is good, but Mainta's already ticking down. Oyo's just sitting on him and hitting him big. You saw a great knockup, but I see even better engages. Bit of a whiff there from Poby, rather to get on out as Arrow finds right-hand side of the fight, and Jojo got a kill on the back end of it as well. A dreaded return onto Sam D, and Elyoya is cultivating war once again.
My goodness, the front to back from Koi is clean. The 3-man knockup from Mirwin. I think that may have been a 5-man ulti from Super. Like, that Ezra ulti connected onto so many members. Koi lose the dragon. They do find themselves with a kill, and it looks like they're going to try and get this tower as well. Do they feel healthy enough to get it? Super buying up that low health Samdi.
Well, easy turret, easy day for Super. He's also on a bit of a lead now, 700 gold.
This is where we start to see the question marks going towards Na'Vi, though. They got the dragon, which does help, but one of the big questions around Na'Vi has been, how do they play from a deficit? And at the moment, it's Emkoi kind of giving a ring around them.
He's deep for this. Elyoya is going to get the dreaded return, and in Relection's in a 1v3. No backup. True shot barrage caught out. Bad timing to invade, and Emkoi know it.
Absolutely. He didn't have the proper support. But let's look back at this play. The dragon gets rushed down, the Herald gets dropped. So the TP comes through from Koi, and now they want to play the front to back. Poby's trying to zone them away. The Rumble ultimate is good, but look at this ulti from Super. Connects onto 4. Then the knockup from Mirwin also connecting as well. Once that combo comes through, Na'Vi is forced to retreat. And this is what we meant when we said Koi play with so much range. Na'Vi invested so much to secure that dragon, there was little they could do to fight back.
It also, to me, though, says that, like, Na'Vi don't look particularly comfortable playing this kind of short-range composition. Like, there was nobody on a flank. There was nobody trying to fish for angles. It was, hey, we're going to sit front to back and just play into the strengths of what MKOI are bringing to the table. So while MKOI, 100% playing fantastically in the fights, I do think I want to see more from Na'Vi in these situations about how they approach these fights.
I just need a moment to talk about this, though. So much been going on. Have I been living under a rock? Like, I'm surviving right now and no sleep being a new parent, but that's not normal, is it? Am I missing something in the patch?
So I've seen a couple of like mid laners start to build it more and more, especially over in the LCK. I think the idea in this sort of situation is the only way you really lose a fight is if you get caught by, you know, Rumble ultimate into the Yone, or Yone ultimate into the Rumble ultimate. So I think the idea is having a little bit more mobility for Jojo here in case he needs to try and get around things. But yeah, I think that's all.
It gives you haste, it gives you AP, it gives you health, and it gives you mobility.
Okay, well, that's all you need of a Z. Jojo, show us how. Paris, he's caught out under turret. Emperor's Divide and Depth Charge, trying to get Paris out, but Elyoy is just over the wall. A couple of good picks keep building up, and MKOI keep taking them for free.
I mean, to me, this feels very much like a game where Koi has come in with such a clear and deliberate plan of, okay, you want to play around objectives? Fine. We'll draft to meet you at those objectives. But the biggest experience gap that exists between these two teams is how Koi builds leads without the reliance on objectives. They are very good at punishing you in your rotations. They will contest your red buff. They'll contest your Krugs. They'll contest anything that can be fought over, and if you're not ready for it, you'll end up getting punished. And that right there was a clear example. Paris is between his tier 1 and tier 2 turrets.
Boy, call the Forge God, hang on. I don't know if there's a 1v1, but mate, he's not going to get 1v1, is he? Elyoy is back again! This guy lives rent-free in top, bot, and mid. Every single lane is here. Dreaded return, and Mater, where do you think you're going? Flash away, but no, he's dead, ladies and gentlemen. He'll be slowed down. He'll be caught. No! Never, ever say die. Never give up. That's the inhibition there.
Nearly got hit by the True Shot Barrage as well, but just barely able to survive. Look at his HP as he goes back to base. But the fancy footwork is huge. You don't get the trade on the opposite side. It's tower for Na'Vi and position on the Baron.
Dredgeline's going to start another fight. Avro just crashes down out. I don't know what inhibition is. You know the word I was looking for?
Inhibitions?
Maybe, yeah. He just never give. I mean, that was smooth. And the fact that Mater got out, again, when he has the gold lead on Na'Vi, I think important enough. That flash is going to be down, but still, Mater gets more time in the wave, he gets more time on the Rift, and right now, Na'Vi need a bit of gold in one carry, and I guess it's going to be him.
It was a funny demonstration of one of the weaknesses of Zehen, which is that he struggles to stick onto a target, which is why often you will see Zehens build Stridebreaker to help you stay stuck onto a target. But Rumble has a movement speed steroid, and Ornn don't have enough CC to mitigate that movement speed steroid.
I do think, oh, hang on, as the TPs come through for Dragon.
6 seconds now.
You got push on bot side from Mirwin, who can try and come across, but Na'Vi may just try and bait the Baron area as his third Dragon only.
These 2 deep wards.
Depth charge, hang on a minute, equalizer there as well, but Alvaro does it again. His 3-man Magnustorm might be a sacrifice, but MKOI couldn't get in. It looked beautiful, but beauty sometimes in the eyes of the beholder. As Poby looks for the further engage, MKOI disengage, and down goes Alvaro, 5 versus 4 for Drake.
Well, that was a very early engage when Koi wasn't really in position, so Na'Vi will take the pick, but Koi is still hovering around. 3 versus 5 right now.
Mirwin doesn't have ulti until now. Dragon's going down 2k. Elyoy want to steal on the back end, but it's Smiter down. Call the Forge God, but a searing charge! Interrupted for the ulti though. Mirwin can't get the double knockup. His Bella's breath does work, but the lightning in the back line onto Jojo. Relaxes ulti, he re-engages Mirwin, running for his life. Well, now the ulti instead from Elyoy. He's looking for his cultivation of war, but as he fights away, Poby stops him in his track. Jojo finds the back end of the fight. Relax, heals, sent into the sky, not once but twice. Now down he goes. Meanwhile, Super takes on the rest of it. It looks so chunky, but Super made it his own.
Super comes back in at the end of the fight and cleans it up for Movistar Koi. What a play from their AD carry.
I mean, Super saved the whole fight. 4 versus 5 felt way too ambitious for Koi to contest this. The Ornal doesn't connect. Alyoya really can't get involved in the fight, and that front line is just slowly starting to melt. Look at these HP bars. Jojo's getting chunked out. He's forced to retreat, and the HP looks low, but keep your eyes on Super. Q after Q is connecting. It's connecting onto key targets while he keeps at arm's length. He has done so much damage to SamD. I think every single Q connects onto SamD, and he ends up saving the whole fight. Huge credit to Super. A very much deserved triple kill.
Okay, not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. Super with 4. 2.7k now leading with Jojo. That person cannot believe it. They think they're in church. And we're at this point where MKOI suddenly, they might have lost the Dragon, but they have just taken over this game with gold. 6,000 from one fight.
Yeah, I mean, the not getting dragons is actually becoming a little bit of a problem, because that's 2 now that have kind of been stuck away by Na'Vi, even though they've lost the fight. You still have a big gold lead, but definitely that would kind of be the nail in the coffin if you could get something like the Elder. Still though, with the advantage they have, they are getting turrets and they can look to try and play through side lanes. My only concern will be kind of Poby as he hits towards that later portion of the game. The more time that he has to come online, the more chances he might have of hitting a big ultimate.
I like this ward that Na'Vi does have on the top side of the Baron. Alvaro is in a bit of danger.
Oh, Relech is in more though, isn't he? Alvaro turns into a good engage. The circle comes out, so Crescent Guard is now down. Super was ramping, ready to go in with his 3, almost 4 items.
There's just no vision for Relech, so he had no idea where anyone was.
And he
so
just stopped Baron.
Yeah. And I think that's what they're going to do, yeah.
Corky
Immediately
backed.
just started up.
SamD's gone. SamD needed his LDR. He's got his 3rd item, but at what cost?
Well, this is not the quickest Baron take right now, but they can move members over. Rumble will have to TP in, but can they even take the fight at this stage?
5K,
I think it's gone.
4K, dredge lining, or the forward gone, and Alvaro does it again! It's a bomba in the air! Everybody gets sent up, and MKOI make it so game 1 goes down.
The beauty of a wombo combo never ceases to amaze. 3-man connect with Alvaro, 3-man knockup, just beautifully done from Koi. They get the Baron,
and Alvaro's going to do it again. He only finds one with the Shattering Strike, but does it really matter? It is a big one in Mainta, and it is a big game from MKOI.
Nowhere is safe from MKOI in game number 1. Na'Vi struggling to find their footing, but MKOI, they're just cracking up in the base. They're going to crack a turret on top side. I don't think they'll end the game just yet, but it's firmly in their hands.
I mean, they've come in with a clear game plan. They executed upon it beautifully. And while they did make a mistake in that middle lane, with Alvaro's engage coming out too early, the individual star power that this roster has comes up clutch. They outplay in the team fight. They secured the Baron. And Koi looking dominant in game 1 of this best of 3.
It's just been a clinic put on by the support and jungle again. When they sync up, everything looks perfect. And as you were saying, Dag, the zone control here was gnarly while Baron's going down.
I mean, Alvaro just sees his moments. The crash down with the ultimate, the follow-up. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
You've seen those really good window cleaners when they get it perfect on the windshield. That's what that's like.
Yeah.
No marks, no residue. The dirt is gone. And for Na'Vi in this game, now that they're in that said dirt, 11k. That's what they're fighting up against. We said, oh, they need to scale, they need to play this game. I guess slowly get themselves on the board after a couple of items. But the space and the speed has been in MKOI's back pocket all game long.
I mean, we wanted to see a stronger performance from them. Like that whole early game against Vitality, things were falling apart, but so far in this game, they've demonstrated excellence. Now, Baron buff, they still have a minute left. You can see that timer in the top left of your screen. They've been able to gain a decent chunk of gold off the back of this Baron, and there's one more tier 2 tower for them to secure. Poby's on the other side of the rift looking to try and cross-map. If you can get a little bit more gold, maybe you can finish that Infinity Edge, and then maybe there's a miracle fight that Na'Vi can find.
Yeah, I like what MKOI are doing at the moment, though. They have this Baron buff, use it instead of going for the Dragon. Should be able to crack up the base, but the reset now from Poby. And Na'Vi, do they try and fight to hold the inhibitor?
Well, Meerwan can easily step up and absorb any poke that Na'Vi have to offer. Double inhibitor now down. It's only top to go, but Baron has done enough of a job to break down the knees of the base from Na'Vi's bot side.
Because MKOI just get to fall back towards the Dragon now. Unless, do they just look fish for the pick?
Again, trying to pull back Relech. Poke in from Jojo as well. Next waves are coming in, but as you said, Dragon's there. That's a freebie. And MKOI just going to peel off.
I'm still waiting for the rocket belt play from Jojo. I've been trying to keep my eyes on
Have you seen him use
he's
it yet?
used that. I don't think I have.
Maybe
I
mid
think
off screen.
maybe in the wombo combo. I wasn't looking in the wombo combo, so he might have used it for a bit of extra damage there. But yeah, that's going to be another dragon secured for Koi. With 2 inhibitors secured, I mean, this game is pretty much done. 15 kills to 3. I mean, there's been 5 dragons in this game. Credit for Na'Vi for being able to get some of them away, but really, from start to finish, Koi have shut Na'Vi down. And I mean, this is a demonstration of while Na'Vi this split have had a very clear and solid approach, there are limitations to this singular approach. And a team like Koi that basically have many tools in their toolkits, it demonstrates how you can exploit and punish a team that can come across as quite predictable. And funnily enough, BDS many years ago, when they were the Dragon team in the LEC.
used this comparison last series,
yeah, I mean, this was the thing that they stopped them from really being able to contest those top spots, was that many considered them to be one-dimensional and many other teams found ways to punish them.
True. I mean, it's a nice comparison as well, since we have that coaching staff in line. Sam D just dodging away from True Shot Barrage, but top is now next natural wave as Jojo plays with bot. Mid's getting pushed, or rather being pushed by Super just moments ago. Or someone on the minimap. Regardless, there's so much pressure in. Na'Vi looking for a play, but Mirwin just does not take damage. That's a new problem. He's dancing in front of the wave with whatever this drill skin is. This looks so Malfighty, this skin, it's crazy.
This and the Galio skin are very sick.
Yeah, what is it? Is this, what's with the drill? What is this one?
I think it's mecha something, but
oh, it's gotta be.
It's looking pretty mega right now.
I see a wall there, and I see Alvaro again! Oh my god! It's like we're at a kid's birthday party. Everyone into the bouncy castle! Everyone in! It's so much fun for everyone except Na'Vi, the one kid left in the middle who can't get out!
Memkoi have deflated the Na'Vi bounce house. There's nothing left. The party's over. But they have to see if they can do it one more round.
A very clean game 1 from Koi. A very strong performance, a clear game plan, well executed. Koi looking strong in this best of.
Ben asked them how much they slapped in that first game. Over to Super.
I will not ask that. I want to ask you, what went through your mind when you hit that nasty Q flash of the Cork in that Dragon fight?
I mean, yesterday I was talking with my editor about the YouTube clips, so he wanted more TikToks. I did for him.
TikToks, right. Okay, one more question. You have to choose one word of the day. What word are you channeling today with the rest of your performance?
I mean, I just want to play well, no dopamine, just good gameplay and do the best.
That's more than one word, but thank you so much, Supa. You get to go backstage now. As I will now head back slowly towards my good friends over at the analyst desk, because I've been thinking a little about Odoamne, because before the show, he was talking very candidly about how he believes that MKOI could never win against Na'Vi, that MKOI could never beat Na'Vi. He was so sure about himself. So now, Odoamne, let me ask you a question as I'm the new interviewer here. What do you think about Na'Vi's performance there?
It was.
He has a mic.
It was quite ass, to be honest. I mean.
Yeah, it was ass.
I mean, I did say it. The only way where I feel like MKOI would be able to challenge Na'Vi would be if they go back to what they were doing, very well in their prime days. I would say, last year, 2 years ago, even like, at certain moments this split when they hit their peak, because the way they found fights outside of the Dragon objectives where Na'Vi was shining was just impeccable. Okay, stop mugging, Finn. Like, you're just sitting there mugging
Are you
silence.
telling me that it's hard to judge a team from best of 1 regular season of actual strength? And actually, when you get to best of 3s, you actually start to seeing the team real strength. Wait, what?
Bro, Finn, so what you're doing now is literally like, oh, I had the dream and I woke up and the dream is real, so the dreams must always be real. Come on, Finn, like, chill out.
Okay, I mean, it sounds like someone is a little bit grumpy that he got the wrong prediction.
I think so too. Odoamne mocked by Finn on LEC.
It's a first, It's the first time for Finn, so
it is.
congrats for him for that.
But hey, in a way, Odoamne, you did lay out the exact win condition or the avenue for winning for MKOI against Na'Vi, because you said they're the best Dragon team. They have huge emphasis on the Dragons. Now, what happens when you can test them elsewhere?
Well, we saw it. If we can already roll the clip, because Alvaro and Eluya, they're just playing so incredibly well, even outside of this wombo combo, which is great at the Drake. But we saw them constantly attack and find skirmishes, not around the objectives. This was probably the one chance that Na'Vi had to get back into the game, but this is where Supa popped off incredibly hard.
I mean, Supa popped off this fight, but I feel like the game plan, which is so solid from MKOI, they secured Supa a good bot lane matchup.
Yep.
So they could push and take the first dragon. Then we see Alvaro snowballing the game with a really good roam towards mid, which was also set
Exactly,
up
this was the one.
by the Estral and the bot lane matchup. I feel like it was just so butter and bread. It was their bread and their butter.
Good.
And it was just classic MKOI, winning bots, Alvaro roaming, Jojo and Alvaro Elyoya taking skirmishes. This is what we know this team to do so well. And seeing them go back to their strengths and just honing in on that, I think was really convincing.
Yeah,
And this is where I want Navi to level up a little bit more, because we saw something that is atypical when it comes to Navi. We saw Poby on the Yone. So Poby, for the whole spread, pretty much, his biggest strength was the control mages. He would get priors, he would go to objectives first and control it. And for now, it felt like they did a little swap between him and Jojo, because he didn't really, I mean, he didn't play well at all, you know?
Yeah.
But he also, earlier in the split, he had an Akali game where it was also quite lackluster, while his best individual performances are on those control mages. So that's my biggest criticism of the Navi draft when it comes to this, because I feel like you've been doing this for the whole split and it's been working incredibly well. You don't need to change it, because with the way they approach these situations was kind of like, you know, the muscle memory that Poby would be playing these champions, would be having these situations, and they can just, you know, plug and play the situations like they normally are.
Yeah, and I also agree with what Verio said during the cast, that usually
That's
when
a
you think, usually when you see these jungle matchups, you would think that Elyoya will be playing the Xin Zhao and the Rilesh would be on the Zahen.
Yeah.
But I feel like Elyoya just looked so comfortable this game. He looked, except for that one blue buff invade, I think he got the better out of Rilesh in every single fight. And I kind of want to see Rilesh have a little bit more options in the fights, because I feel like you brought it up earlier, Odom, during your teamfight review, how Rilesh walks up and takes space, he sustains a lot, he needs these dashes to kind of create the angles for the rest of Navi to persevere. And I feel like this game was a little bit too stock standard, a little bit too binary in how they could play the game, and I want to see them have more options.
Yeah, lore-wise, also Zahen versus Xin Zhao. That was always going to go this way, like...
I mean, it always goes like this, because we saw it even in the movie, right?
Right.
The season release, I was like, oh, Zahen,
Yeah, we
you're
got
so
it.
OP.
We got it.
But yeah,
Don't worry.
absolute
Thanks for
kino.
explaining my joke. That's really awesome. So for Navi, though, you had a lot of faith in them, right? And I think you rightfully identified the points that they do have. They're very good at fundamentals. Alvaro said the same. But now comes the point where you really have to level up. You talked already about the mid lane, but then we have to take everything into account. Now all those things that we're praising about the new players, about the situation that they're stepping into, about the redemptions for Poby, right? This is now where you got to put your mouth where your money is.
Exactly, because now you're
about this.
now you're forced. Now your hand is being forced. You need to show a little bit more. You need to level up. You need to show more in a series, because either you go back to what made you good, or you're forced to adapt and show new things, which so far MKOI, you know, they went back to what was good. But this is where, you know, because we have this whole storyline of like, oh, Navi is great, they're the rookies, they're going to be doing incredibly well. These are the moments where they need to level up and do a lot more. Otherwise, it's just another sad rookie story.
Hey, they have a lower bracket. It's not that sad. Okay, sad-ish.
I'm setting them up for success later.
Okay,
you know?
got it.
He's planting little seeds.
Yeah.
And I would also like to put the money where Caps' mouth is. Because I thought Cap said that Poby was the best laner, Kyahu is the best laner. I didn't hear Jojipun in that, but it looks like Jojipun was just demolishing Poby in lane. So I want to see, especially as you say, and we need to see more from Navi, and I think that starts in lane.
Yeah.
We need to see the bot lane and the mid lane show a little bit more in the early game. Either integrate Rilesh more in your laning phases or try to get individual leads, because it needs to start with these dragons. And if you don't win those early lanes, it's hard to get those early dragons.
Good point.
And even now, with the fact that they choose second pick, I think it's extremely important for them, because they do recognize that, hey, maybe the jungle matchup wasn't exactly what we want. We want a little bit more flexibility. We want a little bit more power in the draft, so that we can play, you know, the cliche, we can play our game and not give them the easy way out. I think it's a good approach, and I'm extremely curious to see how they do that. Will they find the flex pick for Rilesh? Will Minter finally get to play a funny champion, or is he still on a tank? You know, those are questions that I need answers for.
Yeah, let them play their game. We'll see if Navi can bounce back in this one. It's Movistar KOI that is one game up, and it is looking towards Barcelona, because they absolutely want to qualify to play in front of their home crowd. But we'll be right back with game 2.
Johnny no flash. Coming Jojo. Help me. Oh. I can come Suba. Go Nash. Nice. No, we finished. There's no flash. 4K.
Madre mía.
Bomber. Okay, I go top.
It's looking pretty mega right now.
I see a wall there, and I see Alvaro again! Oh my god! It's like we're at a kid's birthday party. Everyone into the bouncy castle! Everyone in!
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
On another level, to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. No one above me.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Well, MCOY slapped a bit in game number 1, didn't they? Because hot damn, that was an insane start as Lux and Garen are welcoming us to game number 2. Shout out to our amazing cosplay community here and all the fan art around that's been around for LEC Versus. Keep them coming as Yeah, you know what? I wish I was like as talented to make stuff like that, man. Sometimes I
wish I
think.
had shoulders like that. It's like,
True. You do, Dagda. You do.
Well,
you know?
Navi's going to need some shoulders like that to pick up a stronger performance.
Good
after,
one. Well done. That was
after game
Oh,
one.
11 years in casting, and that's what you came up with.
That's what I came up with, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, we're going to have to see some pretty significant changes because Koi came in very well prepared.
Yep.
They shut down systematically exactly how Na'Vi like to win games, and they tore them to pieces. So huge credit to Koi. Let's see how Na'Vi can evolve as we move into game 2.
And I think it was interesting to see the way the draft developed because most of the focus has been on mid lane when we look across things like the Azir and the Orianna. But with the Orianna banned, Na'Vi went to secure the core key to make sure they could have the strong bot lane. But bot lane didn't go the way that they were hoping for. They definitely didn't get control over mid lane. And I felt like in that position, then you're kind of just in a difficult spot across the map. So I'm curious coming into game number 2 if we see more of a focus from Na'Vi towards that mid lane and securing a strong matchup for Poby.
Right. So as we get onto draft, what are those ban priorities? We did see some early jungle focus on things like the Jarvan was taken away. We've also seen Yunara being consistently added to the ban pool. I'm interested as to what the priority will be this time around as Koi remain on the blue side, Na'Vi on the red side, Koi with first pick once again.
His drafts are interesting in game number 1, and on that note as well, I'm glad you brought up the Yunara. Let's hope that gets banned away. The Talia is a priority as well. That has to be in the back of my mind. We're just throwing out champs for you because, again, we're in Fearless. Oh, it feels nice. None of this nonsense of best draft. Let's get creative. Remember that green is not a creative color. As we get Ambessa banned away second there.
What?
Vi too. Everyone, don't worry, I'm scared. Don't worry, you're scared. Don't worry, I'm scared. Old video. It's for the Zoomers out there. Now, Vi is going to be one of the top tier engaged junglers in the LEC. Varus is still one of the best 80 carries, especially when we're talking about range these days. Where else you guys want to go?
Well, Orianna, will it be added to the ban pool? I will say that Jojo, while he does have a deep pool, it feels like Orianna isn't in there. It's something that he definitely doesn't prioritize and would rather have an answer into the Ori rather than play it himself.
Yeah, I think it's because he's played so many games of his year, like 5 games of it, it's most played. Well, 6 now, I suppose. But there's only a few people that I see in the league that are really able to punish in the Ori Azir matchup, like Caps, for example, tends to get these leads. But there aren't a huge amount of people that can really punish the Azir in LEC. So I think when you're able to get your hands on the Azir and just have a solid threat that kind of fits in all the compositions, it just makes a lot of sense.
Well, with Orianna gone, this does naturally raise the value of the Talia, but I mean, previously they first picked as a hen, so I don't expect, I was going to say I don't expect mid lane to actually be their priority, but now Talia Pantheon, alarm bells have to start ringing. Does this put pressure onto Na'Vi to pick the Talia away from Koi?
Because you can also take the Rise on the opposite side as well. It's a somewhat difficult matchup, but it may be just a case here where Na'Vi kind of forego the mid lane pickup altogether, because then if you take the Rise, you can always respond with the Anivia if Poby feels comfortable taking that pick. We haven't seen it from quite yet. But at least you've got some sort of flexibility there. As Mundo definitely rising in priority, and it'll be another new pick added to Reletch's pool.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's already got so many. That was just...
Does he count as a top lane pick? I mean,
well, he absolutely
does.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those flex champs that we've seen used throughout the league. Mainly, Vitality have put it into that top lane position, primarily Knock Knock.
I know what Dagger is saying, though, because Reletch plays mainly top laners, but Thaddeus' point is also correct. It's a flex here, ladies and gentlemen. Like you both working together. It's rare that we have this synergy together, but it is nice to have you here. There's the Rise locked in as well. The biggest question is, again, is Poby just going to have to face the Talia that you talked about, forego the matchup, and just say whoopie-doo? Because it's so powerful, right? Pantheon, Talia, snap engage, unreactable.
Well, I wonder if Koi will go for the Talia, because I think they were prepared to have it taken away from them, and as a result, they've just gone Aphelios Lulu in the bot lane. They're going full scaling. They're putting their trust in Super once again. He's been having a great playoffs, and why not give him this hyper carry of the Aphelios?
Yeah, it feels to me like Gemcore is saying, look, Jojo knows he's going to be fine. Cassiopeia, Anivia, the Talia. He's got an option regardless of how many bans go his way. So let's just secure that strong bot side. And now as Na'Vi, you're in this uncomfortable spot. Because if you don't take an 80 carry like a Jinx or a Caitlyn into this, well then they're going to get banned away. Or your support in the Bard, which would be the answer, would be banned away as well. So they secure the Bard.
We've seen Pyke from Paris before So why won't we see the Blitzcrank? Like, I feel like Blitz is so good into Lulu lanes.
It's so good.
That, like, especially the champs like Kate being open, I personally would have preferred that they maybe lock in something like a Caitlyn to give them range, and then bring out something like the Blitz. But they've decided on the Bard. I think that it's really good into low mobility champions, basically champions without dashes, because thanks to the Bard ultimate, it gives you great setup. It can be used as both a peel tool and also as an engage tool. And in the laning phase, I mean, you've got the beep slaps. So at least it gives you a little bit of power. Caitlyn is something I would be considering, and there is that Caitlyn ban coming through from Koi, as the Casio that you were mentioning, Dagda, coming through from Na'Vi.
Maybe the Taliyah goes with it then, by that merit.
Or an Nivea.
I think it's Nivea, yeah.
But as you said, like, there is also that option where whatever's left open, Jojo can just slap that in anyway, so...
I think Taliyah makes the most sense to me if they're concerned about mid laners.
Yeah.
It's just such a good pick for Jojo. It's a champion that I think he has way too much agency on, and is he's just too aggressive on it. He's just way too aggressive on it. So I think it makes sense. The Jhin going to be banned away makes a lot of sense. Paired nicely with the Bard, it can give you a lot of power in the bot lane 2 versus 2. And now with Corki gone, with Caitlyn gone, with Jhin gone, you're thinking about what are the lane dominant AD carries you could potentially pair with the Bard, and it looks like for Sam D, MF is going to be the choice.
Yeah, I was also just having a quick look to see if Mainter has ever played Ryze in his career as well, because we did see Wunder taking the Ryze into the top side, but it wasn't, sorry, he hasn't played it thus far, so I'd be surprised if that went up to the top side, but it's maybe trying to bait something like the Anivia, but at least now having the MF, even if you take the Anivia, Miss Fortune likes short range compositions where she can get value from the wall. That isn't really the case here when you're up against the Miss Fortune, because she has that long range, but can still get a lot of value against things like the Ryze and also the Mundo.
Well, Cassante
Oh my
plus
god, let's go
Anivia.
mega scaling. Okay.
Yeah. So Koi's comp does not have the best engage. We saw a comp very similar to this come through from Heretics, and they contested G2 at almost every dragon. And our biggest criticism of that game was, can you stop contesting G2 at every single dragon? And you're right, it's a very mega scaling composition. One of the biggest differences between the Heretics draft and this one is jungle. Then they had a Mundo, now they have a Pantheon. Pantheon inherently gives you more early game skirmishing power.
Yeah.
He is very strong within the first, well, I guess first 11 levels, where he's happy to go for these early skirmishes. And I think that's going to be the biggest difference maker, especially once he gets level 6. But Koi, as you rightly said, a lot more scaling and zone control on their side. Meanwhile for Na'Vi, a little bit more side lane threat, a little bit more skirmishing. Na and Ryze love to play on those side lanes later on into the game, and we'll see how they navigate through that, because again, in terms of the dragon fights, Koi successfully picked them apart in the previous game.
But in this game, having an MF and a Bard, maybe there's more agency in the bot lane for Na'Vi to actually play through and get them back on the board. It felt like MKoi came into this series with a fantastic read onto Na'Vi that bot was all, bot was king. And even though Dragons went to the wayside and Na'Vi got a few, it was a bit late. There was no win con there. There was no stacking that they usually rely on. MKoi came in with a fantastic strategy. And going into game number 2, it's match point in this best of 3. 1 win away from going to Barcelona, from locking in top 3 and getting a free ticket back to Spain. MKoi versus Na'Vi, game 2, and Na'Vi have a lot to prove as our second seed.
And that's what I was going to say. This kind of helps to silence a lot of the doubts that were leveraged at Movistar Koi. The regular split wasn't the best, but they had a much better time. And Jojo, definitely, with his 100 games, the LEC
already
has been having a much better time.
I think we can now comfortably say EU mid, right?
EU mid.
He's an EU mid now.
EU mid, he ain't going back.
Maybe we can finally bring back the saying EU mid's man. You know, perhaps it's time.
I mean, Canada's close enough to Europe anyway, isn't it?
Some parts of it speak French, right? So
that's some speak French. Some parts speak Irish Canadian. So I don't know who say this near America,
but honestly, it's been an absolute joy to have Jojo join the league. He's done nothing but kind of make a name for himself here, and he's definitely risen to the top ranks. Right now, he's looking to, as you rightly said, Jake, earn his team a spot in Spain at Barcelona at the Roadshow, hosted by Koi. So it would be pretty cool if Koi was there.
It would be pretty sad if Koi weren't there. So again, a lot of expectations riding on their back now. We did talk a little, or at least I briefly mentioned the lanes. I know, Vedius, you talked about what this Pantheon can do in the early game. But my interest is going to be in bot, just simply because I came in today half-cocked with a story to tell about Sam D. Now, they're going to lose level 2. That's okay. Electric came down from Paris, bit of range, sidestep, barrier, heal. That's only Summoners. It's called Summoners Rift for a reason. I want to talk about this guy while we have a chance. Dagda, you and I have a place close to our heart for Sam D. Reason because he was on that V5 roster in 2020 summer that almost made it to Worlds, that almost got their way through to playoffs, and they lost to Suning back when V5 had Bew and Weiwei, Mole. But Sam D was on that roster with Peepee God, man, and it was such a glorious time for the league.
But I think it's been super interesting to see his evolution from what he was on V5 into the player he has become. Because when you look back at Victory 5, he was considered kind of just a role player. It was much more about the solo laners on that team and what they could achieve. Sam D kind of just fit the mold. Since leaving there, though, leaving the LPL, basically going worldwide, he has become much more of a threat individually. He has stepped up to be a carry, to be someone that you can invest those resources in, and they're going to do that
and
right
with
now.
the magical journey, they want to make sure Sam D's on the board. Alvaro slowed down, but where is the follow-up there? The turn on to Paris even bigger with Gravitum. Paris gets chunked out heavy. Super does a good job using the last of his mana.
I really like what LEC did there. Mundo clear, faster than Pantheon. You've got a little bit of a timing window. Let's try and alleviate some of that pressure on the bottom side. MKoi, though, don't want to give up the crab, but they don't have a choice.
It's running away. The crab is moving up the river, getting out of range of Elyoya, so he doesn't even have a chance to steal it. And now LEC can just go where he pleases. He's going to make his way straight through mid lane towards that top river. He's a step ahead of Elyoya, and he will be able to secure that second crab.
Meanwhile, Miwin, close, stun up, unstoppable, of course. But remember, the stun after the Pathmaker means that you still get stunned at the end of the channel, so luckily holds on. And Mainta, though, showing his lane lead and showing the dominance of range versus Cassante and how to try and abuse this matchup.
Yeah, Mainta was able to get an early lane lead on the Rumble as well. It didn't really translate into much in the team fights. But so far, this early game, like, while you guys were talking about Sam D, I was keeping my eyes on the middle lane, and they've just constantly been trading back and forth, non-stop fighting. He's going to have to flash because Elyoya is going to show up in the middle lane and had that Q connected from Jojo. It would have been a bad situation for Poby. But yeah, those guys were both in, for the record, like double-digit HP ranges at certain points in that laning phase. It has been an absolute brawl in the middle lane with neither side really gaining a clear advantage just yet.
Talking about expectations, I mean, Poby's father, this is his champion, right? He's got a high bar to set as Jojo, good sidestepping from the trading as well. The overload just spreads and Jojo gets whacked, but the problem with Anivia is you got to run through the egg. As long as the egg up, you can, I don't know, play the lane a little bit more adventurously. As Jojo did that last game as well. I felt like the matchup against Poby was in his favor, but we were talking about Jojo coming out of the lane with like a 1k gold lead. He's really what elevated Koi at the start of this series.
Certainly has. I mean, they were able to get a lot of early kills on that Azir.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks to some of the picks they were able to find, and Na'Vi's taking some suboptimal fights in the river, their coordination off at times. Dragon now makes its way onto the Rift, and obviously not something that we expect both teams to go for immediately. But remember that whole conversation about the 530 spawn, right? About being able to get your jungle smite upgrade. Because of the double crab, you keep your eyes on Mundo. He's actually been able to get it ahead of that 530 mark just because of how quickly he's been clearing through the jungle. Does have that upgraded smite already, and he's just going to start this dragon off straight away.
Well, with Bot getting a push out here in a HP trade, this feels like a pretty sure thing.
I mean, two big double taps there from Sam D right as the dragon spawn meant that they have to back away on that bottom side. LEC, again, using this Mundo's power really effectively. And he's off to a great start. Level 6 already, you can see Elyoya. A major CS and experience gap starting to open up there.
So Poby is level 6 now as well, so expect some map movements. Waiting for Elyoya with that gap you talked about in experience. We'll be able to match some of the roams from this mid laner. As quick side note, Jojo got pushed out a bit here, but doesn't have the TP, but we're in a meta
top crab.
where...
Look at the top crab. Ping's coming down. Elyoya really wants to grab it. He needs that XP, but with the push in mid and the push on top, the question is going to be, can Elyoya get it fast enough? I feel like the gap between him and LEC.
There's no smite on LEC though, which is the big thing, which I think is what Elyoya was trying to play for. He should, because the dragon went down.
Very true. Wait. Yoink. Okay, Elyoya stays at 5.
Okay, so again, the XP gap is just going to continue to grow. He should be able to get 6 very soon, but credit to LEC using the clear speed of Mundo to just take advantage and gain leads in this early game. This is the trade-off that you're going to have with Mundo versus Pantheon. Pantheon kind of needs to make some stuff happen in the early game because naturally you are going to get outscaled as the game goes on. The good news for Koi, of course, is they have great scaling throughout the rest of their composition. Pantheon's mainly there to act as a bridge. But so far, it is Na'Vi that has secured the first dragon. They have very comfortable laners. They've been able to build a lead in top lane, and the bot lane 2 versus 2 is dead even. My concern for Na'Vi's comp largely comes from the fact that when I'm thinking of MF, I want a lot of utility or zone control in order to combine her ultimate to help gain space and basically dominate in the team fights. I feel like the composition that they have only really Mainta's ult sets up for that, because Bard's ult kind of counterintuitively, well,
it's
that's not the right word. Yeah, it doesn't
protects
work.
them.
Exactly.
Yeah. I do agree, but I think when I look at this, I think MF is just the ult bot, but on minion waves. I think she just clears mid wave, and you're like, okay, cool, now Paris, go side lane, do whatever you want, right? And it makes it very difficult for MKoi to try and find success elsewhere on the map as you make those plays. But we'll have to see as the game goes on, because I do agree, Betty, I think if it gets to team fights, there's like anti-synergy with the two ults in the bottom lane. And the team fights not going to be the easiest with the rest of the team because of the interview.
Well, we've got a while to find out, though, because we need a few items on the board before we can test that theory of the full 5v5. But at this point, Relech is one we're talking about focusing on. CS lead brewing immediately. You can see 80 to 56. Like, Relech looking for some deep wards. Right now, Oyoya's on the right side of the map with him, but I mean, Relech is taking everything and scaling up himself quite nicely. I wonder if that's unkillable before those items come on for MKOI's scaling comp is another big factor as well.
Ulti dropped by Super to help get push in the bot lane. He wants to push this underneath the tower. Relech will be spotted. He knows that. He's just going to use his time now to clear out some vision. He's not too concerned about any early skirmishes. He's level 8. Has a full level over Elyoya. Such a healthy camp lead. And yeah, I mean, will he just go straight to Grubs right now? He's going to walk through mid, that's for sure.
I think if he goes Grubs, though, there may be a dive on bot. Sam D resetting, Paris spotting out that MKoi trying to get control over River, but yeah, Sam D stopped the reset. I think MKoi just looked for the dive, but Na'Vi, are they on vision? I don't think Relech has been spotted.
He walks down, just wait. Paris in the bush maybe looks a little bit too sus. They're hovering right now. As ulti under turret, okay, saves. Elyoya makes the commitment, and Paris gets chunked out, but Cosmic Binding gets a double stun from long range. Wild Growth used on Elyoya as he flashes away. Relech sends a briefcase out, but a bridge too far. Sam D's run out of mana for the chase as well, and everyone disengages.
There was a very tense stare down in the bottom lane. Sam D was suspicious of a dive. That's why he contemplated the back. Then he realized, okay, well, actually, maybe I'm not being dove. So Relech and Paris, they're staying in the area, but they're also kind of in the middle of looking to try and go back to base. The moment that Pantheon is spotted, Paris goes, okay, got to throw this ultimate down sooner rather than later. Relech quickly rotates down to the bot side, but both sides clearly aware of what could happen. Ultimately, though, it's Elyoya who burns his flash.
So one summon of the trade. Quick side note, bit of proxying happening there from Mainta. His wave, I believe, helped under turret, so don't think he'll lose that cannon.
Also just some information gained by the K'Sante as well as he moved out. Raptor is up and available, so you know the Mundo's going to be on the top side. So Elyoya doesn't try and steal a Grub, just takes the Scuttle Crab instead. But Miran, I think, does need to reset, I believe, as I think he's a reset down.
But, I mean, Mainta just hovering the lane. Observers, I wonder if we can go back top, because Mainta's just channeling him out. And you look at where the wave is as well, slow pushing. So Miran will just have to backtrack, but Dagdra's got no TP. I know you're talking about reset timings here. Mainta has a TP advantage right now. Grubs is still up, but Dragon's coming up in 10 seconds. Na'Vi on the bridge of the second here, and a couple of resets at a time with Relech, Sam D, and Paris, or rather, Poby and Paris coming out of base together.
The TP highlight is the most important thing about this Dragon, simply because Mainta staying in lane means that he's ready to join for this fight, knowing that Mirwin can't. So Koi have to respect that Na'Vi's guaranteed numbers advantage, and keep your eyes on the minimap and watch Mainta observers also highlighting it for you as well. This rotation down from Mainta to catch the mid wave means that Ryze can actually stay mids, and if K'Sante stays top lane to push another wave, then he can just TP back to bot. Now that there was no contest from Koi, he should feel comfortable being able to catch that top wave, and then he can use his TP as he sees fit.
It's also with the path in the Mainta took, he walked past the front of Void Grubs, so knows there is no cross map happening right now for Elyoya. So as Na'Vi, you know that you're safe to go, okay, more than likely, Pantheon is clearing their bot side and now going to move back to top. Also, there was the ward in the enemy jungle, which would have spotted him out too. So Na'Vi, at least good early control here. And this is much more like the games we see from Na'Vi where they're able to take over.
Wondering if there can be any punishment here. Mainta's about to get into ulti. Mirwin was hovering in brush, but Elyoya didn't actually have his up till about now. But again, I do wonder how they're going to deal with the Gnar as while top is burning down a bit. Remember, Grubs are still up, but MKoi have no interest. Playing towards bot again just means that Na'Vi can also leave this Gnar isolated in the 1v1 top.
Mainta, I feel, is long overdue a base. I have to imagine. Actually, I can just check.
Yeah, you got the tool.
Yeah,
What's the money?
1.2k gold he's sitting on right now, give or take.
0.3 for Mirren as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, both of them kind of needed the reset. I think in this situation, though, for Na'Vi, like, Mainter, you're happy to just keep the lane in the position it's in.
Yep.
Mirren isn't in the best spots, hasn't really got a huge amount. You can see Mainter just happy to keep going. As Relech just going to keep farming away. Very sizable gold lead for him.
Next wave coming in. Mirwin has TP up in a couple of cycles, but he's not going to be able to use it. Relech, as you said, Grub's going to be taken. Now looking for the invade off the back of top prio. This top jungle, I mean, right now making magic happen. Let's see if they can do anything about Mirwin.
Level 11. Ult's available now. Not quite available for Mainter.
Cleaver into a HP stacker. Very nice. Heartsteel 4-3. Ulti used by Mirwin just to flash away. Still hit with the cleaver and the hop. Gets a double bounce. Elyoya hovering over the side as Relech pops the ulti, but still first blood is there. Na'Vi play it cool as a cucumber.
Elyoya was in the area, but to me it looked like the calm had already been. You can't save me, Elyoya, there's no point.
Yeah.
But then Mirwin did all this damage to the Mundo, and then Elyoya was like, oh, wait, actually, I think maybe we could have taken this, but then he was too late. Meanwhile, trading going to favor of Koi in the bottom lane. This Aphelios continuing to get stronger, built himself up a bit of a small lead, but Na'Vi now holding on to a very sizable lead as they secure first tower in the top lane.
That's 1.8k now for Mainter in this top side. He is doing work with the counter pick up here. And you're not really getting too much elsewhere for MKoi. We kind of talked about like where they've been positioned on the map. It's been Relech kind of using these small timing windows, thanks to the faster clear, that he's managed to pick up objectives or these little punishes. And it's kind of Elyoya hoping to pick up a pace or pick up a kill somewhere. But with no real setup in the lanes for a gank with the ultimate, it's making it very difficult for this Pantheon to find value in the early stages.
I feel like that one gank bot, you know, Paris's ulti on the turret as well to delay Sam D and stop Elyoya from the flash. It made a big difference in this game. The stymie effect that has come through from Na'Vi has really changed the pace.
But it's also just a great read from Relech. He kind of fakes going up towards that top side to void Grubs, and you're like, oh, of course he's going to go and take them because he's going to have the faster clear, but doubles back, stays out of the vision of MKoi. Like, really well played and good heads up as to what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I did realize, like, he kind of walked out of the void Grubs while it was 1 HP. But what you do is you walk all the way up to that tribush, as you're saying, and then you smite it as late as possible when you're already in the tribe. And then the notification doesn't
flash
come
away
through.
from Relech, by the way.
Smart.
Elyoya looking for the chase up. Super's on the way as well. 4 members onto the blue buff, and they get a summoner out of this Mundo. Crystal Ice Wall in the way too, and MKoi using the invade as a team, as a unit, to make sure they get something back. Crystallize is good, not bad. Poby gets a root over in prison. Another cleaver. Jojo holds on to the egg for now. Na'Vi looking for the chase here, and Super's on the way for the flank. The Crystallize will once again onto Relech. Magical Journey, he won't be able to take it. And instead, Paris has to flash away with a shutdown. Got Elyoya. Over the wall, Poby still followed up. Comet Spear there, flash away. Realm Warp, Na'Vi have to go, go, go. And out the back door they've run as MKoi find themselves some momentum.
This is the power of the Pantheon in the early game. They'd already gotten the flash out from Relech, and a beautifully placed wall from Jojo meant that Relech had nowhere to go. Bard tried his best to save him, but when you're locked in that situation with a numbers advantage to Koi, they find themselves a kill.
You can see, though, that on this replay, Relech was hesitant about going in there. Waits a little while. They don't actually want to follow up because Sam D has already moved back towards mid. So MKoi, with the push, were able to move into position. And as you say, a great wall from Jojo. The CC's there. And only the fact that Poby barely manages to flash over the wall and start this Realm Warp, it's that Na'Vi can actually escape.
It's a really big play for MKoi. Finally gets them on the board, despite gold still being in Na'Vi's favor. We come back to live, and Poby's going to slow onto Elyoya. Teleport in, and the fighting begins again. Jojo about to turn into a giant egg as he flashes over the wall. Magical Journey for the follow-up as well. Poby gets the room prison down, but again the wall of Magic about to go Meganar, but they won't let him. The CC chain from MKoi keeps him in place. Tempered Fate stops and engage, but Elyoya flashes forward as Paris wants the Magical Journey out, but again, they won't Let him. MKOI so good at saying no.
A huge polymorph from Alvaro in the middle of that fight onto Mainter. Denies the setup that Na'Vi were playing for, and MKOI can turn it around.
KOI's response to a lot of these skirmishes is clean and clinical. Na'Vi think that they have caught these KOI players out of position, but it is Na'Vi who are often punished. That healthy gold lead that Na'Vi had been able to build now dwindled to a mere 300 as KOI equalizes the game and they get some big gold onto their key carries.
We'll see it here. So they try to make the pick on Kobe, but there's no one really in the lane. Jojo trying to go for the flank, but Jojo ends up getting caught out then in the middle of this. But keep your eyes as Mainter comes in. He's auto-attacking Oyoya to build up that rage bar, but then stun into another stun into the polymorph. That man does not get to play the game despite that rage bar being filled. And that's what sets up then with a flash from Oyoya onto another kill off the back.
Very well executed from KOI. And I think there was that moment of hesitation for Na'Vi where they turned their attention onto Jojo, he flashed over the wall, and then they turned their attention back onto Elyoya. I wonder if they'd committed onto Elyoya earlier, if that had actually given them enough time.
Ooh, flying bird, okay. Well, Chickens can indeed do it. As caught out as Paris, that Mega Blast Cone. Along with Elyoya again, they're just flying.
This Pantheon is doing some serious work now. Before, he was supposed to be this bridge, and in the early game, he really wasn't bridging that much. But now that the skirmishes have started being unlocked on the map and Na'Vi keep getting caught, MKOI are finding a bunch of kills on the map.
Hang on a minute, Mirwin now has to run away. That's a fast Poby. He's going to clear the wave with it as well with the overload. Mirwin running for his life. Poby doesn't have flash though, and nor does he have the follow-up damage, but this guy does. Relech means business as he runs on in, thinks about it, thinks better, takes the Krugs instead.
Yeah, just knows that he's not going to be able to do too much there. Mirror will be able to escape. Does give Hobie at least a little bit of alone time on this bottom side. Still though, it's kind of that dragon pickup for MKOI, which is helping them to be in a decent spot.
Oh.
They're not fully out of the side lane pressure either, where they can match on some of these side lanes. So for MKOI, what started off as a very good game for Na'Vi, they're now starting to pull back in with some creative plays on side lanes.
They're all going to be used in mid in the meantime though, and side lanes be damned. Na'Vi going to run it down mid. 3 members of MKOI stand here to defend. Well, the Anivia is not there, and that's a major wave clear right now. Mid still standing though, and Herald can't get the job done. Meanwhile, as mid holds on, side waves in Mirwin. He's just taking it down himself, down to one last plate in this outer turret bot.
The gold is dead even, but I really think this ultimately favors KOI.
Yeah.
This mid tower isn't long for this world.
Face, super kiked it out. Oh my, I mean, this guy got some dancing slippers on tonight.
The bonus movement speed that Alvaro provides means that Super is a scary man working towards that Infinity Edge second. Once he gets it, I mean, Super is going to be fully online. The Cephalios is becoming scarier and scarier. Elyoya, though, he fancies a bit of a fight.
Cosmic Binding, mate, that has no Mega Narbar, though, and MKOI say, yeah, we'll take the fight with the Lulu as well. Slowed down with the Make It Rain, and Sam D just wants to set up the bullet time, but Cosmic Binding doesn't connect a second time. Mirwin has an angle, the angle of the gods right now. The flash, the pass maker, again, the no button launches. MKOI get another. Relech lose the passive, and now goes a little bit crazy. Na'Vi have to retreat. And MKOI's chain of CC is unbearable to watch.
MKOI closed the door on the magical journey for Mainter. They find the pick, and that will lead to them getting a good amount of damage onto this mid lane turret as well.
When we think about Na'Vi as a team, a lot of their success has come through control and neutral objective play. But as we talked about in the previous game, KOI don't feel trapped in that playstyle. They're happy to skirmish anywhere. Realmwarp is going to come through onto
Magical Journey needs to come through now. Paris are going to set it up, and you need a Cosmic Binding, but Elyoya is going to leap towards the Raptors, and Alvaro just speeds himself up.
So look at what's happening as a result of this. So you have a situation where an engage is coming down onto mid lane, but then in the bot lane, the wave gets pushed in. You had 2 people that have just gone back to base in both the Aphelios and the Cassante, and so while this play is happening from Na'Vi, where they're kind of feeling desperate to make something happen on the map. KOI, calm, calculated, doing what they can to put pressure down on the rest of the map so that when they reset back out, they now have much bigger of an advantage. The reset still hasn't come through. Now it's happening for Paris, which means that with 45 seconds on the Dragon, KOI has all of this extra time to set up on the Drake. And again, like, this is where I think we're starting to see some of the experience difference really come through between the teams.
And then you got 2 items completed almost across the board here for MKOI as well, with Jojo just having reset, picked up his Archangel Staff, Super with that Infinity Edge as well. Sam D only now resetting, should be able to get back out in time, but it does mean MKOI can get push on mid and starting out to play for both objectives on either side of the map.
Well, 15 seconds for the Drake, and Sam D also just picked up an Infinity Edge on that base as well. 2 items, and Na'Vi really need to get that clock turning again in their favor, and it does feel like we talked about the engage and the setup for the Misfortune. We have not seen a 5-on-5 really yet. We've seen MKOI quicker to the punch, set up for the disengage, or rather stopping the disengage from Na'Vi. And now as Dragon starts again, the condition that Na'Vi wanted to play towards is going out the window. This Dragon's going to be done before anyone gets on in. Tempered Fate from Paris. Not yet. Dragon goes down. MKOI take it. 2 for 2 yet again in the second game.
Na'Vi need to get out though. Look at topside. That's all they're playing for. They just want to keep MKOI here so they can get Mainter that tower topside. He ends up picking it up. But how long can they delay?
They get the bird, but is it really enough? Elyoya zones outside where LEC can't walk in. 5 members of MKOI hold the line. Mainter's going to get side turret push, so teleport coming through, not interrupted. And Na'Vi like, who else can we stop in the meantime?
But look at the bot side as well. This is where Na'Vi now are playing off of multiple different angles of attack.
But you can't play that and then get caught out. LEC gets the bell rung for himself. Magical Journey, and he is out, but he had to flash. A couple of summoners getting burned here off the back end of MKOI. Yes, gold goes over to Na'Vi, but remember that Dragon stacking's out the window, and there are some punishable offenses coming up next.
Credit to Na'Vi for making the best out of a bad situation. Because they were late on the setup around that neutral, the best thing they could do is cross-map. The fact that Mainter got a tower and Pobu got a tower gives them a huge tower advantage. It's 4-0. There's a lot of standing gold for Koi to grab. And so while that gold is close, Na'Vi have to be very cautious, because if you lose a big fight, that gold swing is going to be that much bigger just because there's so much for Koi to claim on the map.
MKOI have to be careful though, because if you over-index into trying to get some of that gold, that's where you can use the fact that Mainter has that TP advantage, Polby has that Realm Warp to very quickly move over towards things like Baron. So I think that's where MKOI are going to kind of have to take it easy for the next little while until they wait for some of those summoner spells to match the roaming plays. And Na'Vi,
bot lane.
Yeah, they have the push here.
Tempered Fate in range here. Mainter's about to run out of the Mega Gnar. Elyoya going to be spotted on this wall, but Alvaro's nearby, so as he takes it, he has the support not too far away. Na'Vi trying to back off. Cosmic Binding shows that they're there, and Jojo's trying to abuse it. The Crystalline Ice Wall was down, but Na'Vi had a Blast Cone to get them out of dodge.
This is a game where those Blast Cones have been really impactful, I feel.
Changing the game,
Often we talk about the environmental effects of the souls not really having the greatest of impact. Sometimes the mountain walls on occasion having some impact, but really these empowered fruits around the rift really making a difference here. The funniest one probably was the bird flying over into the mid lane.
Melee bird was very exciting as Mainter again going to hop out. He's going into Mega, but Elyoya's off on the wing. Meanwhile, LEC is making it a play topside. Betty, you couldn't have called it better. The plant comes in clutch.
Ooh.
Smite tries to get the cleaver. I think the mistime was there, but there's no turret here. There's no turret here, and there's a HP cleaver ready to be thrown. Mirwin needs to flip out as... Hang on, who's there at the phone? We pause. Mirwin gets out. Alvaro by the side. And they couldn't find the finishing blow to maybe open up for a potential Baron.
Does give them a lot of control over this topside jungle still though, and I think that's really what they're playing for. Like, try and push in on top. You have Poby who can then try and Realm Warp over towards the mid lane if you want to. And Supa's been playing very far up in this lane, and look at the collapse.
He can indeed. Paris has Tempered Fate available, but Na'Vi are on the collapse himself. Realm Warp into this 2v4. Tempered Fate, no, dodged again for the flash. Poby won't let him out as finally the bullet time comes in, but it does nothing. Healed up for the movement speed as MKOI are running for their life. The Bone Skill to set up and get the slow onto Elyoya. Mainter though, he's running for his life, he's almost dead. Meanwhile, the Infernum burns him down, but not enough damage yet. If Super was 5-10 more minutes into the game, that could have been different.
The collapse from Na'Vi catches out Elyoya. It was Super who was pushed up far. We already looked at the positioning of Mainter. Was sitting in that river, kind of playing access to the wave and to a potential collapse. And at least Na'Vi still showing that there's life in them yet.
I mean, I think that Na'Vi have to try and be proactive, but I was about to comment before this play about how it felt like they were getting more and more map control. This, though, the problem is there's not much they can convert off the back of this. In an ideal world, they could turn this into a Baron, but Super, again, this ulti does so much damage to the backline. Na'Vi say, we can't go Baron. We really can't, because our HP is too low. And while that was all happening, a bot wave once again gets pushed in, and that first tower is finally secured for Koi.
Crucially as well, Super holds on to the flash. He only used the Ghost to escape and some speed-ups from Alvaro, which means for this next Dragon fight in 50 seconds, he still has that tool available if Mainter tries to go for an engage. If Poby ends up trying to find some sort of flank, he can keep himself significantly safer, especially because at this stage, like Lulu doesn't have access to some of the cleanses that you need to keep this Aphelios safe.
Here's what I'll say. So while Koi do have a number of towers available on the map to help close that gold gap, right now Na'Vi do have that gold lead. And that's resulted in an actualizer being finished for Poby. The two mages that are sitting on their double mana items have been completed, and also AD carries are working towards that third core item. So this late game team fighting style game that we knew we were heading towards is nearing its approach.
Done. Okay, it is a Mundo. They're going to take a little bit while. Tempered Fate gets El Yoya mid-swing. But Relech is healthy and okay, but that is two ultis from Na'Vi right before Dragon spawns.
Exactly, the timing is crucial. Really nice play onto Relech, forcing his ult out and forcing him away from this objective means that Na'Vi cannot contest. But can they contest the Baron?
TP coming in immediately. Poby from the other side of the map. Dragon's been halted for the time being. As Baron starts off, this Na's going to do some good on-hit damage, but MKoi are on the chase.
You still need these ultimates to come back up and available. Keep your eyes on Mainter. He'll have to be the main engage tool.
They're going to run away. Mirwin's TP changes everything at 10k, now 9 as Sandy does a cheeky hit and run. MKoi have an angle though, and Na'Vi's help are dangerous. If they take this part, they can be punished.
Aphelios on mid-wave. That's what MKoi are playing for. Keep them at bay. Barely Mundo gets over the wall there.
Good damage as Poby tries to run down Super. MKoi run together as a pack. Mirwin is isolated. He's still here. He feels confident over to Megan Arbar is on the way. Mirwin looking for the flip into his team. Flash away is Mainter. He gets out with his summoner over the wall, but Na'Vi weren't nearby. That was a small mistake that could have been costly.
The shield from the TP of Mirwin was so scary to look at. Mainter thought that he'd found an angle, but now the TP back in. Has Mainter found a flank?
Okay, observers are trying to keep up. Yo, shout out to them. This is a hard game.
They're trying so hard to buy time for the ultimates. Now a Na'Vi in position. Mainter is close on the Narabar, but he needs to go soon. Can auto either of these fruits
the pings are
to get himself
down.
there.
Does it, as you said, there's the angle. Na'Vi run back and try to give him some room. Mainter's who you should be watching, looking for the Meganar against the wall. He won't find it. He's polymorphed again. Alvaro might have saved the game. Tempered Fate and the ulti from Super. Meganar comes in, but it's too late. Bullet time looks good, but El Yoy is in the way. Poby gets zoned off while the rest of the fight is Super again in the same damn place. Super gets not two, but almost a third. MKoi, like this bot side river, they've adapted to Na'Vi.
Relech managed to get the steal in the midst of all of it though. The Dragon goes to Na'Vi, but MKoi immediately turn over towards the Baron. There just wasn't enough. MKOI's team fighting is too strong.
What a series from Alvaro. That polymorph has been so game-changing. Mainter just has been unable to play. How many times now have we seen this man die simply due to polymorph? While they do lose the Dragon, Koi will secure the Baron. And as we look back at this play, all eyes are on Mainter. He's looking for the flank. And if we can just keep our eyes on the Lulu, tracking him as he goes in for the play, the polymorph, the stun, the chain CC, beautifully done by Alvaro.
Just never gives them a chance to react. Even the frame of mind to clear out all the vision and move into the bush just makes it so hard for Na'Vi really to know what they're dealing with. Everything executed well.
I will W him. I W him.
Okay.
Yes.
And he did.
And he did W him.
He did W him. W Alvaro. I mean, again, 2 games in a row. If this is not setting up for a series MVP, then I don't think people have been watching the same game I have. 1.4k gold lead. Dagger, as you highlighted, Dragon was taken by Na'Vi. That's a condition in this game, but it is a Chemtech Soul versus the Baron Onslaught that's going to put gold in the pockets of MKoi.
It's also great to see Alvaro performing like this because so much of the conversation is shifted into guys like Busio for best support in the league. Alvaro has been at the forefront of that discussion for such a long period of time, and seeing him put in performances like this is why he's part of that discussion.
I also think that we've been seeing a lot of range supports from him this year, and range supports for me have always been a big question mark for him, but he has been getting better and better throughout this split. His Nami as well, on equal levels of his Lulu, and you can tell that the practice is really paying off.
Well, the scaling has come into effect. Super alongside him, who's had great team fight after team fight in both games now. 4 items on this Aphelios. Scaling, I think, is no longer a question, but just a remark of how MKOI have entered this second game at the 30-minute mark now. As inner turret goes down, Mainton trying to play with the Mega Narbar, but MKOI aren't going to be over-eager in this situation, and they pull back.
Paris needs to be careful.
Under Paris, they want him.
Oh my god!
Okay, 8 carries a week.
Said no one ever.
I was going to say, do you know what? I come into a game and go, oh, Aphelios has 4 items. He's weak.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about it.
Don't worry about that. Look, I mean, granted, Super is mega fed, but it has definitely been a Super diff. It's been a bot lane diff, I feel like, in this series so far.
Absolutely.
And even though LEC in 2 games in a row, I can't remember the last game if he got an early lead, but Elyoya was definitely more proactive in the early game in game 1. But in the second game, it just feels like he's everywhere. And it's not even him using his ulti. Elyoya is in the right place at the right time every damn time.
I do think that LEC had a fantastic early game. It felt like he was outmaneuvering Elyoya a lot, and he built his own individual lead. Just in the skirmishes, Elyoya just straight up got the better of it.
I think it's also when I think of Na'Vi performing well, it's Samdi something that can be a carry. That's not what I look at Misfortune as. This is kind of more pseudo-utility early game, and now you're struggling when you get to the late game.
Tempered Fate, Super there, but bullet time, there's the anti-synergy we talked about, but Poby tries to bring it back. Alvaro almost dead, and his angle is supreme, setting up for Poby. That's what they need to do with MKOI in a dangerous spot. Again, it's spreading all the damage, but they launch onto Poby. He goes golden, and now Paris taking the damage from Jojo. Goodness, Poby tries to cut it back. Alvaro flushes away. MKOI on the breach of death, but they like those odds. Mirwin slowing down and taking no damage himself, but the Cosmic Binding keeps him in place, and Na'Vi try to strike, but from afar, this bird of prey zoning out as flash away as Mirwin. MKOI think, no, maybe this fight's too much, as Na'Vi are on the chase.
Amira makes Mini Mainter disappear, and that one not able to follow through in the rest of it. And with that, MKOI back away. They don't get the tower, but that was very close to being a disaster.
That was... that could have been. And the reason why it could have been is just because with the Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, Koi took a very big risk contesting Na'Vi as extensively as they did. Now Na'Vi will get prio around this bot river. The bot wave has already been pushed in. They've started pushing in the wave in mid as Koi make their way back out onto the map. Notice how Elyoya and Mirwin stacking together, that core front line that will help them gain access into the river. Mirwin's going to be the first to approach, and now with the push that they've garnered in mid, they're grouped as a 5-stack.
The damage coming out, Mainton nowhere nearby. He's down in bot with the 3-item Gnar, trying to get to the Mega Narbar. He's getting
Good vision from Alvaro,
again.
though. He's tracking for the flank.
It's that ward, it's that double ward. One control ward spots 2. MKOI sitting in river, trying to run down and set up the fight, but Poby's angle is there as well. Na'Vi are not pushing this too hard and fast. They want to take it nice and slow at 6k. MKOI are like, okay, we're going to take the Dragon as Mainter goes into Mega Gnar. That's a big takeaway from Mirwin as Poby on the edge of the fight as well.
Mainter's TP into the opposite side. He wants to get in.
One's going now. Tempered Fate is there. Mainter's going to wait. The bullet time, no one ever comes out.
Polymorph
the
again.
Polymorph once more. Mega Gnar, but doesn't hit a wall. Paris has to flash out. And again, look who's doing the business. Running forward is Poby. And the setup from Sam D was good as well. But Jojo, as he gets flashed on, he's doing so much from his own damn wall. MKOI somehow still alive as Alvaro lived through it all. And LEC as he runs back. Remember, Dragon still stands.
How the hell did Koi turn that fight?
Running back, LEC is dead. Polymorph again. Alvaro, how the hell did he survive that fight?
With Super dying, I thought that the fight was over, but this time it was Jojo that steps up to the plate. The Dragon, the TP, everyone is getting collapsed on from Koi. Good idea from Na'Vi. Now they can get onto the carries, but again, the Polymorph makes it impossible. The bullet time is quite promising, but Super dies. Look at how low Koi get when the front line falls. This should have been a one fight, but then Jojo comes up clutch.
Mainter actually ulting Jojo into a safer position in that fight. Ends up then setting up for him to be able to kite back. And Na'Vi just can't follow through. Jojo on the Anivia, huge in those walls, huge in the damage, and May now have just held on to the game for him.
We've already seen it this split, but it wasn't this big flashy game. It was so set up for the team fighting, and he's doing it again. Here, MKOI on the Dragon, rather Baron with the perfect guns for Super. Baron's going to go down. Yes, MKOI will move to 3,500, a little bit more than that. But this game is not done yet. Dragon may go down, but Soul is anyone's game. While it does feel like MKOI have scaled, we have seen that some of these fights are getting close. with Poby's damage creeping up more and more on this 4-item rise as well.
But I feel like that fight was Na'Vi's best chance. Like that was the
still
fight that was
flipping.
gonna swing it. And I mean, the GA was huge. If Pantheon didn't have that GA, he would have fallen, and then it could have been a 2 versus 2 with which Na'Vi may have been able to win. But again, the way in which they're approaching these fights, it feels like Koi is making it so difficult, even if they do find those flanks.
And it's only more difficult now with the Mikhail's picked up for Alvaro. So even if you do manage to find that Miracle Engage where you bypass the stuns, you bypass the polymorph, well then you still have
Super's alone.
And there we go, Poby coming in the realm morph again. You just can't hit him as they're just taking a free Poby for the time being. Wild Growth comes through, Poby running him back, but he's dead. Super's played the range, and with Calirum, he's going to play the rest of the fight. Na'Vi walk down, but they need to call the ambulance the opposite way around. We're looking for Elyoya. Where's this guy? Where is this guy? Okay, Elyoya running in. On to Paris. Magical Journey. Paris is out on the back end. Elyoya looking for the chase. Mainta needs a Mega Gnar to contribute to this fight. He runs up, bullet time in the way, but Elyoya puts a shield out. Mainta gets close, Derek's Gage helps out. Mewen taking on Paris. Sandy gets one shot, grabbing him to the ground. Na'Vi, you're not in Kansas anymore. You're not even in Pandora. I don't know where they're going, but down to the lower bracket as MKOI have a day back in their home country. They're going back to Spain.
Systematic destruction as Koi tear Na'Vi apart. That's going to be a clean ace. Jojo has been pushing in topside this whole time. I don't know if they can actually end just yet. This Anivia isn't exactly pushing super fast, but my goodness, Koi, they came to play today. They came to make a statement as they dominate Na'Vi in this series.
What a performance from MKOI. The TP back hit from Jojo. They want to end this right now. It's Poby versus the world.
And the world is going to win. A wall in his way. 5 members of MKOI will stay and Poby down in the dirt. It is MKOI hosting in Barcelona after all. Why would they not be there at their own party as they slap Na'Vi across the face, move into the top 3, and remind us to look dead in the eyes at our upcoming talent.
MKOI being very, very clear on who they're letting into their house party. And Na'Vi tried to show up without an invitation and they just turned them away.
Koi will secure themselves a spot in Barcelona. What an incredible series from them. Super strong performances. And I mean, Super was fantastic in game 1, and naturally eyes would be drawn towards him in game 2, but Alvaro, 0-0, 19 on the Lulu, 100% KP. A phenomenal performance in game 2. That bot lane really showed up today.
Elyoya Super Alvaro, who you can vote for, by the way, and it's a hard task. And I said at the end, upcoming talent, it just feels to me, again, like it's been, what, 3 years now? How many years? 3, 4 years? Like,
this is their 3rd year, the Koi roster. Yeah.
It's because we've had these dynasties, legacies, you know, battles by G2 and Fnatic in the past, but it really is MKOI consistently showing up. Like, we throw that in the bin and we remind ourselves that MKOI are going to Barcelona. They're top 3 once again.
And they're going to be eyeing up G2 versus KC, which is naturally going to be happening next. But the winner of that matchup will be getting a rematch either way. It's going to be an exciting time for sure.
Jocks, talk to Elyoya, who is not Elyoyo today. That guy was spinning in a good way.
He sure was. Great game out of Elyoya and out of MKOI, meaning you book your ticket to Barcelona, to Spain. So can I get a first reaction on that?
I mean, obviously grateful for like the opportunity that we have to redeem ourselves after the last final we had in Madrid, which we didn't really showcase to our public. So we are really grateful and we're really happy that we are going to have another chance to prove it into our crowd of the team that we can be.
How much have you been thinking about that specifically, right? Because MKOI was looking hot to trot in spring. We were all looking at you in Madrid. I wonder how much that fed into your motivation here in winter and this year.
I mean, still a lot, you know. I think obviously it fits. I wouldn't say it's our main goal still for the season. We obviously have higher expectations for ourselves, but it will be a really sweet mile point.
Milestone, yeah, absolutely, it would be. Tell me a little bit about this series, because great game in game 1. Then game 2, Reledge was kind of more the Reledge that I think you also had expected. Tell me about that early game specifically before you got the kill on him, because it was a bit more tricky than game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think Reledge was playing quite well the early games. Honestly, today I struggled a bit, which all fairness, I think he played well. Still, Mundo is a champion that benefits a lot from this, from playing high tempo. He's just really fast at jungling, so he's always going to have some tempo over you. If he uses well that tempo, he can be a really oppressive champion. And I think they did in the early game. I think they struggled more to play the mid to late game sequence, where my team got me there.
Yeah.
You know? Like we all as a team, we played better. But yeah, I think he played well early game.
He did. You guys recovered though, and you say it there, your team. And I think a lot of people saw the content piece about the race for playoffs that you guys made, where there's a lot of insight into your team, into how you feel, into how Melzet feels. So I was wondering, how has everything been kind of transferred to these playoffs so far? Because you wanted to see a lot out of your team. Melzet wanted to see a lot. Are you feeling the level up happen?
Obviously, it's a clear step up from the performance that we were showing in regular season, but I don't think neither him or me or us are happy with the level that we are showing. I think today I have to congratulate Supa. I think he had an amazing performance, and yeah, he's a well-deserved MVP. So I think he really stepped up today, and it's on the other four to match his point, to match how strong of a player right now he performed. So yeah.
Okay, next up is KC versus G2. They're already setting up. What do you think about that matchup? Who has it?
I think KC. I think KC will win. I trust in Zeph, so yeah, I think KC will win.
Okay, just a little Kia player of the series. You asked for Supa. The fans voted for Alvaro. Can you agree with that?
Yeah. I mean, Alvaro also had an amazing performance. I think they didn't really get to judge in terms of comms and everything, so I understand why Alvaro.
Yeah.
So even though I would still say Supa, as long as they didn't choose me, I don't think I didn't deserve this one. I'm happy that the bot lane got it.
Do you want to give some insight then? Because you say if you would listen to the comms, you would for sure give it to Supa. Is that
I don't know why today just so much different in stage than Screams. So I want him to explain to me why. You know, I cannot explain you. I think he has to explain me first.
Okay, and then I'll ask about it next week. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Of course, see you in Barcelona and see you in that winner match. And we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back with Jojo Pune on the other side before KC versus G2.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
for G2 versus KC. Movistar Core already held up their end of the bargain, but who will join them? We'll find out by also listening to Jojo. Congratulations on that win. Good stuff. Yeah, let's kick it off then, guys. KC versus G2, amazing game. And I heard from you at the beginning of the day that KC should be perceived stronger. Does everybody agree?
I would say so, because G2, they, again, as I said, they did stomp, Heretics sub 25-minute wins, but it felt like, Team Heretics was fraudulent in that in that series just because they didn't show up. So I still need to see a little bit more from G2 to start hyping them up with their usual playoffs form.
What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it's KC like a 60-40, I'd say. I'd say G2, we've been scrimming them a lot this week. I think they're playing better than they have been this whole regular season. I think both them and us were like kind of not too good, but I think we're both ramping up and I see it. So I can see G2 take it today, but I'd still say KC because they're at the top. They're performing pretty well. They have the momentum, so.
It's a tale as old as time, Finn. G2 leveling up for playoffs.
I mean, look, this is the issue. The problem with KC and G2 is that here you have KC, which is just like good laning, support jungle, macro, understanding, consistent performances. And then you have Caps. And it's like, you really want this to be a little bit more equal, but it feels like if G2 wins, it's just because Caps is just way too good. That's kind of what's the issue when it comes to judging G2, because it's so difficult to pinpoint how good they are, because it just fluctuates so much depending on how Caps is having a day.
Speaking of Caps, he did say something about this mid lane in particular, and there also maybe was some info about a mid laner that's joining us right now, maybe? Maybe?
I think playing against Kaihu and Kobe are probably the hardest. Yeah.
We're talking about Yehu, and actually he's about to take the stage with KC for his very first playoffs game. How do you rate him as a player, and what makes him strong specifically?
I think they are just very good at like finding windows. Like for example, this game as well, right? Like we played. It's a lot about finding windows to like cover when they want to gank, or like finding your own ganks as well. And they are usually quite spot on that.
First off, he didn't mention you.
Hey,
what
he's kind of dissing you.
What the hell?
I mean, to be honest, after my tweet of the TP, it'd be kind of like disrespecting himself if he says me, But I mean, I agree. I think Kyahu is playing well. I think Poby is also a good mid laner, so I think those two are valid too. And I mean, if we verse them, whoever wins, if G2 wins, I'm gonna be excited to verse him. My coach DM'd me the clip. He was like, I think he's trying to motivate me or something. He really wants me to like motivate to beat G2. He's like, Cavs doesn't think you're good or something. So, I mean, I thought it was pretty funny.
That's funny from your coach also, I gotta say. But Finn, you said one of the reasons you're so excited for this matchup a little bit earlier is Yike. Why is that?
I mean, it's just like a story older than time that Yike pops up against G2 because they benched him, they got Skewmon, but now Yike, I think especially now in winter, is looking a lot better. Maybe it's because Vi is out of the meta. Maybe it's because of Yike just finding his footing now with Busio, which I think is an insane pickup. I don't know how they got Busio. It's a little bit out of their league, I think, but Busio is completely insane together with Yike and just really strong laners. Kyahu, Kana, even Kalist. I feel like they're just so solid across the board.
Exactly. I think that's the main reason why Yike is having such a glow up, because I think the laners that he has to work for and his role now on the team is a lot more relaxed. He doesn't need to play for lanes anymore because the lanes are so self-sufficient. He can play for himself and find leads for himself because there's no fires to put out. So that's why I think there's this massive glow up for Yike's performance.
When it comes to kind of winter last year, I was looking on socials and G2 had a little bit of banter towards KC as they always do. And the KC fans were like, but remember last winter. Because what do we remember of last winter? It is when KC was at their strongest. I'm just queuing up this graphic that we have that hopefully is coming soon. But yeah.
I mean, KC in winter, they are really good. They always perform in winter, so I won't be surprised if they come out.
No, this is the joke I was setting up, but there we go. Yeah, it comes down to the fact that...
It's great.
It's really great.
It's great.
But Finn was saying how he feels like G2 is only Caps now. Does everybody agree?
I mean, you go.
Yeah, I mean, I think their ball lane hasn't been playing well in regular season, but I feel like this tail, like it's always said G2 in regular season is fishy and then in playoffs they step up. So I would say in regular season, if Caps didn't step up, they'd lose. But I'd say right now, their overall form on everybody seems pretty good. So I'd say right now, I think even if Caps underperforms a bit, I think their team is at the right form to be able to get some wins.
Okay.
I like that they're playing still a little bit more around Caps, but the problem is that when you think about last year towards the end, you're like, oh man, finally Skewmon and Labrador are finally playing around mid and all of this stuff. And at the beginning of the split, for like throughout this whole split, they're back to square one where it feels like they have to relearn all of that. So if they show it to me again today, I'm like, sure, Caps can become a demon and, take over this game. But if not, then I feel like there's just too many strong pieces on KC for Caps to even, like, break through.
It's true. KC look very strong as I go down the line. KC or G2?
KC.
KC or G2?
KC.
KC or G2?
Sadly, Casey.
Oh,
Whoa! It hurts him to say it. It pains him. But we have 3 votes for KC from our analysts. Let's see who shows up today. Is it G2 or KC? Let's head over to our casters.
Well, let's see if it's a repeat, as winter is indeed coming, but which version we'll find out. Hysterics, Dagda, Vedius. Now, last series was fun, exciting within the series, but a 2-0 is not what I signed up for. G2 KC has the ability to give us 3 at least.
You had a bit of a prediction, so
I did. Yeah, I on the podcast I do with Jack, I said 2-0 for KC coming into this series.
Really?
To be honest, and he predicted 2-1 for G2, which was funny because I ended up predicting that the American players would win, and he predicted the EU players would win, which I did think was quite funny.
Anti-jinx, I guess.
We'll see who ends up showing up on the day, but I do agree with what the analysts were saying, that it feels like that KC right now have very few weaknesses. Like, when they've fallen behind, a lot of the criticism in the regular season I had was mainly centered around their drafting, the approach that they brought into the game, and when they could probably execute on the draft, they ended up falling short. But so far in their single series and playoffs, I haven't obviously been able to see that because it's only been 1 series. But, I mean, that's the big thing, right? G2, I think, as a team, are the type of team that take their time. They use the regular season to figure out how they want to play. And then once they've established that, they really lock in and look much better. And that's often why I think the whole playoffs thing is a thing, because by the time playoffs rolls around, they've got, okay, we've got this list of champions, we're going to use these to play this specific way. And the key thing I want to draw our attention to is this 1-3-1 style that they have been looking to leverage a lot. We saw Gwen coming out from Broken Blade, looking to try and play through those side lanes. We know that Caps still happy to pick up things like the Rise and the Talia to play through those side lanes again, and things like Galio you've always got to be mindful of too. They seem to be coming in with this approach of 1-3-1 and playing more of the map.
And some of that experimentation that we saw from G2 in the 1-3-1 was the Lee Sin into the Rumble, which was in the last time we saw G2 and KC fall up against each other. So
that was not it.
Now if we are taking the Lee Sin out of the equation, I wonder what this draft is going to look like, because we've seen that Broken Blade is willing to bring out the Rumble and play it, but against someone like Kana, do you just try and ban it away? Because so often we've seen KC kind of trying to find particular matchups for Kana, especially in draft, where he gets that counter pick and he can have advantages in the isolated 1v1.
Yeah, I feel like he's one of the most dangerous players in the top lane that always shows up when necessary. Is Rumble is gone away, so your answer is there, Dagda, is KC on the other side and making sure that they get rid of maybe some of the strength that's come through from Hansama. Hansama has played every 80 carry under the kitchen sink. This goes further into the narrative of experimentation, as KC with first pick are going to get rid of Cassante as a backup option. Are they fishing for Yunara as a first pick, or Azir for Yehu? Yehu loves this Azir.
Just as a reminder, that right of first selection, KC choosing the first pick, which means that G2, having chosen blue side, are on the bottom left of your screen with KC on the right-hand side. That first pick, as you rightly said, is it going to be the Azir with the things still left available? Yunara going to be that final ban away from G2. I mean, Yehu plays it a bunch, but we know that with Orianna banned, Caps, his general tendency is something more like Rise, just because he finds it easier to roam around the map on that champion.
Yeah.
But he's brought out the Talia before. We've only seen 1 game from him on it so far this split. But it looks like that's the direction. Ooh, what a quick Vi to pair alongside it.
Combination.
Yeah, this is something we see an awful lot, is just this combination in the other regions, as the Vi aim is set up for the lockdown, and then the Talia with the follow-up afterwards makes it much easier.
Did it, though. It's so well done.
But yeah, I think it's great against the Azir, because the Azir tries to use that Emperor's Divide to keep himself safe, but having the Vi there to support that, then she bypasses that, the immediately a flick back. And this would be interesting, because I wasn't sure, like, Maokai was something when Vi was in meta we saw as an answer to her, but maybe not going to be the case here.
So instead they give the Scion. I mean, I feel like Kana's, one of his best champions this split has been the Scion. Like, we've talked a lot about the Rumble, but man, he's engaged, his team fighting has been out of this world. And going through VODs, I had a bit of a reality check. I think I can't remember. I thought Mainta was like one of the best team fighters. I feel like Kana is through and through. So flexible. And now when you've got long-range engage, gents, there's a front to back here for KC Brewing.
I mean, what's funny is last year, I don't know if you guys remember this, but we had a sideline coach interview where we were like, so what's going on with KC? And we were like, well, we kind of made a mistake putting Kana on Sion specifically. Like, we want him on carries. We want him on stuff that he can have agency on. But they still believed in the long-term project, the plan of making sure that they figured out how to enable him on the Sion, how he could then contribute more to the team. And like, as you rightly said, I mean, when we think about Kana now, it feels like that there is no bad champion for him. Like, it feels like, while his champion pool has always been under question, it feels like it's never really been pinched anymore. Like, you can't really do it.
That, yeah.
I think it's also just, I think we're seeing that adaptation in the meta where strong pushing bot lanes set you up for dragon takes. A tank top laner, most of the time, makes it more difficult for the enemy team to cross map as you take dragon. So I think we're seeing that evolution where this kind of is starting to become quote unquote the correct way to draft in this style. But you do already have the Gwen. You did well into the Sion, so strong pushing side lane there. Strong control from the Talia as well on the side lane. Already we're seeing G2 go into that 1-3-1 style that Vetty was talking about.
So lanes are a priority here for G2. Let's see how they round out bot, as they've already gotten rid of something that can punish some of the immobility. Maybe questioning what they go for 80 carry. Vetty, what do you think?
I mean, remember I mentioned Blitzcrank earlier?
Yeah.
So Lebrov is the Blitzcrank guy.
He is.
Come on, Lebrov. Give me that Blitzcrank. I wonder if KC will even consider banning it away. Okay, the only problem with the Blitzcrank in this situation is if you Blitzcrank a Sion, not ideal.
Okay.
Unless they're going to be the ban. So, I mean, something like, you could do Thresh Aphelios if you wanted to, you could do Thresh Caitlyn. Oh no, Caitlin's banned, my apologies.
You
I don't even know if you, I could even see you going for an Enchanter here if you really wanted to match, because you've already got the buy for the setup and the engage.
Nami Corki, also fine.
Exactly, yeah.
You think Lulu with something? I mean, we could get a Lulu Aphelios lane, but I don't know how you see that faring into... I mean, it has good shred in the front to back against
It kind of depends on what G2 want. Do they want range? Do they want more fighting? Do they want more power? Looks like they're going for power. So Nico going to be the lock-in, gives you just more team fighting, stronger laning, and while it doesn't offer the same sort of peel that other supports do, you then just need to give Hans Summer something that can kind of be self-sufficient. So both Ezreal and Corki both fit under that banner and both are available.
Also counterpick for 80 carry, so Hans Summer just gets to choose what he plays into in this comp. What are KC going to round this out with? What have we got left when jungler still needs to be picked from Yike, Bliss still needs to show up, and a lot of 80 carries have been banned. Just a side note there, Ezreal, considering there is no hard and fast tank on G2, not a bad choice.
I also think that it's just, when you're playing with supports that don't offer the best peel, Ezreal is just super self-sufficient. And he always pairs nicely with an Azir. And of course, like, Lucio's Bard, man, it's a scary thing to play against.
Yeah, also it's just, it spikes off of the Triforce at the same time as Corki, so oftentimes you're seen as that kind of answer to kind of matching the build path to Corki, so you can match a lot of that power. So even if you go for the Corki here, which we're kind of talking about, I think you're fine.
Nice.
Okay.
I mean,
this comp is all in.
It's an old school answer into Ezreal, and I mean, it's obviously still one that's used today. But the idea is that because we've been seeing less Vi, I think part of that is the reason why we've been seeing less Kai'Sa. But now that Vi is here for Skumond, Kai'Sa makes a lot of sense. A very easy champion to dive alongside with. Nico can create a huge amount of space in the team fights. And the beauty of Kai'Sa is Sion, Azir, Ezreal wants to play front to back. Kai'Sa can ignore the front, head straight to the back.
Especially when Yike is going to commit in. I'm looking at some real funky interactions that can happen here with Hans Summer and his repositioning. I'm glad you brought it up, because G2 and KC complete different directions of comp, and it is nice when you see, like, within a team's drive, you see this universality of like what they want to do, right? G2 obviously strong lanes here, Jet in the solo lanes. But that dive is unreal, as well as that snap engage.
I do feel like, though, if G2 start to fall behind, they are going to struggle in this
Agreed,
game.
yeah.
Like, you're kind of a one-shot combo of go in with the Vi, immediately kill someone, and hope you can win the fight off of that. If you don't have that power, or Vi ends up getting taken out before the game, or before the fight starts, I think you'll end up in a lot more trouble. So for G2, early game is going to be on Skumond and Lebrov to try and control and dictate that against Yike and Lucio.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our second game of the day, our second ticket to give away, G2 or KC. How will they find their way? MKoi sit waiting in the top 3 to see who they'll verse out of this best of 3. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift.
And I want to talk about just the rivalry that's been developing between both G2 and KC over the last few years now, because obviously when KC first joined the league, they were a bottom of the placement team. But now, this rivalry has been budding pretty beautifully over the last year in the fact that they've kind of been getting the better of one another as time has gone by. And it was in winter of last year where KC was able to beat G2 in that final to secure their first title. And then KC just kind of slowly started to get weaker as the year progressed, ultimately failing to make Worlds in summer when we expected them very much so, whereas G2 in contrast finally made it to a quarterfinals after so many years of not being able to do it at the World Championship.
Yeah, but that's what prompted a lot of the KC changes that we see, like Yahoo coming in, Busio coming in, and that has now prompted them to look very good coming in as the first seed from LEC versus, especially with picks like Busio and as Bard. Yahoo's been very comfortable on the Azir. It feels like it's comfort for the 2 new carries in KC.
Absolutely, and it's a pretty interesting contrast of developmental stories, because KC recognizing, you know what, the roster that we had wasn't enough and we needed to make changes, in contrast to G2 saying we believe in the project, we want to keep believing and growing with the group that we have. And this will be the first test for both rosters to see ultimately who's off to a better start in their decisions.
Well, gents, a quick side note. I mean, I completely glaze over the fact that Busio got barred, but he keeps getting this champion. So far in LEC versus, he's 2-0 on it for the slim margins that he's actually been able to pick it up. And so again, getting a bit of comfort here as small trades happen between Caps and Yahoo in the mid lane. Caps trying to get the better here. And I just love that the analyst desk was talking about, you know, winter is coming, the ambiguity of the statement, when Rasmus Winter is the core carry once again of G2. Same old story as KC, our winter champions here, fighting for that same spot. Now Broken Blade, bit of proxy here on a low health bar, but be able to snip the wave down, no jungler in sight.
Yeah, knew that you had Zahen path with the bottom side. I just wanted to take a quick look at the bottom lane though, because Sam and LeBron have actually been doing a decent job. Lucio very low on mana, so has been using a lot of the W in lane to keep themselves topped up. And you've already got like pots burnt on both sides. But still it means that Lucio are going to be searching for those shrines. Managed to get one there, but nearly it goes into waiting hands. LeBron and Sama as they're going for the crab.
First crab going to be acquired in the meantime. Puffing up for Yike here, opposite side of the map. Caps has got a slight push in here. It's a threaded volley. He's going to get almost a full wave. Extended edition will find its mark here. Give a good time for Caps to probably walk it out. Remember, he has taken Ghost in this lane, as we've seen a lot of Talias do. With home guards, I do feel like it is easier in mid and especially top. Take whatever you want. I'm just sad, gents, that top laners haven't really extended past the fact of taking TP and look for the shield. But that's kind of pro play, isn't it?
Well, it's because you're so focused on dragons in this meta that if you don't take the TP, you'll go towards the 7-minute timer your TP rather than the 5-minute timer. So oftentimes you kind of need someone who is definitively going to take it to always be present on a side lane, and that's kind of oftentimes falling to the top laners in those scenarios.
Hang on. Meanwhile, a bit of a trade in bot. We must be looking there because Busio's in trouble, but we go back to the gank in top because Skumon looking for the flash, finds it onto Kana early. The Vault Breaker there, it's mad. Flash for flash, Skumon gets in and gets first blood. Running away from the zombie sign is the next task, because Skumon will do that with ease, and Yike just wasn't there in time.
Of all the lanes to gank, top is not what I was expecting, but the lane setup was really nice from Broken Blade. As the wave is bouncing back towards him, Vi is pathing up towards his top camps, and he does, I mean, I'll say a gank that we haven't seen what feels like all year long. You know? A rare top lane gank on the bounce timing. It used to just be the classic, right? That first bounce back, your jungler's there, you've always got to be cautious. But yeah, very nicely played by Skumon. They get the flash out from the Scion. And observers, if we could just pan back up to top lane, we should be able to highlight, look at how awkward this wave is now for Kana. He does have that ward in River. They also did get that crab on the top side, but this is really uncomfortable for the Scion to be in, who should feel a little bit safe just because the jungler should be pathing towards bot.
Flash Tangle Barbs. Yeah, who flashes away just in time.
Yeah. Nice play though, coming through from LeBron, because it does, by burning the flash on Yahoo, it keeps Cap safer as Emperor's Divide is about to come up. So at least having a little bit more vulnerability there makes KC a little bit less likely to try and go for some big play in mid.
And something you said, Dagda, was that G2 need to be getting their laners ahead early. They need to be super proactive in the early game, because when you have this 1-3-1 style, if your solo laners fall behind, that's not great. And so the fact that they've already found a gank in the top lane, Labrov is already roaming around the map and gets the flash out of Yahoo, I mean, G2 couldn't really be asking for a better start.
I mean, for G2 in this game as well, if Broken Blade can take over the top lane, talking about Kana's team fighting, but if there's a side lane threat, hot damn, can Caps start abusing that as well as it's Leah. Gents, bot lane is obviously the focus here because Dragon's up and available. Infernal, nice stats to kick the game off with as well. Both junglers are down here, but there are some control wards layering the pit for now. So maybe it's false streams. Skumon tries to get in position again. Busio takes a big chunk. Junglers are now here. Yike finds out and draws back in. Skumon takes it. Lebrov has to heal away. He's getting low, but lethal tempo for Han Sama while junglers are fighting it out. And Yike thinks, hang on a minute, man. In the 1v1, I'm getting denting blows and I'm losing.
G2 end up winning out on the trade, though. Han Sama healthier, able to push back Kalist and Busio. And now Skumon in position to go for this for Dragon if he wants to. So nicely done by G2. Nobody goes down, but G2 at least coming out slightly ahead. Skumon backing away, though.
Credit to Kalist. He really put the pressure down onto Lebrov, forcing that heal out from him. And without any flash, I think that if he hadn't healed, Kalist just would have straight up gotten a kill.
True.
Man, I'm still keeping my eyes on. He, of course, had a fantastic series against GX as well. Dragon now going to be started off. Casey should be aware of this. And this will allow Yike a small tempo advantage to clear through his topside jungle faster than, of course, Skumon is able to do. But Skumon will get the XP from the Dragon, allowing him to tick over to 6 already.
Great positioning from Caps, though, spotting out that Yike is now going for this top side. And Yike still kind of low, so no level 6. So what's the play here?
Good sidestep, and good sidestep again. Lebrov came up as a minion. I wasn't sure he read that, but Yahoo was onto him.
Yahoo needed to do that. G2 were either making the play on him or making the play on Yike, who's still level 5 and half HP. So actually, he didn't even get the crab, because G2 could have immediately collapsed onto Yike, or look for the Yahoo play, who was flashless, but not able to connect on either. They still get that crab.
I love the proactivity that we're seeing from G2 in this early game. They're leveraging the early game strengths that they have and constantly trying to bully out KC in the early game. And look at the gold lead that that's resulted in already. It's blue at the bottom of your screen. It is advantage across the board, and it's simply due to the pressure that G2 is able to garner from the early skirmishing. Now, of course, this isn't all doom and gloom for KC. They're not out of this game by any means. Their comp does scale. The whole point is to play that front to back around these neutral objectives. But in order for G2 to kind of get ahead of the curve, they need to be demonstrating these proactive plays.
80 carries are going to stay in isolation for the time being. Grubs are up in 5 seconds. We'll see if there's any priority towards them. As you said, G2's early lead lands them with 1,500 gold, and that's mainly on the top side of the map.
It's awkward for KC to try and contest any void groups, because Kana just used that ultimate to get back to lane. Broken Blade has his ultimate just about to come up and should have pushing wave. So if there is anyone going for it, it would be Skumon. But I think he's kind of saying, I don't really care about it. I'm just more going to make sure this bottom lane doesn't get punished at any point in time. And there's no cross map that can happen for KC that suddenly shifts the momentum that G2 have established.
Skumon is down the bottom side of the map, almost caught him Yike out of her old habit. As need to work onto Kana, trying to get his ulti out, but he doesn't actually have it available, waiting for the snip with the true damage, and Kana takes a mighty chunk. He does have teleport available if he has to back away, but I think the Spectre's Cowl probably just saved his life there.
I think it's going to be a difficult champ to dive. Sion, with the wave clear that he has available. Keeping my eyes on Yahoo. Looks like he's just going to drop a ward onto the grubs to spot out whether or not the Vi was starting anything else. Of course, Skumon is down in the bottom lane, clearing out this vision. Level 6s for both supports now secured, which means that I'm hoping for a little bit more action on the rim.
Yeah, Kana wasn't sure if Caps was going topside if it was resetting, which is why I think they were kind of matching that, but LeBron calls.
Boy, a magical journey. He's drawn back in. That dreaded return hurts. Poplocking comes down buffered. Yike pulls out the ulti, but again, tempered fate dodged away from. Everyone's got fancy feet on the Rift today.
I mean, that is both summoners gone from Lebrov, which means all those roams will now be harder for him to pull off if he does get caught out of position. KC going on the offensive themselves. It's Yike. Ooh, in a risky spot.
Again, he doesn't have that Grim Deliverance, so he can't get out, or I guess he can press E over the wall, never mind. I forgot. He's also got a couple of dashes. And
ooh, Yahoo. Miscalculated how much damage the tower would do to that cannon minion there. -1 for him. As Caps built up a bit of a gold advantage, largely thanks to that tower plate. He's able to get into the middle lane. Lebrov has snuck his way in. I think Yahoo sees that one.
I think he does indeed. A little bit sus when the minions stop moving, as more plate's going to go the way of Caps. And G2, their gold lead inching forward and forward. 2.3k now, and there are pings going down from G2, thinking about the grubs here. Well, KC try to stop anything that's happening in the bot side, or rather that was just Busio. Bot laners are going to back away, and with them off the map, maybe that adds too much pressure for KC to think about a return here.
Okay, so Grub's going to be secured as well. G2 controlling all of the early game objectives, and they now have a 2k gold lead. Most of that sitting on Broken Blade, but Skewmon is right there next to him, and look at the camp difference. Like, Skewmon has been powering through along with getting that first blood. G2 is in a very good position here in the early game.
There's very little that KC can kind of do to respond. The map isn't in a position where they can look for counter push or for trades. Busio has been sticking around on this bottom side to help Kalis get push, but it hasn't really amounted to anything. So from G2 side, this has kind of been the best that you could hope for in this early stage.
So Rootmaker picked up for top as well. Broken Blade close to cresting towards 1,000 gold. Only a small gold lead, but he's been able to approach those plates more often than not. Top in isolation, always going to be good news here for G2 as we count down towards 20 seconds for this Drake. This first item's only for the top side of the map, and let's look towards bot for now. Cosmic Binding does connect. Busio tries to read the unreadable. Hansama gets a barrier down. Busio gets chunked a bit, but there is now a summonerless Hansama outside of his flash.
6 seconds until the Dragon push on bot side. They have the opportunity to move across for KC. There's a push in mid though, which makes it very difficult for them to try and contest. Yahoo going to look for the reset of the TP in.
I think he's going to be able to get it off. He's got enough gold as well for his item, which means that he can TP back to mids, and there it is. Nash's Tooth completed. Nice spike for the Azir. G2 though don't want to give this up for free.
Okay, late engage, 2k. Weaver's War coming in from Caps on the flank, though. Booster gets out with a magical journey, and isolated is this Zahan, and Yike just gets popped back. Caps says, see you later, old buddy. As Yehu doesn't even think about committing. KC have lost the Dragon. G2 came in with the snatch, and 3.5k now the lead after a brilliant pick coordinated well.
The anti-synergy between Busio and Yike. Yike goes up into the ult as Busio Zhonya's is the target. And he wants to put
he wanted cannon! He wanted the cannon! And now buff it out Yehu. He's already in lethal tempo. It's a cease and desist for Yehu. In the 1v1, I think he wins out the long con. Vault Breaker. Range is running out as Busio's nearby. Caps got greedy.
Yehu with the punish to make something out of a bad play. Because G2, they got a kill, they got a Dragon, they're starting to snowball, and KC needed to alleviate this pressure.
Yeah, but watch the anti-synergy here. So Yike, when you hit the ultimate, you heal off the damage dealt, but because Skewmon isn't there is nowhere to heal.
True.
Caps also gets the flick back, and he immediately goes down. I think Yike just needed to try and escape. He was so focused on the Dragon that ends up getting the kill across and the Dragon.
Nice wall there from Caps to initiate the fight, to already introduce a ton of chaos into the river. But the gold still at about 2.2k. Now everyone is looking at Yehu to be that carry for KC. But you're seeing how quickly G2 can collapse in these fights. It is so easy for them to just go. And that is the whole point of this composition. It's very, well, 2025, I would say. This is the type of drafts we saw a lot of last year. We even heard on the desk talking about how Vi had fallen out of the meta, but this is what Vi was really good at, enabling champions to just go. And that is exactly what G2 is looking to do around these new
Hard to react. That's what we want to see. And the snap engager comes from Talia as well. That pairing, very powerful combination. And I feel like for Skewmon here in this game, it's been pretty clean. And as we said, like, G2 were finding inter-lane leads. Is that a word? Let's just call it lane leads. And all Skewmon had to do was hover. And in this early game, it's been great for them. Still 2.5k gold lead, the Dragon stolen, and now we wait for the Herald that can really burst open the game and put some more gold on the stride of these G2 carries.
Yeah, I think if I'm KC though, what I want to be doing is looking for picks before objective spawn. G2 are doing a very good job of controlling lanes to make sure that they are able to look for picks and set themselves up with like a flank for Caps with that Weaver's Wall. So I think you have to kind of drop one of these lanes and just all in on probably a mid play, see if you can pick off Hansama, and then try and get some of this tempo back, because with the position that G2 are in, it's just too difficult to do.
But maybe G2 are in the best position to find the flank onto Yehu. He's going to face check this way for the Tangle Barbs at melee range as well. Pop Blossom comes in, still finds a knock up after the wall, but Yike's coming in. Dreaded Return doesn't connect, and the flick doesn't either. G2 are ready to snap down, but I think Yike helped the play. This was enough damage connecting.
Can we just comment on how Yehu seems incredibly difficult to CC?
Yes.
Like, that man is so aware of all of the things that could kill him, and he just dances around them beautifully. And when there's a point and click pointed at his head, it feels very difficult to lock this man down.
Second time round, isn't it? And just with one play, KC, they find themselves on the Herald. Nice and easily done.
Yeah, and just thanks to awards, spots out the LeBron is top. Yahoo, incredible acting, deserves an Oscar.
True.
And they're just able to shut down the play from G2, and that's what I was kind of talking about, like finding moments for KC to just find these small swings. Because if you can start to get control back, it becomes more difficult then for G2 to set up the map in their favor and like use this Talia to their full advantage.
Decimating smash, but meanwhile here comes the jungle into the bot lane. Kana's going to get needlework. Broken Blade using the rest up of his mana bar, but Busio is also on the way. One more charge available. Skewmon has to get on out of there, but a Cosmic Party connecting, but there's no damage here. There's no one else, and Yike is actually on the top side of the map, so Busio's literally just covering, threatening that there could be a jungler soon. Little clap from the audience. Someone really liked that play.
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Bro,
he's cheeky.
Can't you just be like the rest of us and be shopping and just get hit? Can you just do that?
Hang on.
He did get hit. AoE.
Oh my god, he got hit.
Caps keeping the pressure up in the top lane as Dragon 39 seconds away. KC, they want to be ready to fight this one. And with a lot of item spikes coming through for both sides. One of these first items though, that Trinity Force always makes me a little bit concerned. It is a strong position for Kalista to be in, even though he's a level down. Ooh, the binding, but nice.
They are thinking this. They did know this. Busio and Kalista tank up a little bit.
That was a dangerous arcane shift though, because the immediate ult follow-up from LeBron could have happened. So I think just the fact that there wasn't enough vision in River.
Oh, angle, pop blossom, it turns good though onto Yahoo though. They need more engaged. Tempered Fate holds up KC as double TP comes in, and it's Skewmon who sets up with a Vault Breaker, teleport in as well. It's getting messy, but Broken Blade has a backline angle. He snips Busio, flashes away his caps. Can't reach at the back end. Herald might be an engaged one, as KT still have the health bars on 4 carries, and the ulti from Kana that runs aground. So Yike's gonna turn it around and find mid lane turret instead.
It looked a little dicey. KC threatening with that. Herald.
Still looks
Overstepped
dicey.
on-
What is happening? All right, I guess skill shots need to connect to continue this one. Broken Blade's dealing with Kana.
There's no ultimates available on KC, whereas Skewmon, Hansam, and Broken Blade still have theirs available. So G2, from this position with the ult economy, I think should be able to achieve their goal, as Broken Blade just going to take that tower on Kana's face.
Kana's got a good shield though, and the rest of KC coming in onto the needlework. Broken Blade going to take on the world, and guess what? The world is watching. They're dying, in fact. Yike dies. Remember that deliverance was in the ground as G2 find the enemy jungle, and third dragon, that sits up as the prize.
I mean, G2 just don't waste any time. They're playing through their solo lane so effectively. Broken Blade knows that there's no one to stop him. I think it has to be Yahoo to kind of slow him down on the side lane. But with the health advantage that they had gained, it was Broken Blade that chunks up Busio. It was him that forces Busio back to base. With the numbers advantage, he turns his attention down to bot lane. He gets himself another tower. And then with his team, they force KC back, and they converted into their third dragon of the game. Huge credit to G2. This was a draft where they needed to leverage the strength of their solo laners, and they're doing just that.
Also, just massive shout out to Skewmon and Lebrov, who have already been keeping Busio in check, keeping Yike in check. Because when we look back at the last time these two teams faced off, whatever about the Lisa in top, it was Busio controlling bot lane with Kalist, roaming and working with Yike, and just keeping the pace of the game in KC's dictation. That's not what's happening this time around. G2 are controlling where Busio gets to go. Lebrov is the one starting the engages. G2 are using their push advantage, and it's making it much more difficult for KC to have control of the game.
I mean, in the regular season, you can see that, like, this is why Busio is in the conversation for best support. It's strange that we're highlighting Lebrov, but it's very well deserved in this game. Nico, the playmaker, I remember this last year.
I mean, you can see them in the rankings. They are very close to each other. The biggest difference is that first blood participation, where it was mainly Busio that was so heavily involved in a lot of the early action that was happening for KC. In contrast, that wasn't quite the case for Lebrov. But this game, Lebrov has very much had his presence known on the map. And we haven't even talked about the fact that Hans has a 1.5k gold lead over Kalist. He has just passively been farming this entire time. He's been doing a good job of picking up plates where he can. And the man is a monster right now with 2 items complete.
And we highlighted the intelligent pick that's going to interact with this KC comp. G2 still have a lead. They're 4.5k gold ahead. They're on Soul Point, and This Kaito will get to play the game. Pop Blossom onto Bujo. This is only a one-man, but into the ulti. Caps looking for the flick back, finds it. What coordination from G2.
Immediately they jump on Busio. 2 walls is enough to stop the magical journey. And G2 finding the picks they need.
I don't think in a while I've seen the Weaver's Wall used as like direct CC to launch someone and then using the flick afterwards. It was very well played from G2.
Yeah, who's in trouble?
Okay, well this time there's the point and click you wanted to see. Dagda, that's how you kill him. All right, the drawback is good as Cumon knows he's dead. Ulti popped out as well. Now the deliverance is there. Yike, looking for a second one. The flick back narrowly avoided. G2 is still strong in these solo lanes, so Yike has to pay respect.
It ends up being a 1-for-1, but that tower is getting dangerously low, but here comes Kana.
He's going to have to pop the ulti. Caps has a flash available. He kites up first, waiting again, put the threat of volley down. He kites forward, then flashes Tempered Fate on the turret. No saving grace. It's invulnerable for the time being. And a W, Broken Blade, saves his life, taking on the army. He doesn't get flicked, rather kites away, flashes down. Yike, he's not the one taking turret here. It's Kana. It's Broken Blade. It's Broken Blade. It's Broken Blade. LeBron looking for the follow-up as Busio runs for his life. There's the Blossom, there's the pop. We're looking for the auto. No, magical journey taken. Cosmic Binding. My God, let's just launch. As LeBron runs towards Busio, an auto, a Q, a kill goes down, and that was Broken Blade versus the whole of KC.
KC are learning what it means to face G2 in playoffs. This team has come alive and outplaying KC everywhere they touch.
G2 wanted that top tower. I don't think that that's how they expected to get it. Kana, the idea is great. You know that they just don't have the HP to stick onto this, but Yike has to close the gap, and that's the most important thing. Kana alone doesn't have the damage, but Broken Blade is out-kiting Yike. Yike cannot get in range. Then the tower does most of the work onto Kana with Broken Blade slipping and sliding his way through the fight. Just barely able to get enough sustain to do so much damage. They get the kill onto Yike, they chase down Busio, they get the top tower, and they'll get the Baron as well. G2 dominating here in game 1.
LeBron gets the final kill. I just don't know. LeBron is going to be found by a minion here, but Weaver's Wall comes out again. Smite down, LeBron gets bursted. Yike takes the kill. Tempered Fate onto Caps. He didn't flash away, he just rode the wall out, but towards this Dragon, now an opportunity for KC to stop the stacking.
But that's where KC want to be with Dragon in just 30 seconds. Finding that pick until Rob might give them enough time to try and look for the setup. Take mid tower. Find options in the jungle to find the picks. It may not look like a huge amount, but if KC can use this towards a tempo advantage, maybe that's enough to slow down G2 here.
Well, getting a bit of gold for KC. You talk about slowing the game, that's how KC started off. Gold is still going up though for G2. And they're the ones sitting with Baron, but I was noticing that mid turret went down and gold actually went the wrong way. As Dragon now spawns, KC on it first.
Yeah, the Hextech Rift means that at least Lebrov is getting out significantly faster, but KC immediately start up the objective. Push in mid from G2, but KC don't care, they just want the Dragon.
It's Lebrov in here, Tangle Barbs doesn't reach, Boosie on the wrong side of dodge, Broken Blade sets it up, Dragon may go down, but KC need to get the hell out of there. Skumon sets his sights on Yike, who sets himself up to deliverance with the Pop Blossom, gets the back end of the fight, and Yike will not play anymore. Now for Broken Blade again, he's taking on 3 members, but this time he knows he can soar forward. Broken Blade looking for the passive stacks as Hansama hits him over the wall. Kana taking up Vanala's Caps. Face checks into melee. Damage is good from Kalist, but the problem is there's so many carries. LeBron is looking for the back end. He pops the Starburst against Hansama. Also he's in with the Killer Instinct. Kalist is still alive somehow, but Caps gets the Weaver's Wall in. And we go from chaos to more chaos. Dragon denied, but G2 win the fight.
Ultimately, it is a team fight win for G2. They need to try and get something off the back of this fight, though, because Casey's successfully able to deny the soul. Their positioning was good, but the flank was better. Skumon comes in from behind. He turns his attention onto Yike, and then Broken Blade and Lebrov just so 4 members away. They turn this into a 3 versus 1. A nice ulti from Yehu, but it's too little, too late, as G2 win themselves out another fight.
It's a long fought fight though, as G2 continue on here. I thought in this position, Kalist might have been able to get enough damage down, but again, the stun not connecting on Broken Blade thanks to the Hollowed Mist, and then G2 able to slowly chase members down, but Kalist at least gets 1 back on the out.
They're just taking these like near impossible skill fights, and G2 6.5k, they're obviously winning it out.
I just want to go back to a conversation we had in draft, which was that why does this conversation about G2 in playoffs even happen?
Yeah.
And a large part of it, as I was mentioning, was because they take time to figure out what they think is strong in the meta. And this is a style that no one else in the LEC is playing.
That's good journey hold. Tempered Fate dodged away from. Now Yike doesn't really have an angle. That Grim Deliverance is up and available for a re-engage. The flick back. He finally used it only onto one. Skewmon is the target. Taken down. Pop Blossom again though. Double trouble. LeBron bounces down like a bubble. And G2 will run it up mid now for more gold in their pocket. A flick back onto Yahoo. He started being culpable. And G2 have started reading his mind.
There are games where I watch G2 have 14, 15, 16 kills and Broken Blade is not involved. In this game, he got a gank and he is taking over the game. This Gwen has been huge for G2.
KC thought that they had found a pick in the middle lane, but it was a long con as a nice flank is found by Lebrov. A beautiful ultimate connects onto 2 and sets up for G2 to run rampant once more. This Gwen is monstrous in the side lane, but let's see how this one played out.
It's the intelligence of BB in the side lane. Knows he has the push, immediately groups with Lebrov. A great flank again from the G2 support. This Nico's doing work, but we're back into the jungle. No one is there, but it's G2 running amok wherever they please.
And again, it's this 1-3-1 style. We already saw the Gwen coming out from them in their Heretic series, and the fact that they're leveraging this early game focused comp where you need to be finding advantages through your solo lanes. Skewmon did exactly that. Lebrov played towards mid. They left Hansama isolated knowing that the Kai'Sa into the Ezreal is an easy lane for the Kai'Sa to just freely farm away. And again, we talk so much about Broken Blade. Hans, 303, 2.5k gold lead. He's there in the back line, ready to be a carry in the event that Broken Blade and Caps need that extra bit of help.
I mean, Caps doesn't need help because he's landing. I feel like all of these Ws, like Caps has been on point as well. Alongside the rest of G2 as playoffs is quite big. Skewmon, big mistake. He missed, he whiffed, and now here's the cease and desist. He's out there with a Vault Breaker. Ultimate doesn't connect, but range, Skewmon, and still no slow, no flick back, save the president. Okay, he's down. Now for the rest of the concave, KC looking for a chase, but look, Broken Blade is using scissors on a bit of concrete.
He's snipping his way through that bottom side of the map as KC.
He can use Hexgate.
Yeah,
KC use the Hexgate.
Wanted to go for Baron. Yeah, who is coming? But Broken Blade.
He wins.
He's dancing around them.
He is making fun of them in this game. Yike now, he's looking for Caps, but I don't think he's going to connect anything. The Baron is alive, 7 seconds. Skewmon isn't there to contest. KC have a narrow window where they have to force this, and they're going to do it.
But as TP gets committed, mid wave is pushing in, bot wave is pushing in. They're not
Here comes Gwen.
But the pressure is there. Busio took a magical journey from hell. Oh my God, Tempered Fate on himself, but there's still a bit of needlework. Busio's dead. Yike got the tip hit as well, and the needle strike true. Pop Blossom, flash. Yeah, who's the next target? Hansama hooked that ultimate to the back line. It's decimating smash onto Couch. It's flash. Winter is coming. KC have kind of left alive, but there is nothing he can do in the midst of G2.
KC took the one opportunity that they saw, but it is not enough. G2 rout them, and they will take the Baron.
My goodness, a quick trim off the top as Broken Blade starts that fight off with a monstrous play. Zero fear in his eyes. He flies it straight into the KC group. The Baron, a desperate attempt from KC, which is quickly thwarted. The Soul is available as well. I think Caps has already started that objective off. Skewmon's going to head over and help him now. But my goodness, I was expecting this series to be a close one.
He's turning a Tempered Fate. Okay, Gwen is immune. Wait for the third. Needle whack. Everyone, Broken Blade flashed on. Threat of return brings him back in. But in the 1v3, I'm scared. You're going to get that ulti down. That's good for Yike. But he gets flashed on Broken Blade. Close. The fact that he's taken on 3 and coming close to 2 carries is very scary for KC.
I mean, the good news for Kalista is he gets a big shutdown, but it's Broken Blade that starts this fight off. He picks a fight with Busio and knows once this wears off, I'm going to do some serious damage in the pit.
But for KC, they weren't in a position to follow up. Kalista's in the back of the pit with nowhere to go. And even though Busio ends up with a double stun onto Caps and Hansama, they weren't able to do anything. G2 in a 4 versus 5 come out on top.
I mean, that flash timing, Caps on the... He was smashing the D on his keyboard. No, F. He's smashing the F on his keyboard coming out of that Zhonya's. And the timing was immaculate. G2 with a 13,000 gold lead. They've got the Hextech Soul, and the base is not even broken outside of that bottom inhibitor turret. There's still inhibitors to go. There's still Nexus turrets to go. G2 are power playing towards this 20k gold lead. And once again in playoffs, showing that G2 are a very different beast.
KC trying to set up for a pick on the bottom side of the map, hoping that Broken Blade might just poke his head out a little bit too far. But now have to reset as those waves start to crash in towards the turrets. A minute 15 for G2 left. I don't think they'll get much off the Baron push, but still control in their favor.
They don't have to do much, do they? For KC, how many more minutes do they need? I mean, trying to pick like they did on Broken Blade, maybe on the Caps. You can see Caps wouldn't step up until more people of KC showing on the map. Now that this rotation's coming in, Caps still holding off in the brush. Lebrov's covering, and G2 getting mid-push while they wait for Broken Blade to encapsulate all the minions down in the bot with the open inhibitor as well. It's unrelenting, and KC have to look at many different directions at once.
Slow and steady is G2 right now, which is a bit of a surprise given how this game has gone. But Broken Blade on the side lane is really the scariest point.
At least Kana's able to deal with him. Thought of.
Is he? Is he able to deal with him?
He's alive, Benny. He can't really stop the turret
He
pushing
can
for
watch
that.
it.
Oh dear, okay. Well, that's half the HP just about gone from Kana. Open inhib in the mid lane as well. The speed up inhib down. Look at top. Top is dropping. And KC, they can't stop it. And so this is just a slow burn where G2 are going to find out how they can end this game. And KC are going to try and make their last stand at the next turret. Looking for Broken Blade yet again, but this has not really worked in their favor outside of that one kill top.
BB's just going to reset and TP back in. G2, see the blood in the water. I think they want to end this now.
They do indeed. Lebrov, sneaky minion again. Pop Blossom gets 2 flashes and 1 setup of Yike. Yike will pop the ulti, but his grievance doesn't matter. Yike's running back to his base because he knows he's got to get out of there. Tempered Fate maybe to save him, I don't know. Because the Needlework finds him after the fact. And Broken Blade continues the onslaught. He's Needlework up as Cumon fails to flash forward, but he's got GA. He can make a mistake.
Okay, Kalist.
Unsama's trying to stay alive as Kalist is hitting some damage, but Broken Blade is still at full HP. Gwen is immune again. No! I would not have done that. I would not have done that. Arcane shifting into Broken Blade is one way of using this guy's initials. Kalist just said bye-bye to game 1.
Okay, Kalist. Okay, Kalist. In a heartbeat. But this game wasn't defined by that. G2. They did not let up for a second in this game.
Absolutely. A dominant Game 1 performance. G2, they've figured out how they want to play the meta, and Broken Blade is standing by with Odo, so let's hear from him.
Okay, BB, pretty good game. But tell me, did you feel personally disrespected by the fact that he just picks a tank into you just like that?
I mean, he can't do that. He can't, actually, so.
Did you feel like you taught him a big lesson to respect you a little bit more for next game?
I mean, we'll see. Next game will definitely be fun.
A lot better performance than this one, yeah? From you.
Yes, for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go back to your team. Thank you so much, BB. Finn, what the hell happened? How did the BB manage to have such a great game?
Yeah, man, I don't know what happened, but the stat guy just told me in my little ear that BB did 50% of his team's damage that game. And as one top laner to another, I just gotta say, kudos.
Did you ever do 50% of your team's damage in an LEC game?
I've only done 50% of my mental damage to my team in post-game reviews.
Okay, so it's different.
I did feel like I entered my team one time, maybe so hard I did 50% damage to them, you know?
Oh, yeah?
I mean, that's the stat that top laners are really interested in, you know?
It's true. But you touched on it there, right? You had the Scion coming out of Kana, and Broken Blade had a really great performance. I think a great game on that Gwen, but how much did you see it coming? Because you guys immediately called out, why is Kana on Scion?
I mean, there's just so many frustrations, because before we were talking about how is G2 making the same mistakes as it did last year? How do they have to go through the same journeys as they did last year, support and jungle? And now we shifted to the other side with KC. Now it feels like they are doing the same thing why are we seeing Kana on tanks?
Why?
I felt like we had this lesson last year. You don't put Kana on tanks. You don't put Diesel in your Bugatti.
Okay, Finn. Okay, San was not the problem here, okay? He was realistically the only winning lane, but what ended up happening is, yeah, I mean, San versus Gwen, you know, it gets early game, yeah, at some point it is, but so Skimon did an amazing job, you know, setting up BB for success, but the problem was, I think it's just the way Casey constructed the draft, because what ended up happening was the really unfortunate situation where you have 3 losing lanes and a losing jungle, and then the game is completely cooked, because we did see how it is, because when you look at Zahen here in this draft, look at all the pairings, Finn. Find me one pairing where you have playmaking potential.
Asir Shurima Shuffle.
The game was already lost by that point, Finn.
You asked me for one, I gave you one. Like,
try again, one more try. Find me another one.
Boost your Bardold from across the Atlantic.
Yeah, see, that's just as messed up. It's just unreliable. So that's the problem. KC always build their leads on having reliable lanes, reliable jungle pairing, so that you can find ways to make plays. But in this game, once that gank happened on top lane from Skew, there was just nothing else to play for.
So, can I ask you then, because I hear this a lot, right? We look at draft, they say, well, but it's fine matchup, Sion and Gwen. It's fine, right? You said that. It shouldn't be that bad. But everything else matters too. So in that context, it isn't fine. So shouldn't it be picked?
I mean, to me, it just felt like Casey was a little bit uncomfortable having Kana without any pressure on the map. Because usually, I think when Casey are playing the game, they come in, they're driving the little car, they looked up, oh, Kana, you're 500 gold up, nice job. And they keep going, but here there was a little bit of a difference up there in favor of the Gwen, and it was kind of a pressure hole that he couldn't quite fill.
Yeah, it's not that it was his fault, it's just that it didn't help.
Exactly, because, yeah, it's just, I don't want to put it so much on KC, you know, oh, KC misplayed, KC played bad, they had bad draft or whatever, but G2 did incredible things this game, because I have seen maybe the first time this split when I see Lavrov and Skew so unleashed, because this was the result. The Gwen became this strong, not because of Lavrov and Skew specifically going top, but Lavrov and Skew controlling the mid and both sides so much of the map that Gwen just has time to free scale.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with BB. It felt like he just lied back in his chair, put on the headset, put on levels by Vici, and just started cranking crazy damage. This game, I haven't not seen BB play Gwen like this in so long.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed. Genuinely, I think he has shown that you do not blind pick tanks into him, or he will pick the Gwen and he will take over the game. This is not the second time he's done it in a row, and I think that demands a little bit of respect.
He's playing rock, paper, scissors, and all Sion's coming up with his paper.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it was a joke because they were playing rock, paper, scissors earlier. But how about your boy Yike? We were so excited about him. You got us hyped. Did he have any tools to work with?
I mean, Odo put it well. 3 losing lanes, what can do?
Don't blame. I mean, the easy situation is blame the jungle, but realistically, no. I still feel like he did the best he could with the tools he had, but I am expecting a little bit of adaptations coming from KC because it seemed so uncompetitive, you know? There was a glimpse of hope, you know, at around the Herald mark where the team finally kicks in, but by that point, when you're 3K, 4K gold down, it's just a little bit too late. So going into the next game, the muscle memory is still there. They can still find these triggers. They can still find good fights, but all they need is just more tools to find more opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, to me, you just gotta choose your lane, right? Because I thought that Busio and Yike was one of the biggest engines in the team.
Yeah.
But I feel like they never really got the chance to sync up. Also, with the Bard, you need to be extra creative. Usually pair the Bard with a jungler that can go in and force. Zahen kind of wants someone to go before him so he can follow up. And I felt like both Busio and Yike was waiting for the other one to go in so they could follow up. And it looked like a little bit out of sync, so I would like to see at least one of those with a little bit more initiative in the next game.
Yeah, someone needs to push, go. Let me just, this is since we have you here, what did you think about G2 in the first game?
I think we improved a lot. And players
Little bro is on the
Storm,
team.
so
like, what do you mean?
So next game also will be not a win because I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah.
But first game was like a bit of a.
Well, you can't do that. You can't be like, oh, we were so good game one, and then, but I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx
Believe
it,
me.
but first game was a bot game.
Yeah. Okay.
So next game maybe Aram game.
You want to say something about KC?
Who is KC?
Who's KC? Yeah.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Any KC fans want to reply or? Yeah.
I mean, me and Finn, we were the KC fans.
Yeah.
You know?
We were standing here cheering.
I've got to reply. You have to come here though. What does KC have to do?
We're gonna win this, and you not,
and you don't going to Madrid.
Oh!
Barcelona. sorry.
Hey, I make that mistake
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
time.
it's fine. It's all right. They're not going to Barcelona, and also not to Madrid. Then, in that case, what do you think?
It's coming home, baby. No, I think I want to see a more convincing case in Game 2. I want to see them fight back because genuinely, this Game 1, it was a G2 stomp.
It was.
And we all predicted Casey to win the series, and I am not convinced by the Game 1 performance. I want to see them step up.
Yes, me too. I did think KC was going to win this series, so if they do, it's going to have to be 3 games, and they're fighting to get to Barcelona, and you can also go to Barcelona, because tickets are now on sale. Still head to lec.gg/Barcelona. There we go. We're going to take a quick break and see if KC can bring this one back and bring us to 3 games.
You guys know this song, right? I know LeBron knows it. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Let's spend this night together. Boom,
Maybe G2 in the best position to find the flank on the Yahoo. He's going to face check this way for the tackle basket.
Oh, you clear?
And the W, broken blade, saved his life, taking on the army. He doesn't get flicked. Father strikes away, watches down. Yikes, he's not the one taking target. And Carter, his broken blade.
Boom, 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 boom.
What's wrong with me today?
I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm a crushing.
Whoops. Wrong word.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
go G2 in playoffs. It happened again, and will it keep happening in the series? We don't know, but one step away once again from going to a different country. This time it happens to be Barcelona, and MKOI already sitting there waiting. One more would put G2 in position.
And I think what's interesting is that now both of the predictions Betty has made on this podcast have actually turned out to be wrong. So you're 0-2 thus far.
I predicted KOI to go 2-0.
No,
that
was encompassing in one. That was one prediction.
Okay.
So Betty is wrong. Okay.
I mean, G2 have definitely surprised. I had some concerns around, well, a lot of different pieces, mainly because I had a lot of trust in Casey's consistency, but G2 are doing what they often do, which is they're just saying, well, you know what? The way in which everyone is playing the game, we just don't agree with. We're going to play Vi, we're going to play Gwen, we're going to play these 1-3-1 style comps, and we're going to screw fighting front-to-back 5v5, seems to be their philosophy.
But can they do that again?
Exactly.
Is the biggest question.
That's the big question indeed. Now, KC do have that right of first selection. They have chosen first pick, and G2 have chosen blue, which means right now it is the bottom right of your screen that will get first pick.
Thank you.
G2 will need to ban something else. Will it be another AD carry? Is Yunara and Varus already off the board? I don't think so.
I think that's a Cassante R1 coming. That is
I
Renekton
don't.
gone. You don't think? Yeah, why not?
You know what? Let's see. Let's see if that's what it is.
Or he could be like, I mean, they got rid of Renekton. So what does that imply to you? What does that really tell you?
Ambessa's still open.
Ambessa R1 as a flex. That's even better, actually. Forget that, because Cassante can deal with it. Cassante doesn't really lose any lane.
But Ambessa does well into Cassante.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the Renekton. Let's not lose track, okay? I'm sorry I took you down this avenue. It's been a wacky day. It's only been 3 games so far, but I do feel like the last one has thrown us off a cliff. Now, the Renekton from Hysterics was very correct. It was just about the through line.
But again, Ambessa is the champion that is picked, not Renekton,
not Cassante.
which is what Dagda said.
No, but I was talking about Cassante. Renekton banned for the Cassante, but it's the Ambessa.
Right.
I was right. I was just in the wrong ticket.
So shall we now predict a pick?
If you want to do your job. What do you think's coming up next?
It wouldn't surprise me if something like a Corki was prioritized. We've been seeing it a bunch from Hans Sama. Jungle may also be the option. Rumble is the one I always forget, mainly because G2 is not a Rumble team outside of this year. We've been seeing it way more. I say way more. The reason why I say way more, it's been 2 games, which is way more than what we're used to normally seeing from
now
G2.
It's 3. Holy.
I'm wondering what they want to pair with it, though, for ski mods. Jungle would be my go-to here. Jarvan wouldn't be the worst. Just because a lot of the mid lane pool tends to be more, immobile at the moment. So I wouldn't have hated it because, like, more than likely looking for like Anivias and these kind of things. So maybe it's looking for Jarvan on the next rotation as it comes through. Like, kind of wait to see what Yehu picks. Unless he wants to go for something weird, or like an Akali or something like that. But I think it's more than likely going to be like the Cassio or the Anivia. Yeah.
Maybe even Galio. I don't know, because I don't know if Yehu plays Anivia. But we've seen Aurora could also be a possibility.
Yeah, LeBlanc's also there in the pool.
I wasn't too impressed with Aurora the other day, we'll say. But yeah, Anivia.
First Anivia of the split. And Yehu locks it in. Okay. This guy's got a lot of champions. I mean, to be fair, though, in Best of Ones, these two are one of the most creative teams that we've seen so far in the split. As with Anivia, what jungler do you want? You need setup, right?
Well, I think you can just take the Ambessa and put her jungle if you want to. So
yeah, you're right.
That
Don't lose the flex.
There.
Okay.
So I think it would actually be a Corki or something along those lines, like an AD carry to set up well for Kalista there.
Okay, well, question mark. Hang on.
Oh,
Galio top. So that means you lose the flex.
I think that's cool, though. Like, it's a good matchup. You've got double AP solo laners that Galio is going to get a ton of value out of. And you've now got a tool that you can use alongside the Ambessa as she dives into the backline. I like what Casey are bringing to the table here. So for G2, it's more about now trying to respond with probably more defensive picks so you can try and keep your backline safe.
Oh, that's defensive. Oh, that's defensive. It's a bit more defensive. Okay, that one. Still aggressive, though, but we do get the hot pot. We get the blue hot pot, for what it's worth. So the biggest question is, how are we going to cement these bot lanes? Because already, Varus, Yunara gone, Kai'Sa, Ezreal, some of these fringe picks like Caitlyn are there.
I mean, Corki is just really valuable.
Super easy, but surely you ban it.
Jhin is also up there, kind of as we start to teeter through.
Jhin Rumble,
yeah.
Classic.
So I think these are kind of the picks I'm looking for. But if I'm G2, I want to ban away AD carries that can self-heal.
Yep.
So things that can get away from Jarvan, things that can get away from the Rumble. But honestly, like the only one that's really still there that I can think of is like Corki and Caitlyn. Everything else still kind of ends up stuck. Like even if you pick Xayah, she just comes back down into the Cataclysm anyway. So
Zeri is like down the list, but like,
Yeah.
bro, I feel like that's way too far down the list at the moment. So let's see, because Cal was banned on the side of G2. They're not really worried about 80 carries here. What are you thinking about?
I'm debating what 80 carry makes the most sense for KC, because I feel like you shouldn't really play to care much about the Jarvan.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if G2 first picked Caitlyn away so that you basically only had Corki. But that was under the assumption that they would even consider banning Corki, because right now I think that Corki is the main 80 carry that both teams want to
But I mean,
grab.
Caitlyn's already banned, so that's off the
Yeah.
board
Oh, right,
completely.
yeah, no, you're-
one of the
thanks,
first bans.
yeah, I completely missed
But
that.
that's what makes it a harder decision, doesn't it? Again, we're getting rid of supports here as Rel goes as well, but that's why the list for G2 is so much easier to abuse here, so that Jarvan could start paying dividends.
because I think Hansama just takes the Corki, and then it's kind of like, okay, but Kalist, what do you do? Like, Sivir maybe, but you're still caught in the spell shield. Jhin would be the one that I'd probably go to, because like we've seen Jhin oftentimes as enter into Corki, and technically then you've got the range to be like, okay, I'll be fine. So I imagine it's going to be a Corki for Jhin trade.
If you really want a dash, Zeri and Tristana are both still playable. We haven't really seen them at
Tristana
all.
jumps in, Galio on top, and that's your engage.
There you go.
Yeah.
I like it.
It kind of depends what... I have trust that Kalist plays every 80 carry. I generally do for most 80 carry players in our league. Corki feels like the obvious choice.
Oh, you're going to take support here. More worried about support. I guess you pinched 4 supports from the pool, but now the difference is that KC can pick up that Corki that we're talking about and give an option.
But maybe they're saying, what do you then pair with it? Because with
Corki Pike.
Karma?
Corki Karma is... Ugh.
I mean, still, it's a good lane though, surely.
I mean, sure, it would probably be fine. I guess it depends on what 80 carry gets picked, to be honest.
Oh, wait.
Ooh,
Ash,
now.
Ash Bromangel or what?
Ash Seraphine was
Ash
played earlier
Seraphine.
today in LCK, and it was absolutely disgusting. Career had a phenomenal performance on this, so
Okay.
looks like they're taking now a page out of that book.
That is a cool combo, which means the Corki will by default be locked in for G2. That makes a ton of sense.
Okay.
Now, for those that don't know, the way that Seraphine's root works, if I remember my Seraphine knowledge, it is her E.
Yeah, that.
Basically, what happens is there are 2 casts of it, and so the first one is a slow, and if the target is already slowed, then it roots, and if the target's already root, it'll stun. But what the Ashe does is her passive applies the slow, which means that when the E comes through, it then root into stun. So that's the initial synergy that the 2 champions can provide. And just because Ashe consistently slows, you also have the slows that can come through Anivia's ultimate. And basically, Ashe, Anivia, I mean, if you want to go all the way back to Season 1, Season 2, these were very control-y type champions. They're very good at controlling space. They're very good at making it very difficult for you to approach. And thanks to the vision that Ashe can also get around neutral objectives, it also makes it easier for champions to, well, avoid face-checking dangerous situations.
And I love that you bring that up, because I totally forgot that I always expect, you know, the beat drop, that E you're talking about, has to be double layered with the Seraphine passive, but you're right, because of the Ashe slow, a target's already immobilized, so you're stunned for that same duration. I mean, this is a cool lane. This is overall for KC a nice way to pull themselves out of the pack of this best of 3 to try and find themselves a lane lead and find themselves a win in this game. Interesting drafts.
And what we saw earlier today from Career was going for the Moonstone Renewer into Echoes of Helia, and then was going to finish off the Diadem, but never got there. And one of the things that they did really well was abuse the long range underneath the tower. So you'd end up like hard pushing the lane, a volley underneath the tower, then you'd throw that E to get the root, and you can kind of get a couple of auto attacks in between it. And you've so much healing on this Seraphine between the Moonstone Renewer, the Echoes of Helia, and her W. It is absolutely absurd. So I think this is where now it becomes so much more difficult for this G2 comp to operate. A lot of what they want to do is jump onto someone with Jarvan, have that hot pot combo, get some burst from the Corki, and try and finish off one of these immobile carries. Boostio now makes that so much more difficult.
Now, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, League officials are remaking Champ Select due to an issue encountered earlier. So, there's going to be a bit of a delay.
Do you know what I would have done? Right. in a different world.
I don't.
No,
in
not
what
this.
context?
In Seraphine as a champion.
Okay.
Listen, don't worry.
Seems completely unprompted,
I am a
but
professional.
fine, let's go with this.
I would have made it so you have to actually sing in comms to use her spells. Wouldn't
But that's
that be
why
fun?
we're bringing in voice chats.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That is not actually, I don't know if that's confirmed or not. I don't actually know if it is.
But for the Seraphine bit, that's definitely not confirmed. But, right, hey, if you want to do that, no problem. By the way, a player has loaded into the game with incorrect runes. He did not select full stop. I would love to know what...
Why did you read the full stop?
I would love to know, Mr. Producer. The runes he loaded in with aren't the ones he selected. Okay, thank you so much. With incorrect runes that he did not select, I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes, even as an English speaker in Australia, we don't always get the full syllabus. Okay, we do the advanced English and all that stuff, but we get towards the end of high school, and sometimes we just forget it all.
What's advanced English versus just English? You don't just have English class? Why is it advanced
I did advanced English because I was a good boy.
Oh.
But I did come in to talk about Animal Farm, and I didn't read the book, and I winged it. And so I said, now imagine you have this big farm outside your backyard.
I don't think we need to relive your childhood delivery of
It wasn't, I
Animal
was
Farm.
17.
Listen to how much he's struggling to say the sentences, and he was the advanced.
I was advanced. Australians, right now I'm painting a bad picture of you, but we do say crikey, criminy, and how's it going? You know, and no. Yeah, we do all that.
Yeah.
Now, we're in playoffs. You guys got to take it a bit more serious. But I will say, Seraphine singing for her abilities would be fire. Like, that would be something that we could add in. You just imagine Vedius on the comms playing Seraphine. And everyone's, we're going for a team fight. Vedius goes, ah.
That would mean that KC would have to put Seraphine mid, though, because the noises Yahoo makes are the only one that can actually
but he would
hit the high notes, you know?
And he would hit it dead on. Like, actually, Yahoo would be so good at Seraphine. Man, I tell you one thing. This is a good change. We'll talk about this.
You
are the what Dagda? You had a sign, Dagda.
Oh, what? I didn't see it.
Cameraman, you got to slow down on that one. We got Dagda here ready. You want to bring it back? We'll bring it back.
I was not ready, was actually the problem.
Well, while Jake runs you through every unfiltered thought that runs through his mind, I'll make sure to let you all know
that's not true. I have
the
many
Champions
more.
Select is currently underway.
Thank you.
We will be getting into game very soon. If you didn't catch the earlier games, would highly recommend you go back and check them out because they were pretty awesome. Yeah, of course, we are getting ready to get into our second matchup of G2 versus KC. The drafts won't change, which means that the hot pot combo that we were talking about for G2 has been locked in with the Rumble, J4, Ryze in the mid lane, and the Corki Nami bot lane, in contrast to KC, who's running the Galio, the Ambessa, the Anivia, alongside the Ashe Seraphine bot lane. Now, the biggest thing for me that I'm keeping my eyes on is the fact that while Anivia is often used as a counter pick into Ryze, the reason why Caps is so recognized internationally, at least back in the day, was mainly because of his roams and his ability to find ways to impact the rest of the map. And Ryze is a champion that he often did it with. So even though Anivia can be super effective at bullying out the Ryze during the laning phase and providing a lot of zone control later on in team fights, she cannot compete with his ability to roam to sides and impact early game skirmishes.
The thing is, though, KC, it feels like to me, after game one, we're like, we tried 3 people mid. Wasn't enough. What if we now give the top laner away to get to mid, and we give the AD carry away to ult mid lane?
Right.
So now we just kind of have 5 people attacking mid lane at all points in time in the game. That seems like a good plan. So that to me is kind of my biggest worry for Caps, is like he has flash once every 5 minutes.
That's true.
And there's at least 7 different spells that are coming his direction. So he is going to have to be on point to make sure that he's going to be safe. And I think a lot of that will come down to, you know, Hansam and Labrov trying to get some sort of vision control on this bottom side to note when Bussio's trying to move, because obviously the slow from Anivia, pretty good with Bussio alongside the Ashe. Like Freljord and Seraphine, pretty good combo.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've seen this bottom lane countless times. I feel like we started with Ashe and Brom, and then we started getting this cultivation of Ashe Seraphine so specific to the lane matchup. And it is exciting that KC are willing to cook a little bit, because again, it's only a best of 3. It's only one more chance for KC. Well, if they win this, they get another one. To deny G2. If G2 won this series, let alone just this game, what a statement it would make. And we'd have G2 versus MKOI again. Very different to last winter, where the upper bracket was actually KC versus G2.
Entirely different, 50% different.
It's 50% different. That's different. I mean, it would, again, put a statement where G2, like, Caps teleported on the spot in week 1. It was a horrendous start to the split. And now they're dumpstering. And now he's dumpstering Yehu, and he's dominating.
They only got into playoffs in their last game of the split.
They had to beat Fnatic.
Also, caveat, Yehu did solo kill Caps. That's
Okay, bro. But Caps won the game, so data is important.
Okay.
Hey, you can go 200 CS up over your lane opponent in solo queue, but if you lose, you are the loser. Let's see who finds themselves the winner, though, in Game 2. Thank you for bearing with us. It has been an exceptional day, to say the least. Happy birthday to whoever's birthday it is out today. I don't know. We've missed so many on the broadcast. But you out there, you get to celebrate your day.
What prompted you to say that?
First of all, I couldn't say
Do you
happy
not want
birthday
them to have a happy birthday, baby? Is that what you're saying? I don't understand.
People.
At least it would have made sense if you just picked a name.
You know what? Our audience is going to come up and there's going to be that chat box that says, "It is my birthday. Thank you for acknowledging it." You just wait. There's going to be someone in 5-10 minutes saying, "It's my birthday. Thank you so much." That's what we do in the LEC broadcast. We make sure we give everyone a good happy birthday. Now, where do you want to start? Because this is, KC cooking exactly right. This bottom lane is exciting, but it needs a bit of time. Question mark?
No. It comes online immediately.
There it is. About 5 seconds.
Yeah, so you saw the combo on full display right there. Nami losing half of her HP. She will have a heal, but that heal is expensive mana-wise. So you can't really just afford to use it as often as you like. For now, though, Labrov going to pop a pot, get a bit of a heal, and he's going to be fine as KC's bottom lane look to get that early push.
Yeah, it's the cooldown on the E is relatively long in the early stages of the game, so you kind of get to do it once every so often. But you can see here, you kind of hit the slow off the body, hit the slow, then or follow up with the root afterwards. But Busio has the lockdown.
Gatling gun is good as well.
Trade.
Busio going to get his autos off as well. Drops his double Q, and Hans gets hit pretty hard. This is a power burst that also, if we're talking outside of the CC, the high note, when you get that passive, is really good damage when you hit early.
You also have to be careful as G2, because your jungler's pathed toward that top side, and Yike is making his way down. Now, they are going to do a decent job of zoning Kalista and Busio off for the moment, but as they start to push out this wave, Ambessa can come down.
Just as an FYI, you mentioned the cooldown earlier. 11 seconds is the E at level 1. So once that is down, it's down for a while. You really feel that 11 seconds for sure. And you can see the constant trades back and forth, not too bad for either side for now. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Caps already moving into Fog of War. Bit of information trying to be garnered by Yehu. The wave could be frozen here a bit awkwardly for Caps. So he's got to be mindful of that. Yehu actually kind of holding the wave here.
I told you, Fetty. I told you. Girlfriend's birthday. Oh my God. This is crazy. I told you. Don't ever disrespect how US birthday is again. See? That world peas guy. Oh, girl. I mean, like, happy birthday. My mum's birthday. That's crazy. We got 5 of them. What is the coincidence? On February 20th.
How kind of you, Jake.
I told
you made
you.
people's day.
It's not just about the players here. It's not just about our audience. It's also about the people at home. Hans Sama could dodge. Valkyrie's important here. Steps up and takes a bit of poke. But Hans has been using his fancy feet a little bit here. He's been doing some good kiting, and I feel like it's important because otherwise he'd probably already be dead.
But look at that mana pool now for Labrov. He's like, okay, we can't really afford to take any more of these trades. Hans Sama going to have to stay solo in the middle lane as he gets what farm he can. A healthy lead already being built for Kalista in the bot lane 1 versus 1. Broken Blade doing something similar, but going to be catching this wave means that that lead should dissipate relatively quickly. Both junglers haven't really made their presence known, but I will draw your attention to these wards that have already been dropped in the enemy jungle. 1 ward here and 1 ward here as well, which means that KC
That's a Jarvan. That's a bit.
Yeah, there's a ward under it.
Okay.
There is, and it's so early information already garnered from KC as to what Skumon is up to during his first few levels.
It's important because he ran the early game last time. Meanwhile, good gank here. Timer from Labrov. Yeah, who just gets poked out a little bit, and Caps gets the damage down.
He has 2 points in his W, though, so there was no
I was
Aqua
waiting
Prison
for the
to...
Aqua Prison. Did he mislevel? Or he
I think it's more because you kind of need it in that bottom side. There's so much poke. And both Ashe and Seraphine, very, very long range.
Yep.
So it's difficult to really follow up with an Aqua Prison. So I actually like taking the double points in the W. It does mean, though, you're a bit useless when you go for the play. Yeah.
You're just a fish throwing a bit of puddled water on a bird, you know. So good trade there onto Caps. Once again, Yehu doing pretty well in the lane. Meanwhile, yeah, early on, until Kana has that first item to mitigate the Rumble. Well, I mean, guys, I feel like we've seen this matchup a lot in the past couple of years. I don't remember it going this well for the Rumble.
It does go well for Rumble in the early stages.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just because he is so much poke, ton of damage, and it's kind of hard enough for the Galio to trade back. It just gets easier as the levels go on and you start to get a bit of
Okay. More points in W, passive magic damage shield. As Yak starts away Dragon. Thank you for clarifying that as for now, Broken Blade at least sitting comfortable in the top lane. You can say the same about Yahoo, who's got some good trades onto Caps and small lead himself, but it's much of a muchness with mid just equalizing and neutralizing as Yike is going to start this Dragon and actually take it with ease. Kalista and Busio, they're using that pressure in bot to open up the early Drake for KC.
Yeah, so a nice advantage gained for KC to kick this one off.
Wait.
Already heal popped. They just walk up and go for a fight. Oh, heal traded.
Kalista just walks it past, and as you say, heal for heal in the end from supports.
Well, KC are happy to look for these summoner trade advantages because they've got the barrier still on Kalist, whereas you got the cleanse on Hansama, so not as useful until 6. So if you can take these more aggressive trades and use that summoner spell advantage, it kind of works out in your favor. But again, you can see, like, if KC don't really hit on the first haul, it's way less threatening on the back end of the play. But once you hit 6, this becomes even more threatening because if you're overextended in a lane, there's so much CC with the root and then the ultimate from Kalist, and then an ultimate from Busio. You just don't really get to move by Hansama, which is why he has to opt in towards the cleanse.
I was kind of surprised that Cap didn't take cleanse. I know Ghost on Rise quite normal, and like cleanse in mid would be rough, but we were talking about it in draft. With all the CC layering in this game, maybe his thought was, you know what, if I get hit by something, I feel like I'm dead anyway. I'm just going to dodge everything.
Again, no, so the advantage of Ghost is also roaming. Like, you have to remember that Anivia can do very little to match a Rise that moves into river and then roam warps down, and having that Ghost makes it harder to react to because he's just.
And I guess you can kite in the team fight as well, right?
Exactly. That's also the other thing, right? It's got a multitude of uses. As a nice trade comes out from G2.
Sidestep on Aqua Prison. The Encore does connect, and rather the flash forward, Kalist on the Hansama. Now Lebrov, the new target. They've got the slow down. The damage from Busio. Going to help out Mega as the flash from Lebrov comes out. No summoners on G2's bot lane.
Kalist is super close to 6, though. I think he hits it off this last pinion.
There it is.
They can look for the ult under tower.
Kalist going to send it, waiting, getting vision, waiting. No. Lebrov is the only one still in dodge. Skumond is now level 6 as well. He's got the Cataclysm. Flash, knock up there as well. The arrow comes out a moment too late. Kalist is dead to Skumond's well-timed game. Meanwhile, we look towards mid lane. Yahoo about to turn into a little egg, but Cap can't find the last shot.
Right, also in the area, has level 6. Doesn't connect. The Ghost popped just there to give him that extra bit of movement speed. There's the tech. I wonder if we can get a slow-mo of that mid-play, but we have to turn our attention back to bot because it works out for G2. Kalist holds his ground when Hansama goes for an all-in in the bottom lane. Hans and Lebrov got punished heavily, having to use all of their summoner spells. And then Kalist was like, well, I want plates, I want to get more for this, I also have level 6, but there was nothing he could do about the Jarvan engage.
Before we missed mid, I guess.
Yes, Yahoo looks to go for the trade. Gets the stun, gets some damage down.
He pops it very early, okay.
So at least keeps the Ghost going, though, because I think he still has it here at the end. Just barely able to escape, yeah. Because like half a second later, that cooldown disappears on the Ghost and he would have got caught.
Yeah.
Well, a nice play. Kalist did use the arrow in the Jarvan gank there, by the way. So Skumon, he got first blood, but Kalist, now that arrow's been down for a little bit, coming back up again as Yike approaches the area, but his public execution is also down. So Yike's means of engage is more reliant on Busio and Kalist. As Busio, by the way, has just hit his Encore at level 6.
Yike just going to clear out the wave, and as you say, Shadow here to make sure they can get this push. I imagine you're just looking for the reset here for Kalist with a minute and a half until Dragon. That'll be the next focus. You can already see Skumon starting to move down, but KC backing away.
Especially since Skumon, I mean, his Cataclysm is up and available again. Skumon also got first blood, and he's towards his first item a lot sooner, obviously, than Yike with the small gold lead. And so far for G2, the early game looks good again on a very different style of composition. 1k gold lead as Grubs are up, and a minute till the next Dragon. KC got the first. Sidestep galore. We're just watching the feet work of... It's a bird. Why can Anivia buy boots? I guess talons, right?
Okay, first of all, Anivia can buy boots because everyone can buy boots.
I mean, yeah, but that was the thing before the Cassia reinvention, you know?
But even when everyone didn't have to need boots, and Cassia didn't need boots, Like, there are many ways that Anivia can wear boots.
But so there's just a flying bird.
Are you telling me you've never seen little boots on a bird before?
No.
Wow, okay. There's clearly a lot of educating you need to be doing.
Donald Duck, you know, they've definitely won boots.
True.
Absolutely.
Yeah, true. I don't know why, but that's actually dagger. Well done. It's been a while. Look, there is a first item on the way for Yehu, by the way, but it's not important right now. It's going to focus back on the bird, but it really is about G2 in the bottom lane. With first item on Skumon, you can see Yike is in the vicinity, but he has to run down quick because KC are pulling off and making sure they're not overstepping for an easy engage for G2's jungler.
Yeah, big amount of gold is still sitting on for Hansama, though.
Arrow, goal post. G2 fans cheer. They like that one as Yike is still undiscovered. Hansama looking at a face check with a phosphorus bomb. Meanwhile, mid laners were trying to join in the fray. Cap's just going to walk it down. He gets flash frosted a bit, walks back, and Yehu obviously doing fine in the trades.
You can see Caps does have a small CS advantage, but kind of even across the board. Broken Blade continuing to build a bit of a lead in the top side. Both top laners have their TPs available. Everyone is eyeing up this dragon as the waves continue to be pushed in. Dagda did mention it earlier, but Hansama is actually sitting on a lot of gold that he's not going to get that opportunity to spend.
Overheating auto attacks. Everybody knows that Equalizer down. Kana in danger. Justice punches him, flashes away. He's burning down. Broken Blade close to the minions doing the work for Kana. Steps up, gets a scrap shield. As he steps up to the next minion wave, Broken Blade, you cannot get hit by the range creeps. And Kana knows with one win the wall. He finds a kill, flashes, outplays, overheating, done Electro Harpoon, gets the slow. Kana under turret. Broken Blade almost dies. Kana's still alive. Both at 1 HP.
Kana's no mana.
We're doing it again. We're doing it again. Broken Blade. No, he's not going to go under turret.
Broken Blade has to leave because he knows that people are coming from base. Wow, very close from both top laners playing at the very edge of their limit. Both flashes gone, no one falls. Here is Busio in the top lane as Yike turns his attention towards the Grubs.
Skumon did get the dragon while that was all going on, though, so in the grand scheme of things, I think you're still happy with the way this is going as G2.
No Leandre's
Wait, that's a TP back from Rumble.
It is. He's just running into Busio. He's overheating again. He's frying it up. Encore saves the life as the ultimate comes through from Yike. That may have just done it, but Cap's flat support to secure the kill on Busio. Now for Casey, they've got to play the rest of the fight as the arrow connects. Broken Blade's down. Yike is next on the ground. Skumon in the Cataclysm and Aqua Prison. Safe and sound. That's what Casey thought when they initiated this fight. But Caps following up. Again, good damage. It's slow, but it's doing the job as Kana runs for his life. Aqua Prison again. Flag and drag. Kana will not escape this time. Kalist, the last one standing.
G2 had more members who could move to the fight, and they're still going to go.
Kalist stepped up to the wave. Big mistake, pal. It's G2, and they are unrelenting.
An unbelievable scrap in the top side of the map spells disaster for KC, because while all of this was going on in the bottom lane, Corki continues to farm. A TP to return to the river from Broken Blade. He simply melts Busio, and while the TP response looks promising, the damage is just going the way of G2.
And Yike is 2 levels down. He doesn't have enough to just burst out Broken Blade, but with the roam are coming through from Lebrov and having the Jarvan there, there's too much damage with 3 members there. Because the Anivia had got the reset with no TP, G2 make the play happen in the top side.
An Imperial Mandate as well came through for Lebrov, plus the Dreammaker. And with those bubbles, I mean, Lebrov added so much extra damage to that G2-3 stack.
It's also understandable that from Casey's perspective, swapping your bot lane to top, this is not done this early into the game anymore, especially because of those role quests. So you'd expect them to have the numbers advantage in that situation, but the fact that G2 could contest, given that they created a 2v2 into a 3v3 into the 4 versus 3 that the fight ultimately devolved into, means that G2 come out ahead. They have a 3.4k gold lead, but guess who the biggest lead is on? Hansama.
Wally.
He got, what was that, 3 plates in the bottom lane?
True.
Like, he was left completely uncontested in that bot side of the map. And so he built up a huge CS lead. Enemy AD carry dies, and he's left to secure a tower completely uncontested. Huge advantage for him.
Which now means you have a Triforce versus bits and bobs.
Arrow.
But they still go.
Cleanse. Hansama steps back into it. Fear not, Hansama will just walk in. He's got Lebrov by his side. Better Enchanter wins.
But that's what I was saying. No, it's the better items. You have a full item on
too.
Hansama, and Kalist just doesn't. So when it comes to quick trades like that, Hansama happy to take them. And even though he's rooted, he can still auto-attack in the root, so cleansing the Ash Arrow is always the more favorable option.
Good heal coming out of Busio. For the time being, Echoes of Helia there from Busio, also going to give quite a lot to Kalist, but the fear, again, as you said, I really like you pulled up the plates. 1.3k means Trinity Force. Also, with the power that's happened through mid, G2 are able to start off this Herald. It's going to be spotted out by KC, but I fear they're way too low for the show.
I mean, the enemy Rise has 3-0-1 scoreline.
That's also a problem.
Second mana item. Caps hasn't finished his role quest yet, but yeah, G2 already in such a scary spot for KC to have to deal with. And that question of scaling, I mean, I think it's relatively close. The thing is, if a lot of this series was about fighting around neutrals, then I would give the advantage to KC, because I think that their ability to team fight is really strong. Anivia, ult, and wall against what is a very short-range composition should be super difficult to play against, especially with all the poke that you have. Oh, Skewmon, has he overstepped? Ash Arrow?
There's a public execution. Encore flies through as well. Skewmon at half HP, rooted up. Tidal Wave zoning out. Skewmon flag and drags away with the wall. As you said, Betty, the call comes through and Yahoo negates the escape.
Because the one thing I wanted to hit on was the value that this Seraphine gets with all the different components that she has here. Because you dive in with Yike, you immediately get Busio's follow-up with the ult. Yike then shields, immediately gets the heal off of Busio's W. All of these little bits and pieces are working so well together that this Seraphine is getting insane value alongside now G2 overstepping into the jungle and giving these pick opportunities to KC.
Now the Ash Arrow combo into Ambessa.
Dodge the back flank though. Kana, two-man shield of Duran. And with Busio laying down the CC, Hunsummer is a dead man walking. Busio will die in the end. Kalish shielded out, but Kana with the angle and the security there as Romwalk comes in. KC have already done the job. I don't think Caps can do much, but Equalizer proves me wrong. Yike hit pretty hard here as Caps, remember, fed level 12 rise. Can't have a turret though. You might be surprised as G2 have enough damage to penetrate his hard shell.
G2 turn the play back around, crucially getting the kills, but also matching the turret plates that who's going to be able to take on these side lanes. G2 now, position on Dragon, should turn up in the play.
I mean, that should have been a Dragon for KC. They found such a nice flank
Great
from
angle.
Kana. The arrow doesn't connect, but it puts G2 in a difficult position. And I love this proactivity that we're seeing from KC. Really fighting their way back into this game. But they tanked the tower a little too long. Kalist is basically forced out of the fight. And then G2 say, okay, let's keep this fight going. Good Rumble ultimate. Good chase down onto Kana. Skewmon arrives, and KC don't have any tools left to contest the respawn of the Dragon.
I wonder if you're worried though. Kana got the double kill there. Kana has the kills on KC outside of Yike. Gold is getting back into their favor as Caps are just chasing down his pop the Ghost. He's in a 1v2 with a health bar advantage, and now there stands an egg. Caps has put him into his own frosted misery as Yike is going to bring it on back, but shield comes out. Caps gets hold and flashes. That's Cap for you. It's winter, but not as you know it.
In a 2 versus 1, Caps finds the outplay. And now this game is really going as KC is fighting back in the mid lane. G2 find ways to outplay a 5-0-1 scoreline for the man in the mid lane as Kana's now the target.
Well, Broken Blade is taking a lot of turret shots. That's nice. Busio's on the way. Kana has the damage, and with Busio there, you would have thought they'd follow up, but still a little bit scared.
G2 had the push in mid. We already had LeBron roaming down. They don't really feel comfortable going into the 2v3 potentially. But Kana.
Do they have the damage? Flag and track, or maybe they do. Broken Blade sitting on the outskirts of the Cataclysm. Shield of Duran doesn't reach Winds of War neither as well. Double knockup, and Broken Blade is shifting gears in the Galio matchup.
G2 making the pick happen after the play. Busio shows on mid, and it's death for the top laner.
G2 accrued a 3.5k gold lead. KC reduced that gold lead, and just like that, G2 have rebuilt that gold advantage once again. Caps fresh off a base is ready to skirmish. Ambessa wants to protect the Anivia egg in the minion wave as well. You're thinking to yourself, this should be outplayable. But the Seraph shield, the flash from Caps, he finds the outplay onto his former jungler. And G2 find themselves once again with a 3.3k gold lead.
Caps pretending his gold stack right now, 700 plus the kill bonus. I mean, that guy's worth 1,000 gold. You need to take down Caps. 3,500 gold, G2 2 Dragon, 3 minutes till the next, but Baron is a possibility with one more mistake for either team. But right now it looks like G2's controlling the flow with Herald getting free charge in mid. not many people there to defend, as Inner might be a possibility as well.
Just get charge.
To get a charge.
But it still, what an impressive performance from G2. The lanes should have been there for Kalista and Busio on the bottom side, but Hans and Labrov able to hold their own. Caps and Broken Blade in the solo lanes getting their own advantages and then making life so uncomfortable for KC as they just find pick after pick. And now Caps 5-0. Broken Blade is on his own though.
Looking at the mini-map, you can see Skumon heading towards the bottom side of the map, but he wants to clear out his camps. Broken Blade is the target of the dive.
Equalizer is available. Public execution lands as well. Broken Blade flashes away and he gets past the wall. That's the movement speed coming through as Skumon gets a knock-up. Kana takes some turret shots. Tidal Wave a little bit short. There's some pings going down and G2 deflect the dive. KC run away.
G2 was considering keeping the fight going, but with no Hans, no Caps, it's really dangerous to risk that fight. And Caps is happily cross-mapping by securing this tower in the top side to get even more gold funneled into him. KC don't really have any of the plays that they can look to make. That Ash Arrow, always the threat of catching someone off, but when 3 members are committed bot, there's very little that KC can do elsewhere.
Because Hans Zama just went stop and hide. He just hid in the brush on that ping port and was like, I'm not on the map. How are you going to try and find me?
Sure.
So G2 just playing well around the opportunities that KC have. And now starting to set up the vision. This map is getting more and more difficult for KC to find picks. They're still fishing.
They definitely are. But Labrov's not an easy catch as blast cones used. KC trying to approach again. There's good deflective vision from G2. And notice as well, Broken Blade has teleport available. So as he pushes his bot lane, he's safe to join. Yehu, the same can be said, but... Whoa!
Whoa!
Yeah, no, what was that?
Oh, that was a mistake. I wonder if he wanted to time a flash, pressed enter. I don't know.
Oh, dear.
But that was a big mistake. Flash now gone for the Anivia.
That's a sad who. You know, the ones that owls make. Ooh, you know?
Yeah, it was...
You guys
it's a little bit painful to watch, especially as 30 seconds now until this potential third dragon for G2. But I'd very much like to have that up and available because that now puts a target on who's back for Skumon. At least does have the egg available. They should be able to survive for at least a little bit. But everyone grouped and G2 looking to push KC away from River.
Nice. Ooh, it's rooted.
Oh, Busio gets a good one as well, but they're down to half HP. Bit of poke coming through from G2. And just as Busio looks like he can find an angle, it's denied.
But that's the thing, like these are the moments where you could at least try and fish for picks. I know that you still have the cleanse on Hans Sama, which is why KC didn't overcommit. But you're still seeing it's hesitation from KC.
Oi, big one.
Poke.
Really good. Flag and drag not there, just the drag instead. G2 thinking about their angle, can't have it a face check, but it's Caps again. The wall's out. Hans Sama goes back for the equalizer. Beautiful. Skumon jumps in with the encore. Even better from Busio. Into the egg. There's still a 5v4 as Gallioldi's used to deflect. Caps in the way is Kana again, but look at the AP carries. Caps going to realm off. Interrupted by an arrow. Busio and Yike running to the left, but Hans is on a damn automobile. As Yike looks for the Mega Blast Cone, he will escape. But G2 just don't lose fights right now.
Caps is too big to let that happen. The actualizer completed. He is ripping through members of KC. And they did everything to try and keep Yehu alive. But with Busio and Kana, it's not enough.
The thing that really caught KC off guard was the Nami ult. When we get the replay up, watch this Nami fly into the backline. Well, not the Nami, but the ulti. Labrov's positioning is fantastic. He actually connects it onto 2 members, makes it hard for Kana to retreat, and then this Rumble ultimate's doing so much work in the middle of the fight. Once the egg is converted and Skumon is down, they quickly convert it into 2 kills, and KC's forced to retreat.
That actualizer, I think that item is a little too good on Rise. I think that item's a little too broken.
Well, I was going to say, when you end up with 5-0 and 3 items as, 22 minutes into the game,
look at him.
Kind of good regardless.
Look, he's walking into 4 people. Tidal Wave zones off again. Caps at half HP. Actualizer wasn't even used there, and Kalissa's at half too.
I mean, this Rise is really starting to pump.
Starting to?
Yeah. Oh, he can get stronger.
It's like saying Arnold Schwarzenegger's like, yeah, that guy, yeah, he's getting there, you know?
Good, sir. There is still Void Staff and Death Cap that he could potentially buy. But we'll see what direction he chooses to go. I mean, at the bottom of your screen, I'm looking for win conditions, ways for KC to claw this game back, and there's no standout player right now. It's really hard for the Ashe to get involved. We go back to the draft and we think about how this Jarvan can really mitigate her ability to just play that front to back. There's also kind of this dive idea on the side of KC that doesn't have the most reliable follow through. It's not an easy comp for KC to play, especially given how ready G2 is to fight.
The Moonstone Renewer now complete on Busio is actually a pretty sizable upgrade though. I know it's weird to be talking about it from a support perspective, but like, the slower that you can play these fights as KC and basically go for these like poke plays and fall back, you're getting mass AoE healing off, and it makes these fights a little bit harder for G2. So we'll have to see if they can make this work now as Hans on mid wave.
Angle's good. Hanzo is connecting these big ones, these big rockets as he gets out with the Valkyrie, flashed away from the public execution tidal wave just in case. But meanwhile, Kana has to ulti to escape. That grand exit is down as KC get a double beat drop. It's good, and encore onto Caps as well, but the equalizer, the hot pot. G2 have been to China. They know the taste. As who's the first to go down with a realm warp chase. You ain't out of dodge yet. The flames emit, and KC are getting a dose of reality as Jake goes against his old Eddie carry, but he will die to do so. G2 put him in the dirt again.
Every single fight, G2 just melts through KC. They tried to target Hans Sama. He flashes away, but then on the re-engage, the Jarvan Rumble combo is just so devastating. Kana is isolated from his team. He's waiting on the left-hand side for the opposition to set up a trap. He's forced to ulti early on. And you can see Hans using his flash right there. And then at this point, with the re-engage, G2 do some serious damage.
Yeah, just the immediate engage from Skumon, stepping away from the ultimate, perfectly set up with Broken Blade's ultimate. I mean, that was just such a beautiful combination between the two. And we said that KC were hoping to play it slow, utilize the healing from the Seraphine. But these fights are getting out of control before they even look at G2.
What a day BB's having in both these games now. I mean, the setup of these ultis is crispy clean, and now minute 50, that Dragon coming up. Great comeback from MCoy through that. Brother, I think you need to fast forward the VOD. We are in the G2 series now. You, sir, you're about 4 hours behind, and someone needs to tell him as Equalizer comes out again just to poke him down.
This is what happens when you tell people to go back and watch the other games.
That's true. Wow, MCoy dominated. Bro. Okay, we're past that. Let's catch up as I don't think KC arrow, dodge, auto attack, turret down, Caps just smooth.
That looked casual.
He just
popped the ghost and was like, yeah, this isn't going to happen. And Kalist honestly hasn't been able to connect into these arrows realistically all game long. Like, we haven't seen them come to fruition. And G2 now minimizing the map space that KC has makes it nigh on impossible for them to fish for these picks now.
Caps has been on a tear. I mean, it's another game. It's like the MCoy series where it's going to be hard to pick an MVP here. But G2 are on the final step here. Almost 10k gold lead. The big one connects. Kana goes for an engage. He finds himself Hanzama with the cleanse out as well. Even with the charm, they'll finally take him down. It's a big moment for KC, but they need more. They need Caps. The King of Europe flashes over as Kana, he used the commit, but the hotbot out again. Even out the Cataclysm. Galio, it's good. But G2 has Skumon with healing and a GA. They're backing away. KC have a free kill, and G2 have overstepped. Game still goes on. Someone kills Skumon as KC get revenge.
And 20 seconds until the Dragon Soul for G2 as well. KC may have just pulled off a defense that nets them more time in this game. G2 teleporting in, hoping for a pick as KC might come in staggered.
I mean, a much needed defense from KC. The chain CC onto Hansama finally results in a kill, but he is now back alive. The biggest difference is that smite availability. Skumon, 24 seconds until he's back on the Rift. G2 have 4 members ready to fight, but KC have 5. The Dragon is started. I don't see how G2 can really contest this.
No, but they're thinking about it regardless. Arrows up and available. Dragon close, equalizer down. Maybe it's for the fight afterwards, but KC get the Dragon and get out. Objective bounty from 9.5 to 6.5. 3,000 gold for KC is the net.
BB gonna stick around though. Yike. Doesn't have the smite, but is kiting it back smart. Stepping away from places where G2 might be. But G2, they're just trying to find a pick. Because a singular moment could close this game out in G2's favor.
It's one ticket easily acquired with a single win. One of these teams is going to Barcelona. And only moments ago, I was setting it up to be G2. If you want to join us next week, tickets are still available. Quick side note, MKOI already confirmed 100%, which is good since they're hosting it. But it's either going to be G2 or KC who are going to be joining, bare minimum top 3.
And we're going to get to see that upper match on Monday as well. First best of 5 of the LEC versus. Ultimately, though, it felt like that this was a foregone conclusion. G2 felt like that with the Baron, they were going to lock in and close out this game. But with KC's base defense, they've bought a little bit more time. They've been able to get a bit more gold to work towards those items. 3 now completed for Yike, 3 the same for Kalist. So G2 has to play a little bit more cautious now that KC have showcased they do have the tools to take you out if you miss position.
And I feel like as well, Kana, when he gets that Zhonya's, if we're talking about playmaking that can negate G2, that's another tool we need to look towards. As Arrow flies down, does it fly through? Yes. Broken Blade caught. Yike catches him. And now for Broken Blade to get out, he has to burn the flash. He equalizes down, but he needs support. Meanwhile, Hanzama's found Kana on the back wing. Tidal Wave doesn't connect. G2 are looking to find a play off them committing for Broken Blade, but now he's flashless.
Still though, KC invested a lot, and G2 know it.
Cataclysm down onto Yike, flag and drag, Aqua Prison as well onto who's the next target. KC are separated here, Encore only onto 2, Caps was golden, and Caps unleashes hell. The shield, unreal as Broken Blade gets low as well, but look what's happening here. The egg is down, Yahoo was too far aground, and G2 take another.
Caps is just a one-man army. He stands in front of everyone and denies KC from grouping with both of their members in the rest of the fight. And KC, they are petrified of this man.
KC came so close to finding such a valuable pick onto Broken Blade, but they couldn't quite get the kill. They get his flash. G2 then collapse into the bottom lane and convert it into a pick of their own. Yahoo is now dead for 25 seconds. He will be up and have TP ready for a Baron contest, but there's nothing that KC can do to stop the vision denial. Sweepers are coming through, vision is going to be limited. KC will see to the entrance of their jungle, but G2 is making it as dark as possible to secure that Baron to look to try and end the game.
I mean, G2 will also take all the objective resources up in this top side of the map. Spot it out. I mean, Ashe provides a lot of support here where you don't actually have to face check, use that free Hawk. And at this point in the game, it's not a bad over cooldown as Infinity Edge for Kalist is something I'll note that is on the way, but it might not be relevant because G2 have now started this Baron.
Yeah, who only on his way out of base. I don't think there's a contest here from KC. No. They're going to be too late. They don't have the vision. They'll now spot that it's going down. Yike has ult to get over the wall. But does he have a tool to get through?
Hang on now.
Equalizer down, the wall is giant. Skewmon playing for the smite, and Yike takes it! I remember him as the smite king, and Skewmon gets scored, but the flag and drag re-engage was genius! Kana goes back on in, and Skewmon still survives. Kana on the back of the pick, can't get out. And now with the Realm Warp, KC is coming crashing down. Great encore, but we need Kalist to get the fight. He takes one, but Broken Blade on the back end is too much to handle. Tight as he may, Bucio's dead, and Yahoo will be the only Baron to survive.
4 Barons gone. G2 with a dominant team fight once more. Yahoo doing his best to retreat as the top is getting pushed in. An inhibitor can maybe be secured. Caps and Skewmon on the hunt. They want to make sure that every Baron is taken off.
Seen, and he's out. So it won't be the end of the game, but again, G2 in power.
But the fact that KC actually got this is huge.
It is.
Like, the steal away, I think Kana didn't need to go in. If you can all get away with 4 people, I think you have enough to try and clear this out. But KC maybe thinking they could get their moment, but Skewmon with a pretty cool exit there. Ulting onto the Galio to escape, but the Realm Warp is straight into that Lucio combo. Actually sets up for some kills back, but still, G2, they get the kills. But a lacking Baron, maybe just holds on for KC.
And I also noticed in that fight, I mean, Kalist is huge. And he didn't have Infinity Edge in that fight. So, 4 items now.
I mean, they're just stalling the game outright. Now, the
Yeah.
problem is that Soul is about to be spawned once again. KC have to get back out onto the map. Look at what Caps is doing, keeping that mid-wave pushed in. Galio's ulti is available. Yeah, it's soon.
But Hans has no flash and no cleanse. That's the target for KC before you can try and take down the Rise.
The wall zone, Scumon's the first target, equalizer good again, Kalist sent to the back line at half HP, he's healed up as Kana TV's in, but Yike in the pit, denies, stalls, that's the game for KC to hold it. Encore flies through on a hard time, but he's too far away. Meanwhile, Gia's going to be Popper Caps in the middle of 4 people, has to now carry, but you know he can. Again, Caps is still alive. It's a double beat drop down as G2 back and forth with the shielding. Unreal. The mid laner getting popped. He goes Zhonya's, so there's no realm warp, but Busio, the last man standing, and Caps is just too tall, too big, too much of the EU region to take down, and G2 in playoffs are just that good as Busio finally dies.
9-0-9. Caps demolishes KC. Caps takes down our first seed. And Caps punches G2's ticket to Barcelona.
We forget that this region might be G2 as Broken Blade walks away and the game might continue to go on. But this guy's at the head of it all. He'll take the bot turret, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, but this game and series is not over yet.
So Yike with another impressive steal. He denies the soul away, but then the fight after has to happen. That Rumble ultimate makes it so difficult for KC to follow up. And Mikhail's to help Broken Blade out of the stun as Scumon is fighting for his life in the pit. All this zone control makes it so hard for G2 to follow up on his engage, but Caps does find an angle. He is ripping and tearing through the back line, but once that initial domino falls, the rest start to follow. Broken Blade's damage in the fight really can't be underestimated, as his impact was also absolutely massive.
I mean, Yike knows. Great steal, but also I think you giggle at Caps. Using everything in the arsenal, the Ghost to reposition, the Seraph's Embrace shield, the Zhonya's Hourglass to keep himself safe at the end as well. But now G2 pushing in towards the base, no objectives for 2 minutes. Is it G2 taking their foot off the pedal, playing it slow? Or do they want to try and find picks and find some way to take KC out before they can continue to stack more of these items?
Caps is naturally having a fantastic game.
Lebrov just face check, tidal wave used, but a public execution, an arrow. Lebrov cannot be making that kind of mistake.
Pick after pick, KC are finding them. They've been finding them throughout this game. It's unlikely to result in any major objective, but it's more time. And the more time that KC have, the more that this goal difference matters.
Because look at the items for Yehu and Kalist. You capped as Caps. You're getting there as Hans Sama. These item differences are now starting to dwindle. And the longer that these picks happen, the longer that this game goes, the more even footing it starts to become for KC.
The biggest thing for me about this series that has surprised me the most is Broken Blade's performance in contrast to Kana. Kana was a top 2 top laner based on the regular season. He's had a phenomenal year overall in 2025. And for Broken Blade to have a performance like this today,
On Rumble
as well. Yeah, I mean, obviously Caps is kind of stealing the show, but this man has had so many fantastic equalizers. He's got a 4-1 and 14 scoreline, consistently dealing huge damage in the team fights. And it is him who I'm keeping my eyes on in the fights, because that hot pot, that combination is making it so difficult for Kalist and Busio to play.
His Gwen was exceptional earlier on as well. BB is having a phenomenal series. And it's great to see kind of when he's given the opportunities to step into more of a carry role, he's able to step up and take that mantle.
But the man I'm keeping my eyes on for KC is Kalist. He's been doing a lot of damage. He's got the items that he needs. Hans tries to interrupt the base of Busio, but as you mentioned earlier, Busio has really come online with the Dawn Core completed as well. A Guardian Angel now secured for Kalist. This bottom lane for KC can be the difference maker to enable KC to win out on the fight.
He's equal in items because Doran Blade is holding the last slot for Hans Arm before he gets 7 items. So for this Corki, he's now dead even with Kalist, and the GA advantage means it gives another bullet in the chamber. Public execution found again. Lebrov kind of pops the ulti, but Lebrov is out. But look at what Busio just did. Kind of big shielded Durand as well. Yike, he's trying to bring the game on back, but KC have found the fight. Caps has got the kill on the back line, but he's at half HP. KC have infinite sustain. It's a hack right now, and they're back at full HP.
In the front to back, KC is coming out ahead. Yahoo is chasing after G2, who are on the retreat. They know that they don't have their jungler, so they have to make this Baron impossible. Broken Blade now the target. target.
Got a Duran there, turret now down, trying to drop the beat as Busio flash away from Broken Blade. Khalid has got the slow and the damage to boot. Caps are slowed down. A shutdown, gentlemen. I see a shutdown. I see a Baron.
Skewmont is still up and available though, so KC can't go towards the Baron. They have to wait 20 seconds, and Dragon is up, and that's where they're beelining to. But watch this engage from Busio. All eyes are on the bottom fight, but Busio and Kana set up for this fight that turns it for KC. Barely KC are holding on to this game.
I mean, Skewmont made it so much better by ulting onto Kalist to limit his involvement in the fight. But this is what we mentioned earlier. Kalist has the damage to win out on the team fight. Skewmont has snuck his way behind. KC, I do not think that they know.
The pings are going down. They're thinking he's somewhere there. Found onto Busio. Skewmont for the engage. Kalist flashes away. Cataclysm there, but Skewmont is separated from the team. He goes into GA, but remember, KC have heals. It'll be a 5 versus 4, and Skewmont cannot get out. Public execution used from Yike, but KC have the Dragon and Soul all for themselves.
Steal after steal after steal. Yike has kept KC within touching distance, and now KC may have just pulled off the biggest heist in this series.
It felt like that this game couldn't be lost for G2, but pick after pick, steal after steal, little by little, KC have fought their way back into this game. And with no enemy jungler to steal this one away, that will be a Baron secured. And KC telling everyone watching that this series is not over just yet.
All right. I mean, gold doesn't mean anything, but it is telling a story of where this game started, where it developed to, and now where it lies. G2 have to play Elder, but these fights, as we're talking about, are looking more and more KC favored. Now with a 7-item Ash. Yes, Hans Summer has a rapid fire cannon, but with a wit's end, a bit of MR for Kalist plus extra damage. He's able to navigate the soul lane. It's a lot better now.
The tenacity as well is so nice.
That's
for
a really
things
good
like
point,
the
yeah.
Rise that are looking to lock him down. But also, this Chemtech Dragon is going to do a lot of work. When you think about what Busio is doing in this game, and then you're keeping people topped up for longer. Like, this is the perfect soul for KC.
You can play at those thresholds.
Important to recognize that Caps, his gold lead is massive. It's so big, in fact, that he had a full 6-item build, sold his Banshees, then bought a Death Cap. But I don't know if that matters. He knows that he needs more damage, but right now, can he actually gain access? Because the reason why Anivia is a counter to Rise is because of his range. It becomes really hard for Rise to play in these fights when Anivia is zoning off all of your space and making it impossible to get in range of the carries and for you to do the damage that you want to. KC's composition has reached the point where it's so much harder for G2 to play. And now with the Baron, they'll secure another tower and they edge closer to the base of G2.
Arrow.
The pick doesn't quite hit, but no flash on Kalist. Maybe that gives a window here for G2. The hot pot combo may live on just one more time, but for KC, the siege underneath the base is so difficult for G2 to deal with. Another minute on this Red Bull Baron power play, and G2, KC are just continuing to stack up more and more items. Cannon just finished the Rabadon's Death Cap in base.
So many small instances of meaningful moments. When G2 was sieging in the bot lane, when KC was able to finally kill Hansama, convert that into about 3 kills. They couldn't leave their base, but they successfully slowed G2 down. Then again, around the Baron steal, they lost the fight, but they were again able to slow the game down. And then the Dragon, the steal, yes, G2 won the fight, but they couldn't end the game. They've been able to just stop G2 at every opportunity. When they were so close to ending it, they then shut that opportunity down. And it's through some of these very small plays that have come through to reach this point where the goal difference basically doesn't matter anymore, and it all comes down to execution. And in this execution, KC's comp is that much easier to execute upon.
I mean, again, you talked about earlier on, it was about a year ago now, what that wall can do, what the Anivia can do for zoning for this composition. KC hold the cards, and even though nothing's up and available, you can see their control is running through G2's jungle, which is a very new sight in this game.
It's that public execution, though, that is more difficult for them to work with. You've got Flash now coming up for Hansama, Flash and Ghost available for Caps. Everything is up and available for G2, whereas for KC, Kalist still vulnerable while that Flash is on cooldown. Now, 2 minutes at least until these next couple of ejectos means that it should be up. But if G2, you can see them kind of fish around for picks, maybe get a moment to get a breather in this game and try and right this ship.
That's going to be a full build Seraphine. I mean, I think we're almost at full build Nami as well. I mean,
true.
This is one of the biggest things about the new meta, just the greater access to gold that supports do have. And enchanters specifically, when they get all this extra gold, they really get to make use of it. So these carries are going to be hitting very, very hard. But that gold difference at the top of your screen, remember, it was 12K. That's how much of a gap Casey's been able to close. The gold basically meaning nothing now as we get closer to the Elder spawning. A minute 30, Casey's going to do what they can to limit G2's ability to move into the river. If our observers can just showcase it, perfect, thank you. What G2 sees is very little. Caps often does this on side lanes, where he'll overextend deliberately, knowing that he is safe, to at the very least get something back. Maybe a little bit of information, a little bit of vision. And he's going to use the Scry's Bloom to do that. He's going to push in another wave. He knows he has the Rise ultimate to get him away to safety, but an easy TP collapse could put him in some serious pressure, but it's his way of generating some pressure on the map that Casey's forced to react to.
He's shown on this wave. As he hovers around, Broken Blade is crawling up as well, but that control ward sees Broken Blade. Pings are going down. And as you said, that TP flank could be huge onto two members of G2. Caps hiding in the bush. They know there's some kind of setup here. Pings are actually still going down onto that ward.
Yike.
Casey are coming in. The arrow flies up, misses Caps, flashed away from Broken Blade. Kana makes a play with shielded around, but he's taking no damage anymore. G2 are getting collapsed on. A Realm Warp out. Negated. No. Caps only just makes it as Kalist looks for the slow with a volley. He finds it. Now he walks up. Autos. He's damaged. Unbelievable onto Caps, who runs away because G2 are losing the play.
But they're looking to go for the base. The reset from Yehu means they can clear out the wave, so everyone goes back. But 10 seconds until that dragon. The TP to bot lane. The ultimates used by KC. G2 want to take the fight.
Wait for that arrow though, not long to go. Teleport going to be burned. Elder is there at 22k HP. Flag and drag, and Broken Blade has to walk it out. 4 members now standing in the river. The Inhibitor in mid lane. Yehu's going to clear the wave while Caps has to rejoin the play.
Keep your eyes on Caps. He is looking for a flank. He knows that there's a ward there that can spot him out. If he can take out Kalist, then this game can be very different. That ward will see him. Yehu going to be his mark. The Dragon dropping to about 70%.
Elder doing a bit of damage. 13k now. KC committing to it. Just a little bit longer. Hansama steps up and Kalist spaces him. That arrow up and available to shoot out. Full vision onto G2. Caps, Mega Blast Cone, looking for an angle. 8k, still the AoE, the setup, the equalizer, beautiful. The health bars dropping, the Cataclysm of flags, and G2, no!
Strike again!
Stole the Elder again! Caps is gonna get burnt down. KC has the fight. Kana with his dying breath will find himself a knockup. G2 have 3, KC on 3, but Elder trumps all.
But the minions are in mid lane. KC are looking to go for the end. They can start the push. G2, a smite again, comes in to make the difference for KC.
With the back here as well, I mean, G2 are going to pull up one hell of a defense. KC are going to be confident. GA's available for mid for 80 carry. Kalist is doing so much damage. If he gets a free hit, this game goes to 3. Minions pulling in. Inhibitor turrets, rather Nexus, are vulnerable, but Hansama clears the wave. He gets out of dodge. Last minion gone. Kalist doesn't care though. He's got shielding. 1 Nexus turret down.
Lucio is happy to just shield the whole way through.
KC is unrelenting. The Rumble ultimate to try and stop the wave.
Hansama survives. He Valkyrie's out. 1 last minion and it's gone again. Over the bubble, Yehu steps forward. Tidal wave though onto Kalist, but Broken Blade, moment from getting executed. The Elder, and Bucio does it. The Seraphine sung her first, maybe last longer this
3
game.
seconds.
Caps up in 3. The defense, 1 more wave. Elder's coming through. Bucio gets tunneled out. There's the ult. And Caps ran in, but Charm. Bucio with the charm. Yeah, still alive. Bucio's down though. Into the egg. The Nexus is bare, but no one at KC is there.
But KC should have seen the respawn timers. They stuck around. thinking that maybe Galio could get in range. They stuck around thinking that with the Elder they could still win the fight, but the Realm Warp to give Skewmon the angle allowed him access onto the backline. They take out Kalist. The Baron is available. What is this game?
Dyke is running for the base though. The ult from Kana is available. They have to go. Yike is legging this, but Kana will have to reset. They can't be in two places at once.
He's on a ward, but he has the Elder. He has the Elder. You can see him shining grey. Found out by Caps. Now he's running away. Caps going to continue to chase down. Turns it for an ulti though. Onto Caps, good damage, but he still wants to end the game. Kana's going to ulti in. Grand entrance.
It's a base race.
Base race indeed, but G2 have an AD carry. And Ban Access versus Ban Access. I think G2 just caught KC. What a way to go to Barcelona as G2 have proven winter is here.
Unbelievable end to this game. A resilient defense from KC. They fought to the bitter end. A game that felt like they had finally brought back ends in disaster at the Nexus.
When it came to the very last moment, it was G2 who made the correct call. It was KC who could not hold. But what an absolutely insane game!
Broken Blade, Skewmon or Caps?
I mean,
I don't know.
Like the summary of that game is G2 got caught a lot because KC were so smart about punishing these small missed positions.
Yeah.
But it felt like because the fights kept going the way of G2, KC couldn't come back. But the steals from Yike, Dragon, Baron, Elder. It was just unbelievable how often he was able to keep his team in the game. Yike was a huge difference maker. Kalist's damage was so key as well. But at the very end, when you had to make the decision between going for the Nexus or going back to base, KC made the wrong one, and the Realm Warp from Cap settled it.
Somehow, some way, G2 won that second game. Shox, break it down. What the hell?
I've got Caps here who put on an unbelievable performance. Caps, what the hell happened?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. It was some fun games, especially the second one. We could probably end it if I went for the end, so my team was not so happy, but it made it a banger in the end, at least.
It did. Is that because you wanted a content game or what?
No, I was a bit scared that Seraphine would win against Nami, but I guess he ended up winning the support battle, so...
Yeah.
And I guess Rumble couldn't end in time, so it was a bit unfortunate. And then they kind of got a pick and our comms were like, guys, and then... Yeah, it ended in the best possible way as well. So
it did. Were you a little scared? Because I thought if you were to lose this game after that performance on Rise, I feel like you would have tilted to another planet. Or does that not happen to you?
I mean, I don't know if I would tilt, maybe my team would tilt. I think they were already tilted a bit. So yeah. I think we're happy with getting the win.
I know Skew is on PGL. So is he the tilter? Or?
I think Skew was probably also tilted. Maybe Dylan as well. Let's see later.
They don't look very happy. Yeah. Oh my gosh! No, look at him. That's funny. I'll ask him about it. But how do you feel about beating KC then?
No, I'm definitely very happy. I mean, they were the first seed, of course, coming in, so it feels good to beat them. Of course, now it's the G2 core as well, a classic nowadays.
Yeah, it's also a classic core, yeah. But about this game, Yike, he kept smiting those objectives, that Baron that bought them more time. It was personal for him, man. Was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were talking a bit about like trying to dodge the vessel to not let the smite come, and I think maybe we had a bit, not the best plans. I think some of the late comps and stuff. It got a bit chaotic, but we got the job done.
You did. It's so cool that you're so happy about it, even though it was really close. Is this like the kind of games you live for, right? Because you've played like thousands of games that are important, but is this what makes you think, yeah, this is what I love doing,
for sure.
Man.
I mean, that second game, when the Galio came in and we're like, guys, can we actually stop them better? And she was hitting, because I wasn't looking at us, obviously. I can't change much about like us hitting on the other side, so I was just praying, right, that they would end before we did. I think maybe we would have been able to kill them better in time anyway, but it was very close.
Maybe. We also have a graphic that we made for this segment. We're going to pull it up because obviously your name is Winter, but then last time KC won in Winter. So what's it going to be this winter or this versus? Are you going to win?
Yeah, of course we're going to win. We still have 2 best of 5s to go.
Yeah.
Hopefully if we don't go through the lower side, I guess. And we are planning on winning both of them.
Okay, cool. That's awesome. What do you have to say to MKOI then? Because you're going to their house, and Elyoya talked about Madrid. He said, we still remember Madrid. We know what happened in summer.
Yeah, I mean, we will look to do a repeat on that for sure. But I think next week we're at Berlin first, so maybe we'll do a...
Yeah, you're first in Berlin, but then next week we're going to Barcelona already. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we're coming for them again.
Yes. So you beat them twice, is that what you're saying?
Oh, we might even beat them a third time later this year. You know?
Okay, I see. So many times. Love it. Thank you so much, Caps. Anything you want to say to Skewmont and Dylan? Do you want to... Well, you shouldn't apologize. You carried them. What? Why are you apologizing? No? Okay. You can go that way, actually, and then I will go this way. I don't think you should apologize. To be honest. What do you guys think?
Can I just check something that Cap said?
Yeah.
Was your entire plan to start Baron and dodge the Ambessa ult to not give her access?
Yeah, I mean, that was the plan, and guess what happened? I mean, me, I was really focused on dodging it, and then I want to focus on the smite, right, in case like a random Anivia Q still...
Who got hit?
And then I got hit in the end, and it just smites, and I'm like, it's not looking good.
What do you as a coach think about this being the main game plan to finish out the game that you're like 10k gold up?
I think if it works, it's probably would have been good, right? Like, those are the ones you look back and you're like, okay, well, probably mechanically we can dodge it there, right?
Yeah.
It is a game. Sometimes mistakes are made and you have to clutch it.
But, yes, but like, as a honestly, come on.
Yeah, that game was a bit stressful to watch.
Yeah.
It was, when you need to really start making the plans for next game, when you're looking at a 10k gold lead, it's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to look at the, I don't know if we have the last replay, because I do want to see it, because I was just seeing it with everybody else, but do you have any analytical insight into what happened?
Oh my, I think my analytical insights disappeared after 20 minutes in game. I think it's super cool how you guys managed to come back, because I thought the game was completely over. It feels like neither Corkin or Ryze can actually walk up against Ashe, Seraphine, and Anivia. So how did you guys approach the game, Skewmont, in game? Because I imagine in that moment it can be hard to feel like they have Soul, they have Anivia, they have Ashe, Seraphine. How do you make proactive plans to actually come back?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, if I hit like one smite this game, I think the game would have not been not been that hard. Sorry, but yeah, definitely I think coming into the state like when Seraphine has like 3 items and like we kind of know that they outscale us, but obviously we're not. That's not our outcomes in game. We'll just focus on like how we want to team fight and just do our best, right? Because we know that if we play correctly, we can maybe have like a good fight and just win the game. And that's what we've been focusing on. And I mean, the ending was a banger. So yeah, I mean, like the most important thing is that we got the win. And yeah, I mean, looks like I need to work on my smite again.
Yeah, this like, it's you versus the guy they tell you not to worry about, right? Because it's yikes. So you're like, guys, I'm sorry, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's like, again, as I said, I think like 2 Drakes or 3 Drakes and like 1 Nash has been stolen. So like, obviously it's like a big part on me. And I think that if we just had Soul like minute 25, the game would have been like so much easier. So I kind of felt bad in the game, you know, when we were starting to throw, I was like, well, if we lose, then it's kind of my fault, you know. But I'm happy that we managed to find like clutch plays and 1 Indian.
Is that frustrating as a jungler? Because nobody talks about all the smites you usually get that are also maybe hard, but everybody talks about these.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just a bit frustrating in a way because you know that in the end, like the blame will probably like go on you, right? Because you have like the responsibility of smiting the objective. But yeah, I mean, what can I say? He just like smited better and that's it, go next.
Yeah, that's why you're a team, yeah. Dylan, I'm gonna be honest with you. Finn saw this video from Movistar Koi and Melzet is talking a lot and he basically thinks that Melzet is like the second coming of like the best coach in the world.
You're painting up a very weird
like
picture
Cola,
right now.
But in Europe.
Are we asking for trash talk here?
I guess he really wanted to have you on the couch to pick your brain.
I mean, I just wanted to ask a very open question, which is just like, what do you think the actual job description of a coach in esports is? And do you think this differs from team to team?
But it depends on the coach and the team, right? Like we have 5 staff members on our team and we all varying different roles.
Head coach.
And yeah, but a head coach on each team has different roles. Some head coaches are more draft focused, some head coaches are even more like managerial and leadership and emotional focused. So I think it's like up to each org to kind of fit based on who you like what you have to have.
Grabs does everything.
Yeah, currently on Fnatic, Grabs is doing quite a bit, yeah.
That's crazy.
Then where do you see you fit into this category? Like which box would you place yourself? What do you think you provide to G2?
So a lot of my focus is on drafting, match preparation, and kind of the overall strategic direction of the team. I also just have a lot of experience in general. It's like my, I don't know, 12th year or something. So just for overall like team coaching stuff, I have a lot of experience of how I want things to go.
Yeah, you've been here such a long time,
Yeah.
actually. It's crazy. We're really happy to have you, of course. Let's talk a little bit about that winners match versus Movistar Koi. Maybe I'll go to you first, Skew. I presume it's always a joy to play versus Elioya?
Yeah, definitely, especially because, I mean, we won against them in summer in Madrid, so I think they really want to take their revenge again. And we've lost actually our first game of the split against them, which was like, I'm pretty sad because we didn't really get to actually show what we are capable of. And I think that both of us, G2 and them, improved a lot coming to the split, and I think that is going to be a really exciting match.
What do you think, Dylan?
I think generally we've matched up pretty good against them in the past. I think over the past few years we've won most of our series against Koi. They beat us though in the one finals. They played really well, so I think it'll be a good one.
Yeah.
A hot discussion lately have been which two teams are going to make the finals. The top two teams of the league right now. And I want to ask you, next to G2, who would you place among you as the second best team in the league? Let's go with Skew first.
Can you repeat, sorry?
Yes, there's been a lot of discussions about like which teams will make the finals, which are the top two teams in Europe right now. I assume you'll put G2 first. Who would you put as the second best team in Europe right now?
I mean, it's actually pretty hard. I do believe there's like 3 teams that are looking pretty strong, which are like Navi, Koi and KC. I mean, we beat KC today, but I think we cannot through, so we didn't have the best form. But I would just say for now, probably like Koi, because they beat Navi Red, so that would be the logic.
And you, Dylan?
Yeah, like before today, I would say for sure KC and then Navi. But then both teams lost today, so
See how
maybe
hard our job
in
is?
playoffs it's just going to go back to the same as usual. I'm not too sure.
I mean, that's what people think, right? It's like, is G2 just going to rise above again? And people often blame us for saying that, but you've done it so many times, so it's a track record that's worth looking at. What's the secret, man?
I think I need to stop trolling draft in regular season. I think that has a lot to do with it, actually, to be completely honest.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Last time we played Quake Corp, we were playing like Lee Sin Galio with no damage bot lane or something.
Are you the one pushing for this, or are the little demons on your shoulder?
Well, if you really ask me, I will have some others to maybe have some influence on it, but ultimately I am doing the draft, right? I'm the head coach on stage, so it has to be me as well as it is everyone else.
Dylan, we all saw the Vayne clip, so you don't have to pretend. It's fine. Caps runs the draft.
But I do think we take it a bit more seriously with our prep, and we take it a bit more seriously with what we're playing, how much we're trying stuff, how reliable we think our strategies are going into playoffs. Like we do this, actually.
I think you're also better in best-ofs, it seems like, right?
Yeah.
Like any team.
Also, Fearless is different than Best of Ones. Like Best of One round robin playing so many different teams is quite a bit different than the Fearless.
It is. So our Kia player of the series was Caps, I think. Yes, anyone left here? Amazing. Good stuff. I mean, if I was him and you guys lost that second game, bruh. Like
those ones are tough. When you throw a game from that much ahead, I think if you look at the history of League, the next game is usually very hard. It's hard for players to shake that, so I'm happy we didn't have to go into the third game.
But you also did it versus GX, someone reminded me. Did you?
Did we? I'm not sure.
Someone told me.
I mean, we threw against GX, but we just lost the game, basically.
Ah, yeah, okay. It wasn't like this.
We just lost. This time around we won, so that's better.
Do you want to give some props to your mid laner?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, right? I think he smelled that game really hard. I think, like, I mean, honestly, everyone in the squad played, like, really good today. We just had, like, a little bit of troll moments, and, like, obviously, my sweat on the second game were, like, really, really rough. But I think, yeah, probably, like, he was the most performing player on the team. I think if he didn't chase the Seraphine on that one time when we aced them, I think we end the game, but it's fine.
He was having fun.
And that's very important. But I also want to ask you, because I never played with Caps, except for like in Champions Queue. I played against him many times, and I feel like he does this really scary thing where he just spawns on the side lane and then just disappears, and you never see him again, and then he pops up somewhere else. How does he communicate this? Does he actually say, I'm gonna do my thing now, or does he actually communicate this very well, so you are very aware of what's happening?
I mean, I think he's just like communicating very well for sure. He just knows his timings, when he's like strong and when he can actually push out, and when he needs help to get that pressure on side. And yeah, most of the times like he just does it like naturally, which makes him like the player he is, right? Because of the amount of knowledge he has about like any situation. And yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Nice question, Finn.
Wow.
You're killing it. Let's take a look at the brackets. The brackets or the schedule. Well, it's the same thing because tomorrow we'll see, of course, Monday rather, we'll see G2. No, not Monday. Sunday. Wait, Monday or Sunday? I can't read, it's too small. Monday, G2 MKOI, I'm sorry. And then, of course, Navi will be going down to the lower bracket because they played MKOI today. And then I cheat because tomorrow we have Fnatic versus Vitality, which is a banger, and Team Heretics versus GX, Finn.
There's a lot of games, because I feel like a lot of these teams that are playing tomorrow are kind of sour after last week.
Yeah,
they
they're
didn't really
mad.
get to show. All of them got 0-2'd. And I think my eyes are on Vitality for sure to kind of show a little bit more than... I mean, the MK series was a bit unfortunate for them. I think they wish they could show more. But other than that game, I think everyone just wants to show that they are not someone that's just a stepping stone for other teams. I think Heretics could be interesting. Fnatic, I want to see what they do, because it seems like it's on fire over there.
Yeah, it seems like it's Q. I saw you nodding when he mentioned Vitality. Is that the team out of the 4 that you have the best idea about?
Yeah, I think I'm really looking forward because, I mean, honestly, I think like on the other side of the bracket, KC is probably going to make it. But on the other side, Na'Vi looks strong, as I said before. But I do believe that, yeah, I mean, the oopsies they had against Koi, Vitality, we won't talk about it here. But I think that they showed some good performances. And I'm looking forward to see if they can manage to just make it all the way to the winners bracket.
Yeah, we'll see. But you're right. You said it. KC is now down in that lower bracket. That's a shark that everybody needs to beat. But we're going to sign off for today, and we'll be back tomorrow for our first playoff eliminations. But if you want to watch a little bit more League of Legends tonight, then you can, as the our G2 chants go, because LCS will be going live at 10 p.m. tonight with Team Liquid versus Disguised. So see you tomorrow. I'll watch them LCS.
Johnny no flash. Coming Jojo.
Help me.
Oh. I can come Suba.
Go Nash.
Nice.
No, we finished. There's no flash. 4K.
Madre mia.
Bomba.
Okay, I go top.
It's looking pretty mega right now.
I see a wall there, and I see Alvaro again! Oh my god! It's like we're at a kid's birthday party. Everyone into the bouncy castle! Everyone in!
No, don't that. Care with MF. Look, W in 10, okay, don't reach.
Yeah,
Can you root? No, still. Okay, go Drake now.
Boom.
Maybe G2 are in the best position to find the flank onto who he's going to face check this way for the Tangle Path.
Oh, Nico here.
And a W, Broken Blade, saves his life, taking on the army. He doesn't get flicked, rather, hides away, flushes down. Yikes, he's not the one taking Targa, it's Carter. It's Broken Blade,
Nice, switching. Sams? Wait, if you hit the winner, okay, go with me. We can get a flash. Sniper, I can kill, I think. We can kill. Sniper, bab level. Huge guys. Well.
He's safe to join. Yeah, the safe can be said, but...
Whoa! Yeah, no, what was that?
Oh. You want to play some finish, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna see him.
Definitely fights.
We got it. I'm dead. Stay together.
I'm dead too. Big W, it's fine.
3 guys, 3.
Nice, no G. Nice. Defend. Nice. Good. Just hit it. Nexus. Just come, let's hit him. Try. Hit. No. Nice try. Oh my god. Thank you guys. Bro. Nice.
Kill of 2025! A new wave is coming to the LEC!
That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies!
For a bit, I know that.
Crowd's all ready for the Dreadfly! Their rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side. Let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side.